मैं कर रहा हूँ। मेरे को मालूम है जो 4 लोग चाहिए मुझे थोड़ी ज़्यादा, बाकी सब
तो उसके है सर, वो चीज वो रखा है,
वो हटा दो, वो हटा दो।
आप किसके हैं? स्ट्रीमिंग लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग आप
लेके जा रहे हैं।
Good morning. Our chief guest is about to arrive. Kindly switch off your cell phones and settle down, please.
Just request. Sorry. I know. She is Sanjana. Yes, we all know Sanjana. Sorry, very well. So nice. Same here. After a long time, I think.
Hanji, quite some time now.
I'm leaving day after.
That's it.
Yes.
Yes. And the Sarah, we came for the Sarah. What's your birthday name?
They're about to just move in back into the Makes sense.
और सुनो ये गगन सबको हटा दो, आप दोनों फोटोग्राफ छोड़ के सबको हटाइए। रघुजन मंदिर की थैंक यू। ये खोलना अभी खोलना है।
एक में बिठा के बंद करने के बाद वो बंद होता है। It has happened here also. Here also to combine their team and then get warm
नमस्कार, हमारे चीफ गेस्ट जस्ट बाहर है. आई रिक्वेस्ट everyone to kindly settle down again and switch off your cell phones.
रेडी बोल के प्रॉपर्टी लेना। चलो
अच्छा लग रहा है।
Our chief guest has arrived.
हाँ मेरे को पता है, पर मेरे को भी एक आधी लेने की लेने बोला प्रॉपर।
आप भी आइए।
मैम रेडी या
फोटो के लिए जल्दी आ जाओ, जल्दी से आ जाओ। अच्छा लग रहा है।
वेरी नाइस।
चलिए मैं थोड़ा सा आगे। जितनी हमें मिल सकी मिली है अपने पेरेंट्स से, मैं उसके लिए खा लिया कॉफ़ी टेबल को खा लिया, उसी में से हमने काफ़ी प्लस लेडीज़ ने कुछ अपने नाइस आइडियाज we this is what they don't know what they will come online but we are expecting about 4 because I'm getting calls from people they're asking for buses of them how do they fly this DG is done this whole place हमने वापस चल रहे हैं ना। हाँ ये सारा हमने साथ में लगा रखा है वीडियोज ऑल्सो जितनी पिक्चर्स हमारे so that they know what exactly is happening.
Can we take a picture this way so we have the display even in the background? Thank you,
So that they can see this. Ma'am, because people don't understand what Ava is doing. It's a good idea. They ask you this way. What we do is showcase. This is another selfie point. People enjoy taking selfies.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Abhivyakti Season 3. The whole Tasha is going on, and our chief guest will be with us very soon.
Please welcome Miss नीचे थोड़ा हटिएगा।
हमारी आवा अध्यक्षा हमारे समक्ष मौजूद है।
morning.
That's my sister-in-law.
Oh, 5 years. So you would welcome me for this visit.
Do I have your permission to start, ma'am? आगाज़े सफ़र करें क्योंकि मुकाम अभी बाकी है। आगाज़े सफ़र करें क्योंकि मुकाम अभी बाकी है। रंग बिरंगी किताबों के पैगाम अभी बाकी है। चलिए शुरू करते हैं इस महफ़िल ख़ास को। चलिए शुरू करते हैं इस महफ़िल ख़ास को। पर उससे पहले करना आप सबको सलाम अभी बाकी है। Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Mrs. Subina Arora, ex officio Regional President AVA, and all the ladies of Southern Star AVA, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AVA. और अब मैं मिसेस अर्चना पांडे प्रेसिडेंट आवा की तरफ से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ मिसेस लीला पूनावाला का और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी श्रोतागण का। After the grand success of Abhivyakti Season 1 in Delhi and Abhivyakti Season 2 at Jaipur, it's a matter of great pride that Ava Lit Fest 2023 Abhivyakti Season 3 has come to Southern Command. To mark the beginning of Abhivyakti Season 3, it's my honor to invite on stage Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AVA, the gracious First Lady of Indian Army. Ma'am, we request you to deliver the opening address, please. मैं मिसेस अर्चना पांडे प्रेसिडेंट आवा की तरफ से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ मिसेस लीला पूनावाला और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण का। After the grand success of Abhivyakti Season 1 in Delhi and Abhivyakti Season 2 at Jaipur, it's a matter of great pride that Ava Lit Fest 2023 Abhivyakti Season 3 has come to Southern Command. To mark the beginning of Abhivyakti Season 3, it's my honor to invite on stage Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AVA, the gracious First Lady of the Indian Army. Ma'am, we request you to deliver the opening address, please.
I think it's... Respected Mrs. Leela Poonawala, Regional President, Southern Command AVA, all zonal presidents, distinguished members of the AVA fraternity, authors,
literature enthusiasts, and dear friends. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to be amongst you for the Abhivyakti Season 3, the Ava Literature Festival, which is a celebration of written word, a tapestry of imagination, and a testament to the power of literature of the Ava fraternity. The vibrant energy and cheerful enthusiasm all around us here is evident, and this is a proof of the hard work and effort which has gone behind organizing such a grand show. My congratulations to Mrs. Subina Arora and all the ladies of Southern Star Fraternity who have worked tirelessly to make this happen. Literature in all its forms has the remarkable ability to transcend boundaries, cultures, and time itself. It has the power to transport us to far-off lands, to introduce us to characters who become our lifelong companions, and to spark conversations that resonate long after the final page is turned. Through the pages of a book, the lines of a poem, or the verses of a play, we find ourselves connected to the human experience in ways that are profound and enduring. It is natural for us to celebrate literature as ours is a nation blessed with Vedas, Upanishads, and many other scriptures of different languages and religions passed down from generations to generations. It is a matter of great pride for us that within the army and the Ava family, we have plethora and plenty of talent in the form of authors, writers, poets, columnists, intellectuals, and thinkers who not only have made our fraternity proud, but also inspired like-minded enthusiasts to embark on a journey of storytelling, creativity, and human experience. Abhivyakti, the Ava Lit Fest, is one such event which brings together this talent on a platform where they can share their ideas, gain rich experience, talk about their extraordinary journeys, and get visibility. It also provides an opportunity to portray the army life to the outside world and gain practical insights of the literary world from established authors and writers. In the next 3 days, there are many literary delights lined up, curated together by budding and seasoned authors, poets, scribes, bloggers, creative writers, and publishers under the theme Transition, Transformation, and Transience. We also have some interesting workshops, panel discussions, and celebrity guests like Mrs. Leela Poonawala, Mr. Anupam Kher, Mr. Rajat Sharma, and Mr. Chetan Bhagat. They will share their literary experiences and engage with us in conversations. The multifaceted skills and talents of Army Wife will also be on a display at the entrepreneurial exhibition. Once again, I would want to compliment the organizers for putting up such a wonderful and a grand show. In the spirit of literary exploration, I invite you to engage, to question, and to immerse yourselves in the world of words. Attend the panel discussions, workshops, book readings, interact with authors and fellow readers, and let your imagination soar. I'm sure that you all will make the most of it and enjoy the whole experience. With these few words, I declare the third season of Ava Literature Festival, Abhivyakti Season 3, open. I am confident that the festival will inspire, invoke ideas, and spark engaging conversation amongst us. Wish you all rekindle your joy of reading and writing and go back with an enriching experience. With this, I wish you all happy reading, happy festivities, good health, and prosperity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. This festival is a celebration of words, ideas, creativity, and the beautiful imagination that brings them to life. In the next 3 days, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be experiencing the literary talent of army wives who are the authors, poets, and storytellers. Along with that, we all will witness thought-provoking panel discussions and interesting talks and workshops. और आप सबसे रूबरू भी होंगे कुछ प्रतिष्ठित हस्तियां। ना मंजिलों के लिए, ना ही रास्तों के लिए, ना मंजिलों के लिए, ना ही रास्तों के लिए, मेरा सफ़र है खुद से खुद की पहचान के लिए। लेखक की कलम, किताब, कहानी निशान है और अभिव्यक्ति मेरी पहचान है। अभिव्यक्ति ये वो मंच है जो हमारे सपनों को उड़ान देता है। ये वो सोच है, एक सोच को दिशा देता है, एक कलम को उसके सही मायने देता है, एक लेखक को उसकी पहचान देता है और हमें आपसे रूबरू होने का एक हसीन मौका देता है। सरस्वती नमस्तभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्या आरंभ करिष्यामि सिद्धि भवति मे सदा। Ma Saraswati is the one who symbolizes knowledge and learning. Like every auspicious occasion, let's start this event with a rendition of Saraswati Vandana. So now I call upon stage Mrs. Nurupa Soman. Mrs. Nurupa is a Bharatnatyam artist. She has conferred with various honors, including Nritya Shiromani Katak and Lasha Mohini Award, amongst others. Her contribution to Indian classical is immense. तो अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी मिसेस निरूपा को।
வெள்ளை தாமரை வீற்று அமர்ந்தருளும் வேதம் நான்மறை புகழ்ந்திடும் வாணி இல்லை இல்லாதொரு எழில் மிகும் தேவி சொல்லை ஆட்கொள்ளும் அருள் சுக வாணி
வெள்ளை தாமரை வீற்றமர்ந்தருளும் வேதம் நான்மறை போற்றிடும் தேவி எல்லையில்லாதொரு எழில் கலைவாணி சொல்லை ஆட்கொள்ளும் அருள் சுக பாணி வெள்ளை தாமரை வீற்றமர்ந்தருளும் வேதம் நான்மறை போற்றிடும் தேவி எல்லையில்லாதொரு எழில் கலைவாணி சொல்லை ஆட்கொள்ளும் அருள் சுக பாணி
தஜம் 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 த வி த தகதா 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 த வி த தகதா 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 த வி த தகதா தகதா
வீணையில் நாதமாய் சிந்தையாய் கீதமாய் விரிசடை நாதனும் விஞ்சனும் விமலனும் வியந்திட வீற்றருளும் வித்யாரூபிணி தாழிரும் கூந்தலாள் தாளலயமேவுவாள் ஏழிசை ஸ்வரங்களில் யாழிசை நீக்குவாள் திரிமலர் வீற்றிடும் வித்தகி வாழினி அறிவில பொறியன ஆகினாய் வாழினி அரிதரிது அரிது அருளினி ஆனந்தம் பெரிது பேருந்த திருமுருகரிசம் தாழிரும் கூந்தலாள் தாளலயமேவுவாள் ஏழிசை ஸ்வரங்களில் யாழிசை நீக்குவாள் திரிமலர் வீற்றிடும் வித்தகி வாழினி அரிதிலே பொறியன ஆகினாய் வாழினி அரிதரிது அரிது நின் அருளினி ஆனந்தம் பெரிது நின் பேருந்த
इस अद्भुत प्रस्तुति के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। खुद को कर बुलंद इतना कि खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे कि बता तेरी रज़ा क्या है। PRC is a unique institution dedicated to provide lifelong rehab care and residence to paraplegic and quadriplegic soldiers of 3 services. इन वीर जवानों के जज्बे को सही साबित करता है एक छोटा सा वीडियो। What began as a care home has grown into the all-inclusive paraplegic rehabilitation center in Khadki. Here, apart from full-time medical care, the power of positivity joins forces with comprehensive therapeutic engagements that builds holistic well-being. They say that adversity introduces a man to himself. Not only have these men embraced their struggles and strengths alike, but also created opportunities from their adversity. Even after all the challenges and hurdles, they have kept their faith and hope alive. Taking each day head on, they strive for growth because not only are they survivors, they thrive. Beyond their fiber of exemplary resilience, their never say die attitude, and their extraordinary tales of bravery and overcoming adversity, they are connected at heart by their love for literature. Many of them are poets and writers, and it's no ordinary feat for them to have kept that part alive amidst unfavorable circumstances. Some of these men with hearts of iron and one unwavering spirits have penned down their stories of victory over their circumstances, while some have given their inner creativity a chance to blossom into words and woo in pure magic.
जीतते वही हैं जिनमें जान होती है, पैरों से नहीं हौसलों से उड़ान होती है।
और यही वो लम्हा था जब ये सोच मन में आई कि क्यों ना इनके किस्से कहानियों को पिरोकर एक माला बनाएं और आप सबको उससे रूबरू कराएं। Ladies and gentlemen, now I call upon Team PRC. पंख ही काफ़ी नहीं है आसमानों के लिए, पंख ही काफ़ी नहीं है आसमानों के लिए, हौसले भी चाहिए ऊंची उड़ानों के लिए। And now I invite Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AWA, to unveil this heartwarming collection of inspiring sagas of unmatched bravery and grit. Thank you, ma'am. अब समय है हमारे इन जाबाजों के साथ रूबरू होने का। नमस्कार। आप सभी को आपकी नई पुस्तक के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। हम सब जानते हैं कि आप एक इंटरनेशनल एथलीट हैं, पर आपको लिखने के बारे में रुचि कब उत्पन्न हुई? आपने लिखने के बारे में कब सोचा?
हमने जब व्हीलचेयर पर बैठ गए तो ट्रेनिंग भी ख़त्म हो गई, बाकी बॉर्डर पर जाने का काम भी बहुत ही मौका कम मिलता है। मौका मिले तो आज भी तैयार हैं, और मौका बंद हो गया बॉर्डर पर जाने के लिए। और सभी चीज़ें बंद होने के बाद हमने सोचा कुछ न कुछ करें। तो आज बहुत खुशी की बात है, आज आपके सामने हमें मौका मिल गया। आज बहुत खुशी है। पहले मैं बोलता हूँ जय हिंद।
जय हिंद।
जय हिंद।
जय हिंद।
देखा, हमारी बेटियों में आज भी दम है। आज बहुत खुशी की बात है, हमारी आर्मी के आवा मैडम प्रेसिडेंट पांडे मैडम, उनको जो इन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया हम लोगों को, इनके लिए हमें बहुत खुशी हो रही है। हमारी बुक ओपन किया है, इसके लिए हम बहुत खुश हैं। अरे आवा मैडम को हम आशीर्वाद दे देते हैं, सदा सुहागन रहो, आसमान की बुलंदियों में नाम हो आपका। अरे आसमान की बुलंदियों में नाम हो आपका, चांद की धरती पे मुकाम हो आपका। हम तो रहते हैं सपनों की दुनिया में, मालिक करे पूरा जहान हो आपका, पूरा जहान हो आपका। हमारी दुआ है कामयाबी के हर शिखर पर आपका नाम होगा। हमारी दुआ है कामयाबी के हर शिखर पे आपका नाम होगा। आपके हर कदम पे दुनिया का सलाम होगा। आप मुश्किल काम भी आसानी से कर लेती हैं, इसलिए ये वक्त भी एक दिन आपका ही गुलाम होगा। मेरा नाम नायब सूबेदार भोपाल सिंह चौधरी है। 22 साल देश की सेवा की, 3 युद्ध लड़े, 46 साल हो गया व्हीलचेयर में बैठे, गर्दन से नीचे पूरा डेड है, लेकिन कलेजा 2.5 किलो का है। इंडियन आर्मी का जवान और राजस्थानी ऊंट कभी बुढ़ा नहीं होता। उम्र सिर्फ 84 साल है। लड़ेंगे आज़ादी वतन के लिए जब तक जान तन में है। अरे जिएंगे तो यारो आज़ाद होकर, वरना गुलाम जी कर भी क्या करेंगे। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, अरे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं, उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे। भारत माता की, भारत माता की
जय।
धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। आपकी बातें सुनकर मुझे यकीन है हम सब के हौसले और बुलंद हो गए हैं।
78 से लिखना शुरू किया मैंने, 78 से लिखना शुरू किया, पढ़ना शुरू किया, कुछ बोलना शुरू किया। पहले तो गोलियां चलाता, गोलियों की तरफ ध्यान था, उनको उनसे बोलते थे। फिर बोलना हमने सोचा कैसे न कैसे टाइम पास करने के लिए थोड़ा लिखना और पढ़ना शुरू किया, बोलना शुरू किया। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। यह मेरा सौभाग्य था कि आपसे बातचीत करने का यह अनमोल मौका मुझे मिला। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कुछ इस तरह जिद करना सीखो, कुछ इस तरह जिद करना सीखो, जो लिखा ही ना ही हो इस मुकद्दर में, जो लिखा ही नहीं हो इस मुकद्दर में, उसे भी हासिल करना सीखो। धन्यवाद।
सन 62 और 65 में पड़ोसी देशों ने भारत की संप्रभुता पर घातक हमला किया। हर सैनिक ने किया था अपना जानो तन देश के नाम समर्पित। पर जो शहीद हुए वो छोड़ गए अपना घर बार तिरंगे की आन पर। जरूरत थी एक ऐसे मजबूत कंधे की जो उस हर देशभक्त के परिवार का सहारा बन सके। इसी उद्देश्य से 23 अगस्त 1966 को आर्मी वाइव्स वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन या आवा की रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ सोसाइटीज दिल्ली प्रशासन के अंतर्गत नींव रखी गई। इस सामूहिक प्रयास ने बीड़ा उठाया न सिर्फ वीर नारियों पर उनके परिवार, सेवानिवृत्त और समर में जख्मी सैनिकों के मानसिक, आर्थिक और सामाजिक उत्थान का भी। मुश्किल की घड़ी थी और जिम्मेदारियां बड़ी। आवा ने सदस्यों को अपने पैरों पर खड़े करने के लिए निजी संगठनों की मदद से राष्ट्रीय और प्रदेश स्तर पर अनेक सशक्त योजनाओं की शुरुआत की। सदस्यों के निखरते कौशल को एक व्यापक मंच प्रदान करने हेतु 2005 में आह्वान का आरंभ हुआ। इसके अंतर्गत वीर नारियों को विविध प्रकार की हस्तकलाओं में पारंगत किया जा रहा है। आज आह्वान एक आत्मनिर्भर इकाई के रूप में अपनी साख बना वीर नारियों के बढ़ते आत्मविश्वास और आर्थिक समृद्धि का द्योतक बन चुका है। प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना के अंतर्गत आवा ने देशव्यापी प्रशिक्षण केंद्र स्थापित किए, जिसमें भर्ती हुए 13,663 प्रशिक्षणार्थियों में से 10,300 प्रमाणित किए जा चुके हैं। आवा एंटरप्रेन्योर योजना लोक कलाकारों और उद्यमियों को सफलता की नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचा रही है। इस मंच द्वारा इनकी कला देश के हर प्रमुख शहर और नई पीढ़ी तक पहुंच रही है। आवा के वीरांगना सेवा केंद्र सैन्य परिवार के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में अत्यंत सक्रिय भूमिका निभाते हैं। वीर नारियों के देश प्रेम के जज्बे और काबिलियत को सलाम करते हुए आवा ने सेना के नियमों में बदलाव लाने की पहल की और वीर नारियों का सेना में भर्ती होने का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया। सैन्य परिवारों के हित के लिए आवा सदैव कटिबद्ध है। अपनी विभिन्न दूरदर्शी योजनाओं से आवा अपने सदस्यों और समाज में व्यापक बदलाव लाती है। इनमें एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है आवा के आशा विद्यालय। भारत में अपनी तरह के विशिष्ट विद्यालयों की ये सबसे बड़ी कड़ी है। सामान्य नागरिकों के लिए उपलब्ध देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में स्थित ये विद्यालय करीब 1550 पृथक रूप से सक्षम बच्चों का भविष्य संवारते हैं। यही नहीं, आवा ने R&R अस्पताल में प्रयास नामक प्रारंभिक चिकित्सा केंद्र का उद्घाटन किया। इसमें पृथक रूप से क्षमता वाले बच्चों का व्यापक और सही समय पर निदान, पुनर्वास और चिकित्सकीय सेवाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं।
AVA has played a very important role in setting up of this center. Recognizing the need was felt when they used to interact with the families of patients with such disabilities.
प्रेरणा जैसी अनूठी पहल द्वारा आवा सेना के सभी प्रमुख अस्पतालों में प्रभावित कैंसर मरीजों और उनके परिचारकों को हर संभव सहायता प्रदान कर रही है।
Prerna is the emotional and social support group for onco patients and their caregivers.
देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में स्थापित आवा हॉस्टल्स द्वारा सैन्य परिवार के सभी बच्चों को छात्रावास की सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं।
This self-sustained facility has been created for the unmarried dependent daughters of the army personnel.
आवा लंच प्रोजेक्ट एक अनूठा कदम है जो वीर नारियों को एक सफल उद्यमी बनाने के साथ साथ आज मुख्यालय के 8 विक्री केंद्रों में नाम मात्र शुल्क में ताज़ा, स्वादिष्ट और पौष्टिक खाना उपलब्ध भी कराता है। आशा, विश्वास और आस्था के सिद्धांतों पर अडिग आवा वीर नारी ही नहीं बल्कि आर्थिक रूप से कमजोर वर्ग, मेधावी बच्चों के लिए छात्रवृत्ति या अनुदान और शहीद हुए सैनिकों के परिवारों की आर्थिक मदद के लिए अनुग्रह राशि भी प्रदान कराती है।
आशा, विश्वास और आस्था आवा के प्रमुख स्तंभ है। हमारा प्रयास है कि महिलाओं और बच्चों को आने वाली चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए पर्याप्त रूप से तैयार करें। आवा एक बड़े परिवार की तरह है जहां हम सब एक साथ मिलकर त्योहार मनाते हैं, अपने सुख दुख बांटते हैं और इसी में हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है।
A glimpse of the inspiring work that ABBA has been doing for the past so many years. We promise you a morning of great inspiration and great learnings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Parul, and it is my privilege to introduce our eminent guest this morning, who is the pride of not just Pune, but the entire country. The original First Lady of the corporate world in India. Picking up the pieces of her life after landing in this very city as a child refugee after partition, to becoming a top industrialist, corporate consultant, philanthropist, and humanitarian, her journey has been one of great fortitude and enterprise. Determined to be different, she was the first woman to graduate in the more action-oriented and down to shop floor working stream of mechanical engineering from the College of Engineering, Pune, way back in 1967. Her climb to the corporate ladder, back then, when there were hardly any women in the senior leadership positions, speaks volumes about her vision, her sound judgment, and her capacity for sustained good work. Rising from being an apprentice in a Swedish multinational, she became the chairperson and managing director of the same company in less than 20 years. In fact, there was a time when she was running 2 companies simultaneously and successfully. She was India's first female CEO of a multinational company. In 1996, she launched a foundation to support academically outstanding but financially deprived girls. Currently, on the board of many reputed companies and the recipient of many national and international honors, such as the Swedish Civilian Honor, the Polar Star, and the Mahatma Lifetime Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome the trailblazer, the very distinguished Padma Shri, Mrs. Leela Poonawalla. Thank you, Mrs. Poonawalla, for joining us today. The list of your achievements is incredibly inspiring. It's been an unconventional journey, and I'm sure anything but easy. Did you actively plan and work towards it? Were you always determined to take the road less traveled?
First of all, let me start with saying good morning to all of you. It's a lovely, bright day, and I'm sure that all of you are going to enjoy these 3 days of festivities that have been organized by AWA. It's an amazing thing that AWA is doing. I of course knew what you all are doing, but looking at what has been done from 1966 onwards, it's really inspiring. Leave what we have achieved as individuals, but you are doing what you're doing for those who need it the most. So it's a great thing, and I really admire the work that AWA is doing. After I saw what the film showed, it shows the sacrifices that the soldiers make and how you, AWA, are recognizing their efforts and supporting them to see that they create a new life for themselves. Very good. Congratulations, AWA. Okay, now coming to the question answers. She's going to ask too many questions. It's working. You can hear me? Okay, please repeat your question as to what plans I made.
Your journey, because it's been so unconventional. Were you always like something like mechanical engineering? Back then, nobody even thought of it. You were the first woman to do that from COAP Pune. So I wanted to know that, were you always determined to take the road less traveled?
In a way, yes, you can say that. Because if I would not have done that, you wouldn't have called me on the stage today. So I always wanted to be something different. And probably, you know, about planning, I really didn't plan anything. Life is to be taken step by step as it comes to you. And every step you do, plan the next step. Every step you achieve, plan the next step. So it has always been with me. And it's not only achieving as you go along. I think as we go along in our life and we achieve few things, we must also celebrate. I have always had a habit that whenever I achieve a small step, I celebrate and then set a new target. Because if I, as an apprentice, would have dreamt that I want to become the managing director, I would have been very unhappy. Because I wouldn't have enjoyed the journey of traveling from an apprentice to MD. So when I became an apprentice, my first plan was that I should get confirmed in this organization. Because getting a job in those days for a woman engineer was not easy. So I should get confirmed. And when I got confirmed, I achieved, I celebrated. And you'll wonder how I celebrated. With very little salary, we used to get 200 rupees salary per month in those days. With that little salary, how do I celebrate? My celebration was to call all my colleagues, come, let's go to the canteen and we'll have vada pav. They thought I'm crazy. For what? I said, because I've now been confirmed. Let's celebrate. And who wouldn't want a free vada pav, even today? So that's why my habit has been to plan step by step as we go along and enjoy the journey. And about becoming an engineer, I planned it. When I was in college, I wanted to do something different than others. So I said, why not become an engineer? An engineer, there were already few girls in civil, electrical and all. Why not become a mechanical engineer, which is different? That's how I became a mechanical engineer.
And Mrs. Poonawalla, what have been the defining decisions that you've taken in your life which have led to this incredible success?
First, to decide to become an engineer, and then to decide that I want to work. Because again, getting permission from parents in those days for a girl to work in all men's organization was not so simple. So deciding and sort of cajoling my parents that I need to work. And having worked, I wanted to work on the shop floor. Because I believe that if you do not start at the bottom line and understand what it feels like at the bottom, you will never understand what the top is. And therefore, I started with planning and achieving, determined to do my apprenticeship on the shop floor. I worked almost 5 years on the shop floor with my workers. And that's the time when I learned the best thing of how to manage humans. Everybody thought, I'm a girl, how am I working with men? Don't they bother you? I said, no, I'm not a girl or a boy, I'm a person. Let me learn how to work Working is what is important, and I would definitely make friends with all the workmen. They used to call me sister at that time, and they used to give me the incentive time after they finish their work that, come, sister, we will teach you. And that's how I learned every basic things of engineering, practical implementing engineering rather than just the theory of engineering.
You worked with them.
Yes, yes, I worked with them shoulder, and they are the ones who supported me right up till I became the managing director. Because even when I became managing director, for them I was sister. There was no madam at that time. So when you call me madam, I don't like it.
Not. And as you said that you rose from being an apprentice to the chairperson and managing director, what were your observations, or what are some of the things you learned as a woman in power, as a woman in charge of things, of running things?
I don't know why we always define women and men separately. You remember, men also have to feel what they have to do in the power, how they have achieved power. How can men also be leaders? So you see, it's that person. Again, I come back to that we are persons, we are people. We need to learn how to work as a person and not to distinguish ourselves as a man or a woman. Once we start to do that, we start to expect some special things for us. Because I'm a woman, I should get something favorite. No, nothing of that sort. I just grew up, yes. As I went along the line, I learned a lot of things. I learned, of course, there are experiences where a woman was not acceptable. Like when I was going for first time, I became export manager, and I was traveling first time to Middle East to sell our products. Now in Middle East in those days, 50 years back, women were not even considered as being equal. So leave alone taking a bag and going there to sell my products. So that was when I felt the need that I need a man. So I asked my husband, will you come with me? He came with me. Believe me or not, they wouldn't talk to me. They were talking to him. They would shake hands with him. I had the briefcase, but they will talk to him. So these are the experiences that you went through. And I think I don't blame men or women in this situation. It is that everybody had to experience how a woman will deal with any such thing when she's faced with it. There were no previous examples. There were no previous, like it's happening now in the army. Now you find the women joining Navy, Indian Navy, Air Force, everything. But that had to evolve as we went along. Someone had to prove something slowly to be acceptable. And that is what I experienced. Power and leadership comes with responsibilities. You can't be having power and not having delivered. The power comes with delivery. And power should not be misused. Power should be used effectively. When I was appointed as the managing director, my company, at that time called as Vulcan Laval, was in great trouble. There was a big labor issue. There were the workers sitting out in the at the gate because they were on strike. And when I was appointed to take this out from the Swedes, because it was a Swedish company, I was given a kind of a mandate that, Leela, possibly you can close the company. Because we don't want to run a company which is making losses, which is having so much labor trouble. So you have the right to close the company if you want. So with that mandate, I came to become a managing director. But I realized that, okay, it's very easy to end things rather than to create things. And, okay, I would close the factory. I would not be so helpless. I had a husband. The company promised me a job in another country. So I could easily close it and close the chapter. And I said, what happens to all these workers and their families? If you close the company, what happens? So I did not do that. I sat down, I discussed with the unions, I brought the unions up, they cooperated with me, and the best thing I learned there is to do role playing. If you become a union leader and discuss with union, you realize what are their issues, what are their problems, why do they fight, why they are fighting. And similarly, I told the union leader when we started to discuss that you sit in my chair as a managing director. If you are managing director and all the demands that you guys are making, is it possible for the managing director to implement that? They said no. I said, then why are we both fighting? And that is how I resolved the labor problem, by role playing and not by power. Power, it was very easy to discharge them all. Khalas. I become a big leader in the industry. I manage I closed the factory. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be a creative leader. And that's how we started off. And that's how Alfa Laval progressed so well.
As a leader, you rightly said that there are so many conflicts and they have to be resolved creatively. So yes, indeed, you were a creative leader.
As a leader also, you can solve all the problems if you do role playing. If you do role playing, even in your family, if you do role playing, you can solve all the problems. Mother-in-law, daughter-in-law always have problems. But if daughter-in-law could just role play her mother-in-law's role, I did that. I used to, when I came back from work, my mother-in-law, what would she expect from me? To sit with her, to chat with her, to talk about her problems. कि आज बाई नहीं आई, आज दूध का प्राइस बढ़ गया, आज ये कोतमीर नहीं मिला. These were her issues. And if I come from Alfa Laval and say, why don't you understand what my workers are saying? I've got so many problems. Would she understand? No. So what is the point of picking up a quarrel? Role playing, be like her. And she was so happy with me. I was the best daughter-in-law.
Oh, I'm sure.
My advice to all of you is to do role playing, even with your husbands. Role play. See that if he was in that situation as you are and you are demanding what you're demanding, is it possible for you to deliver? You'll get all the answers, you'll get all the solutions.
Also, Mrs. Poonawala, I think role play brings the empathetic side. You are
Absolute-
more
absolute-
empathetic when you're
absolute.
able to put yourself in the other person's
Absolutely,
shoes.
absolutely.
As you rightly said, that a leader, it's not important what the gender is. However, practically speaking, do you think the challenges for leaders, for men and women in leadership positions, are they same or are they slightly different?
Maybe slightly different, because again I come back to not today. In those days, because there were no women at the top level, when the board of directors would deal with me, probably they did not know what to expect, how I will react, how I would behave. Whereas I knew it, because I could talk to my husband, and I always used to put across, if this situation comes down, how would you handle it? So I would get the insight of how a man handles it. They had no experience of how a woman will handle it. So in a way, I think I was at an advantage rather than a disadvantage. And I think I used that very effectively. They were quite sympathetic. Yeah, whenever we were having problems, they would definitely want to support me, thinking that maybe I need that support. They are better in position. I didn't care if they thought that, as long as I solved my problem.
Did you have enough mentors in the corporate world? Do we have a system of mentors in the corporate world? Because also the thing about mentors is that you don't get to choose them. They choose you. Did you have any mentors, and how did you cultivate them?
Actually speaking, mentoring has become more effective now, and it's become kind of a routine that you should have mentors in their organizations. In our time, mentorship was not known also as a word mentor, but obviously you definitely needed someone to guide you, and that happens, your boss automatically becomes your mentor. At every position, when I was an apprentice, the person I was reporting to becomes your mentor. He guides you, he tells you, and then he guides you what you need to do, not to do. So that is mentoring. So as you go along, you start to mentor the younger person that reports to you. So it's a continuous process. And you don't choose your mentors. As you rightfully said, we don't choose your mentors. Mentors choose you in the sense, I was chosen by the senior person to become an export manager. I was chosen by the Swedish management to become a managing director. So obviously the person who recommended me also guided me on how to run the company, what to do. For example, the first time when I took over managing director's position, I had to address my staff, complete all the managers and all, and my mentor, as you call him as mentor, my boss, he was with me on the stage, and I started to make my first speech. So I'd written down a speech, very nice, big speech, and I started to read that speech. I read it, and finished my speech. At the end, he told me, Leela, you made all the speech. Did you look at the audience if anybody is listening to you? Never read a speech. Prepare your thoughts. Speak from your heart. And never ever read what you are just writing like this, because that doesn't cut ice. You should have your thoughts clear, and you should communicate with the people by looking at them, taking eye contact with the audience, so that you are able to understand whether they are interested in what you're saying or you're not saying. This was one mentorship that I learned from him, and ever since I don't write any speech. You send me big questions, but I didn't write anything. I said I'll answer as I feel like here. When I see how many people are really keen on listening to what I'm saying, accordingly I'll change. Sorry for that.
No, not at all, please. And you're a pro. People like us need rehearsal. You are completely at ease here. Mrs. Poonawalla, we are at an army event today. And our organization has this extraordinary sisterhood of women where women support each other at all levels. Do we have such kind of sisterhood in the corporate world? And also, do you think we will benefit from such kind of sisterhood where we can take advice from each other and learn from each other?
Very difficult question to answer, because in my time there was no question of sisterhood. It was personhood, because there were no other women there. But currently I do find in organizations women relating to each other. But I again come back saying that the women find it much more support with their men colleagues than their women colleagues. I'm sorry to say that, because every time two women start to go up the ladder, they think they are competing with each other as men, as women. So now, if I teach her what I'm doing, I will not get the promotion. I'm still thinking myself as a woman. I have very little opportunities. So sisterhood, putting together as face value is good. But actually speaking, it does not work.
What can we do to make it work?
What can we do to make it work? Just don't say it is sisterhood. It's just colleagues. We are colleagues working together. Let's work together and go ahead. Yes, there are certain issues which women need to talk to women, but that is not professional. That is just personal issues. I've got into problem with somebody in the office. I need to share it with somebody, what action I should take. These are different things. But that is, I don't think that is really, I've never seen so many women sitting together in any organization.
That's the beauty of AVA.
Yes, that's the beauty of AVA. I've never seen, I mean, we've got big organization employing thousands of people, but never have I seen a gathering like this of all women, dealing and talking to each other and relating to each other. And I really don't think it is important. In my opinion, it is not. Maybe others may differ. I still feel it's good to work with male and female colleagues together, because then you are relating to the work-relating issues rather than all the time talking about personal issues.
Mrs. Poonawalla, what have been certain values that have guided you all your life? Core values.
Values is hard work, honesty, credibility, honesty to yourself. Be honest to yourself before you think you can be honest to the world. Hard working is very important. Work to the best that you can without expecting returns. When I used to work, you will not believe, I was a mechanical engineer. One day my boss calls me and tells me, Leela, that our maintenance manager has resigned, so I want you to take over maintenance. Maintenance means not of workshop maintenance, housekeeping. I want you to take over all the housekeeping work, gardens, and seeing the cleanliness and conservancy services and all that. I looked at him and I said, sir, I am a mechanical engineer. He says, yes, I know that. But this is a job available now. Do you want to take it or you want to leave it? I said, let me think. I went home. I cried. As usual, we cry. It's very easy for us. I cried to my husband. I said, this is what they're doing because I'm a girl. Again, here where I myself devalued myself. I'm a girl. They are doing this to me. He gave me one lesson, which I think I still implement and remember. He says, Leela, see, you have been given an assignment. Yes? Now, if you like it, you take it and enjoy it and perform the best at it. If not, leave it. I will still provide you with food. I knew that day that I will not be able to get another job because women were not getting jobs those days. I said, okay, I'll understand what he says. I went back. I told my boss, yes, I'll take it. I will take it, and I put all my heart and soul into it. Believe me or not, in those days, Valkan Lawal Gardens were getting the Governor's Cup for 5 consecutive years. Those of you who were in Pune Women's Council, I don't know any one of you, they used to have this yearly competition. 5 years I got Governor's Cup. And I was the one who, when I started to look at the toilets, I went to the workers' toilet. Of course, I couldn't go to men's toilet alone, so I took the union leader with me. And I saw, we used to get that Lifebuoy soap, which we used to keep on the basin. And there used to be more germs in it than cleanliness, because it used to become pach, like this. So I said, how can you clean your hands with this? So I went and fought with the management and got those bottles introduced. You know, there were bottles where you could put liquid soap. I got that introduced, and the union was so happy that I've done something creative for them. The companies in Pune started to scold our management that, what are you doing? You're spoiling the workers. They're all demanding now in our company. So I told boss to tell them to do what you like. We are managing our company, you manage yours. Simple as that. So you have to be hardworking, enjoy whatever you're taking to do. If you don't like it, leave it and go. But don't stay there and say in the morning, today also I have to go to work. No, I want to go today to work, I have this to do, that to do. The excitement you build in your own life is what really makes you successful. You have to build your own excitement. Don't ask for people to help you outside. Your best helping hand is at the end of your own arm. Help yourself. Motivate yourself. Self-motivation is the best motivation that you can get. Okay, if you tell me I'm good, I like it, but I'm not dependent on it. I play my life the way I want to play it. These are my values. Just be honest to yourself, work hard, look at yourself as being the one to help yourself. You can look for help outside, but that's not the end of it. Okay?
Absolutely. And also, I think you were completely unafraid of accepting challenges like these, like maintenance. I'm sure back then must have been so difficult for you going to the loos, even with the union leader, but amazing.
But that's when I won them over.
When you accept a challenge, then you also get the desired result.
Yes.
Also, Mrs. Poonawalla, this transformational work that you've been doing with the Leela Foundation, where you are helping girls from economically disadvantaged background. You've been doing this for the last 2 decades. And it's a very interesting model because it goes beyond scholarship. They provide career counseling and mentoring. There's a lot of hand-holding. Would you highlight some of the experience, some of the things that you've experienced while handling Leela Foundation, while working with these girls?
Sure, I can do that. But I expected you to ask me a question, why did I start this foundation?
Yes,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you that. I started this foundation because, as she said right in the beginning, introduction, I came here as a refugee. I started in a school in Phule Market, municipal school, sitting on the floor, writing on a slate. And the fee was 1 big paisa we used to have. That was the fee of the school. I started my life from there. But you know, when you don't know what is happening around you, you're happy with what you have. So we were happy children. Then after 3-4 years, my mother shifted me to Mount Carmel. That's an English medium school. Again, fee was very little because it was a missionary school. And that's where I started. So I grew up in a home where there was happiness, but maybe not everything that a child should get. But we didn't know what we should get. Like, we used to get 1 egg per week because we were 5 children. And my mother was alone. I didn't have a father. He died even before partition. And so, but we were happy. Today is my turn to get egg. Today is my turn to get a glass of milk. Because there was no media, there was no TV to show what other children are getting. There was no Amul advertisement coming there on the television telling you, oh, you can have this, you can have that. So we were happy children. But as we started to grow and I wanted to do my engineering, I definitely needed support. Because my brothers were also young. We were a very small, young family. So my grandmother's rich friends were helping in giving some money for the fees, also giving me down clothes, hand-down clothes, and all that. So I felt giving is something that can help. Giving is something that can turn around life. This giving helped me to turn around my life and become an engineer, and start to work, and become where I am. And there are enough needs that you meet which you don't need all that you earn, right? And therefore, when I was retiring at about, age 50, on my 50th, now you know how old I am. At my age 50, I thought of starting this. My company wanted to give me a gift on my 50th because I was a very successful executive. I had great achievements in USSR. I traveled a lot in USSR. And at that time, USSR did not have foreign currency, nor did India have foreign currency. So I was very successful in doing a deal even now it is called, we had a rupee trade deal. So we used to send them equipment, they used to pay us in dollars, and we used to buy in dollars and sell it to them in rupees, and in return we would get all our arms and whatever we are all using still. So in this situation, when I completed my, I didn't complete, I was still after 50th year when they said they gave me a reward, and with that reward money, I applied for getting registration for the foundation, and I got it registered in 1995. So my first batch that I supported was in 1996 with 20 girls. And thereafter, I worked another 4 or 5 years and I retired in the year 2020. And I felt that I have enough money, my husband looks after me. So all my retirement benefits and all that I put into the foundation. And that's how the foundation took off. We started with 20 girls, 25 girls, small portion, and slowly we grew up. And today I'm very happy to tell you that per year we give about 1,500 girls scholarship, and we got more than 14,000 girls in our program. And with these 14,000 girls, we must have given roughly about 70,000 scholarships, because it's a support for the whole course. If engineering, it is 4 years course. If a girl in my school program starts on the 7th standard and has 10 years support till she graduates. And I'm very happy to tell you that 4 of my school batches have already graduated, because we started that program a little late when we were more comfortable with funds. Because that's a commitment of 10 years to the girl. We write a bond and give it to them. And so do their parents sign a bond that they will not remove the girl. And principally we are dealing with low strata of society. For them to remove the girl after 10th is the easiest thing to do and get her married. But we make them sign a bond that if you do that, you'll have to return back all the money that I've spent on your daughter. So there are very few children moving out. This is how we started the foundation. And this is my success in USSR, which made my company recognize me, is why the government of India gave me the Padma Shri. Padma Shri was not given for my social work. Padma Shri was given for my professional success. And I think I was the first businesswoman who got a Padma Shri for the government for business world. Because I brought so much, I brought a $16 million order at that time from USSR. In 50 years, 60 years ago, $16 million was a hell of a lot of money for the country. We needed foreign currency. It was a time when we did not have money. We had to take approval of RBI for our travel expenses and come back and submit the bill to RBI, because they were very conscious about the money that we need. So this is how the foundation started, and today I don't look back. I feel so happy when I see my child writing to me or coming and seeing me. That mom, they call me mom, and they call my husband dad. So we are mom and dad. Mom, I got a job, and you know, mom, how much starting package I'm getting? I'm getting starting package of 12 lakhs rupees. I'm getting starting package of 15 lakhs. The package that they're getting these days varies from 4.5 lakhs to 24 to 25 lakhs. It's amazing what my girls are doing. And especially those who are coming from Manchar, Kamshet, these school children, they are absolutely amazing. One day a girl came with her father to me. He came, they of course removed the slippers and all and came inside to tell me that she's got a salary of 10 lakhs to start with. So father comes and tells me, Bhai, hey Moli, काय म्हणता ते? 10 lakh काय असतो? Lakh काय असतो? What is this lakh? What is the meaning of a lakh? Because he was a farmer with annual income of 60,000 rupees. So making such changes in life is very amazing. Having pujaris, father and mother, traveling to Germany to meet their daughter because she's working there, I think this is something very rewarding. And this you have to be in it to feel it. The joy of giving has to be felt. You cannot describe it. You cannot describe it. I've got a girl from Parvati slum whom I recruited, who came barefooted for interview. I asked her in the interview, how have you come? Why have you come for this? Me gapshap karayla alele. That was the answer she gave. This type of girl today, she's a professor in New York University. And I think these stories, for the 25 years, 27 years that I have been, their children are now becoming engineers. Their children are becoming PhDs. So this is very, very rewarding. It's very rewarding. You will feel it if you do it.
And it's leading Indian ladies ahead.
That's my name,
Leela.
unfortunately.
Leela.
I think God decided this is what I should do.
Mrs. Poonawalla, how important is it to find the right partner when a woman's career is as successful as yours?
It is important for anybody to find the right partner. Even for a man, it is important to find the right partner. Because woman can destroy a man's life. I can tell you that. So it is important for both to find the right partner, like it was for me. Of course, for a woman, partner support is more important because the society is still not with the women. Society is still against women. If there's anything small wrong, society will blame woman, not the man. So there is definitely required, but both require each other's support. And in my case, yes, he was a great partner. There were times when I used to travel overseas, alone, and leave him behind. He definitely, being left behind, he would go to my mother, or he would go to his mother, have dinner, sit together. In fact, not his mother, most of my mother was worried. She used to ask him, Firoz, you're allowing your wife to go away alone there. She'll be with men. She'll be having dinners with men. Don't you think that that's not correct and she might go away? He says, if she finds a better man than me, let her go. That was the answer. That was his answer to him. So having faith, trust, confidence in each other's capacity, capability, plus relationship is very important. And that's what I got from him. That's what I got from him. He was very trustworthy. And therefore, till today, now he's 86, I'm 80. So, I think this is, our marriage is 54 years old and we are continuing.
Touch wood. It's been as you rightly said, long and solid partnership with Mr. Firoz
Plus,
Poonawalla.
our partnership, we decided not to have a child. Because my brothers, sisters, they had love. I don't have sister. My brothers all had children. His brother, his sister, all had children. So we convinced our parents that you have enough grandchildren in the house. Leave us alone. Always parents are after you. Especially since he was the eldest and I was the only girl in the family. So they were after us. We said, just leave us alone. We want to make a success of our life and we want to do something different. So that doing different was there right from the beginning.
That's what I said, that always determined to be
It's not
different.
that we could not have children. We decided not to have children because there were enough children in the house, in both the families.
Now you have all these girls in
And
the
now
Leela
I've got
Foundation.
so many children, mom, dad.
What would you recommend marriage to the girls of today, the young ladies of today who are quite reluctant to take this route?
No, marriage is really important in life. I'll tell you what. You're young now, you feel you can move around, you can do things on your own, everything. But as you grow old, you need companionship more than just a marriage. You need companionship, you need someone to be there with you together, not necessarily waiting for you only at home, but be together with you to converse with, to talk to share things, to travel together. You need companionship. You at the age of 25, 26, 30 probably don't feel it. But the moment you start to become 35, 40, you feel lonely. You start to feel lonely. So I think marriage is important. But when you're getting married, please be careful that not to expect too much from each other. You have to learn to understand each other. You have to learn to give to each other. And not only each other's family is also equally important. Where we miss out is not taking caring of the families. You see, when a woman enters, woman is leaving her home and coming to another house. Now, you cannot come in another house and start from first day to have your way. It's not possible. The lady of the house has lived 27, 28 years, brought up your husband. She has got her own ways of working. She has got her own thoughts. The way she works. So you have to once again do the role playing and get into her shoes. That if my son was going to do this and only support his wife and not me, would it be good? No. Let it be. Let it be. Take it slowly. Accept little by little. Okay, she wants you to do some work, do it. You're not going to die if you do some work. I can tell you that. Nothing happens. Get up an hour earlier. I used to get up at 4 o'clock. I still get up at 4:35 in the morning. Because it's good to get up, clear your work, plan your day, and go ahead. So I would recommend everybody should get married Whether you marry or you just have a partner, it's immaterial, but you should have a partner.
What is the best advice that you've received and the one that you chose to ignore, which kept you in good stead? And you were glad that you ignored it.
Ignoring of course, definitely I did not ignore anything. When I was getting this job of looking after maintenance, all my colleagues said, Leela, don't accept it. It's better that you go rather than accept this. This is not on. This is insulting engineers. I could have accepted that advice and left it, but I didn't. And I think I don't regret it. Had I not gone ahead with what I was doing, I wouldn't be where I reached. Yeah. So you have to call your own shots. And yeah, that's it.
The best advice?
My husband has been a regular advisor. As I said, he is one person who doesn't feel, less than my wife is crossing me. I'm not up to the mark. Or he's always felt I'm the best. And he is my greatest admirer. He's like my PR. He doesn't mind. We went to Germany one time. We went to Germany and we landed there. We were checked into the hotel. And next day I was to go to the office. And since he was not going to the office, he was going to go sightseeing. So the German driver came with a car. Then he said, we have to go to the office. I said, yes, I'll come to the office. No, not you. You sightsee, sir, office. I said, no, I office, sir, sightseeing. No. You go sightseeing. German arguing with me like this. I said, will you please take me to the office? The other car will pick him up for sightseeing. He didn't mind being sort of recognized like this, that the people there think that he should be the boss rather than me. He was quite happy and enjoying himself. And he has continued this right through. It doesn't bother him that I'm the chairperson of the foundation and he's the second in command. But he still works very hard for the foundation. All my school program, he looks after it. He loves those small children who call him dad. And we are both very adjustable to each other.
Your journey has been incredible, your life journey. And there are so many life lessons, management lessons, and leadership lessons in there. Have you considered writing your memoirs? We are at a Lit Fest. I have to ask you this.
No, well, I have not considered writing, but there was one Joshi, Mrs. Joshi. She's a writer. She came one day to me saying that one of the publishing houses asked her to write a book on me. I said, but I don't want to spend money on writing books. I've got so many girls to look after. She said, no, we won't charge you anything, but we just want to write your story. I said, okay. So she went ahead and has written a book called Agard Leela in Marathi. It was appreciated, that book was appreciated by so many people, and everybody said that I should translate into English. So while translating it into English, I said to my husband, why don't you also add something on? So it becomes our life story. So that is called Incredible Duo. So we've written a book with a little bit of what she has written, little bit of what he has written, and so we have one book. It's not our life story. It is some of the things that we have done, like you're asking today, some stories, some experiences of how we went into helicopter and all such things, And now is 85th year, we'll get over 86th birthday. I have sponsored a writer to write a book only on him. So, which I want to gift to him from his childhood, how he has gone and how he has tolerated all nonsense from me. So that book will be released. We are thinking of writing a book on our travels, not our life story, on our
like to travel quite a bit.
We have traveled to more than 60 countries. We love to travel, and we have lots of experiences. And I have got recording of all that we have gone through, because I am very fond of recording things. I have software packages where I've got all pictures put in. I can locate a picture of 1972 if I want to, because they're all cardexed. Similarly, with all the gifts I give, the gifts I receive, they're all cardexed. The souvenirs, I'm a collector of souvenirs. If you come to my house, you can call it a museum if you like. So I'm a collector of many items. So, but they're all organized. I'm a big organizer. Visitors who come to my house are also recorded. When they came, what dinner I gave them. So that when they come next time, I don't repeat the same dinner. So this all is a software program. I introduced software much, much earlier than when software really came in.
Really befriended technology and
we had
making good use of it.
Because otherwise, after I retired in 2020, I had nothing to do. Everybody said that, well, okay, now you've earned enough. Now stay at home, relax. I said, no, no. I re-qualified myself. I went through a course to do computers. I did computers. I appointed a coach to. He would not allow me to come to his class. He said, everybody will think that from where this old lady has come. I said, no, but I want to learn. So he used to come home and he taught me. And I think that was very good decision that I made, because after that the company started to offer me not job but consultancies. Then they started to offer me board positions because I became conversant with the technologies they are dealing with. So I could contribute as an independent director. I could contribute my management skills, my technical skills, my engineering skills. All that put together, I became valuable.
Absolutely. The book that you mentioned, Incredible...
Incredible Duo.
Incredible, right. And when do we see a book exclusively on you?
I really don't think anything is necessary to write.
So much to write.
All my girls know me, and I really don't think... These things, they are exciting in the first 1, 2, 3 years. After that, they are lost. Biographies, after some time, are lost. So I really, like, you put so much time and effort in building so many things for yourself. Once you're dead, 1 year, 2 years, it will be remembered. Your house, somebody will live in. Your furniture, somebody else will take care. Your children or grandchildren also will. Do I know the name of my great-grandfather? No. So we have forgotten. So I really don't think writing a book is going to be all that interesting. But let us see. I don't say yes or no, because time is also a shortage item, especially for me, with so many girls coming every day for claims.
That's a lot of work.
Mentoring them, guiding them. They continue to have problems with their mother-in-laws, husbands. So sitting them, counseling them, it's all fun. I think that is better than writing down what I have done.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Poonawalla, for answering our questions with your characteristic wit, honesty and clarity. And your beliefs, especially when you spoke about the Leela Foundation, resonates so much with us. When you spoke about the joy of giving, you have to feel it. We in the army feel the same. Because for us also, the motto that we live by is service before self.
Yes.
And so many takeaways from the conversation with you. The journey, as you rightly said, that maybe it's not the destination which is so important, but the journey, to go step by step. And the little celebrations and rewards, little pat on the back for us every time we achieve something, that's so important and yet underrated. So, and of course, the advice about the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law bit, that is something that I will definitely apply. The role play.
Yes.
So
It's
crucial.
going to help you. You'll be a happy woman, I can tell you that.
Thank you, Mrs. Poonawalla.
And the best daughter-in-law.
Thank you. Thank you once again.
I just would like to tell, since I'm talking to army members, you see, when you ladies take a decision to marry a man from the army, don't you think you yourself are taking a decision that I'll face life as it comes? It's a big decision to make. It's not an easy decision to make. Where our decisions are not so important, are not so challenging as your decision is. Because you have many more challenges in the life unknown than we have. So I really admire all you women who are married to people from the army. You all are doing a great job. It's not easy to make these decisions. So you are great decision makers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Poonawalla. And thank you for sparing your invaluable time today to be with us on the inaugural day of Abhivyakti. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a standing ovation?
No, why standing?
Why not?
No, sit down, sit down. Just clap, that's good enough.
The audience feels that you truly and rightfully deserve it. So much to learn from you. And
okay, then I will also stand up with you. Come, let's all clap together. Life is beautiful, so let's all enjoy it together.
Thank you, Mrs. Poonawalla. I would request Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AWA, to come on stage and felicitate Mrs. Leela
My
Poonawalla.
dear girl, you forgot to ask them questions. You had that you will open it to the audience to ask questions.
Yes, also that. But since we were running a little behind the schedule, anyone from the audience, if you have any questions for Mrs. Leela Poonawalla? Yes, please. We have someone there.
I'm so happy. Give her a mic so she doesn't have to walk so much.
No, yes, I'll give her a mic.
Not you. There must be another mic. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to everyone present here. And Leela ji, I just wanted to thank you because a lot of my students have got your fellowship, the foundation fellowship. I was teaching at the pharmacy college in South.
Your name I didn't get, ma'am.
I'm Ulka Mashruwala, wife of Wing Commander Mashruwala.
Oh.
I'm also a services wife. And I really want to thank you for all the help that you have given our students. We have met on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, when I saw you, I thought I've seen you somewhere.
I've come to your place also a couple of times.
I thought I've seen you.
So I just want to thank you. And
You're most welcome. You're not thanking me, thank God.
It was a wonderful experience having you here with us.
We will continue to do this. I can assure you we'll continue for another 50 years. I've got an excellent CEO now who's managing the foundation. So I can travel more, but she will definitely continue to sustain the foundation for many years to come.
I'm sure that.
Thank you. Keep blessing.
Definitely. And your blessings are important for us too. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question in case there are any. Yes, please.
Good, the question's coming from a man.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Atul, and I've come all the way from Dehradun.
Wow.
And it was,
lovely place.
Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure hearing you. I'd like to start with that. And my question is very relevant. What I gathered from today's conversation after having heard you was the way you spoke was very inspiring and really heart-touching. Why? Precisely because you were so forthright. What I want to know from you is, now, these days, what we are noticing is that people are not forthright, especially in the corporate world. There is more of diplomacy, right? Handling men, handling people, people. So, I would like you to tell us all, particularly me, is it better to be more forthright in the corporate world and life at large, or be, manipulative and, just push your way up? What is a better way to go ahead in life?
Be realistic in life. No point in pretending about things. One day you'll be found out in any way. So as I said, started with be honest to yourself. Just think what I'm taking the next step. Am I taking it honestly? Ensuring that I do not hurt anybody for nothing. In the corporate world also, it is important. The leader who ultimately reaches the top is not really the one who has played cards diplomatically, but the one who has worked hard and has carried his team. Remember, the commandant has to be in the trenches with the troops. If the commandant is not in the trenches with the troops, the war will not be won. Absolutely. So you have to be realistic, you have to be with your people, and you have to represent them as you go up the ladder honestly and sincerely.
And ma'am, ऐसा क्यों है कि ऐसा नहीं है आजकल?
क्योंकि money has made all the difference. Everybody just runs after money. But I again come back what I told her, that you're forgetting that you're here today, tomorrow you may not be there. So that's not important. Important is to be remembered as that you were a good person to the time, at least that generation.
How wonderful.
I would request you, don't get carried away by outside environment. Be honest and stand up, you will shine.
Thank you so much. That was valuable, ma'am. Thank you.
As a leader, you always have to lead from the front and get your hands dirty. One can't do without it. I would request Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AWA, to felicitate Mrs. Leela Poonawala.
Happy Diwali to all of you, and also wish you a very happy new year and a successful, happy, beautiful life. Thank you.
Thank you. After such a stimulating conversation, it is now time for a high-octane energy performance by the Manini Dhol Tasha Group of Pune. They've been performing for the last 12 years, and today they present their act before you. The Manini Dhol Tasha Group.
प्रणाम 1 2 3 भारत माता की जय वंदे मातरम
ओके थैंक यू
start the panel discussion. Am I audible? Very good morning to each one of you. Before we start this session, I want to inform you all that there are two more events happening in Sanjog Hall and Auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lieutenant Colonel Manmohinder Kaur, retired, and I am the host for today's panel discussion, Picking the Mightier Weapon. I got commissioned in the year 2000 and hung my uniform in 2021. And very often, I was asked by my civilian friends about my army routine. Kya karte ho tum? What is your nature of job? Well, it was very difficult for me to put it into words, to sum up my Fauji routine, the kind of exposure we army people get, and the traits that get evoked in the process. It's incredible. Each day brings a new opportunity, a new role, and by the end of it, we are literally jack of all trades. But then there are few amongst us who not only fit perfectly into the army rigmarole, but also continue to follow their passion and master it. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call on stage 4 such women officers who not only did justice to the rifle, but also decided to pick the mightier weapon and carved a niche for themselves. Today, they are accomplished poets and authors, few having books to their credits. So let me call upon Captain Sajita Nair, retired, who has authored 3 novels and 1 poetry book. Her debut novel, She's a Jolly Good Fellow, was longlisted for Vodafone Cross Book Award. Ma'am, please take your seat. Next, I invite Captain Sukhwinder Kaur, retired, an army officer, corporate leader, YouTuber, micro-influencer. She has recently authored a book as well, Morphing into a Leader, which is available on Amazon. Ma'am, please take your seat. Next, we have Captain Meeta Joshi, retired, who is a writer by choice. She has written poems, articles, short stories, both in Hindi and English. Meeta says she draws her inspiration from the myriad experiences of life. Captain Meeta, please take your seat. Last but not the least, we have a serving officer, Major Rama Sharma, presently posted in Jaipur. Alongside her hectic army routine, she also squeezes out time to follow her passion. Major Rama has various awards to her credit and has recently received Young Woman Achievers Award for her contribution in the field of poetry. Her debut novel, Shravya Dhvani Alfazon Ki, is expected to be launched soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these four incredible women, Captain Sajita Nair, Captain Sukhvinder Kaur, Captain Meeta Joshi, and Major Rama Sharma. Once again. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Am I audible? Ladies and gentlemen, am I audible? Once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Let me first compliment you for all your accomplishments, the books, the poems, the short stories, from combats to creativity. What a remarkable journey. Not waste much time, and we will start with the questions. Captain Sajita, my first question is for you. From an army officer to a novelist, you've authored 4 books. How did the transition happen?
So good morning to all of you, and thank you for the question. I always loved to write, and as a young girl, I used to maintain a journal, and after that, I also wrote for my school and college magazines. And after that, I also wrote, articles for magazines. And that's how very gradually. So in the army, all I did was writing DO letters. And after the army, when I wanted to write a novel, I was totally confused as to how do I start, where do I go to, who do I approach, and I had no idea. So I just started blogging on this website called sulekha.com. And there I got some good feedback, and then I continued from there. And then slowly I started attempting writing a novel, and at the Kala Ghoda Literature Festival, which happens in Mumbai, I pitched my book idea of She's a Jolly Good Fellow, and that's where my book, She's a Jolly Good Fellow, was taken by Hachette India and published.
The rest is a history. So Captain Sukhvinder, you've worn various hats, from an army officer to a corporate leader, and now an author. So how has been the journey?
So I would just borrow a line from Madam Leela Poonawalla, that I never planned, 30, 40 years down the line, I'm going to be this. Just take one step at a time, consolidate there, and then look ahead. So from my childhood, I think I was a very shy child, and I spent a lot of time with books. And every summer holidays, when we used to go to my grandparents' place in a village in Punjab, so every night my grandfather or my grandmother would tell us a story. So stories were a part of growing up. Then, because grandparents were not there and parents didn't really have time, they had 4 kids to look after. So books became my friends and source of stories. So that kind of continued. And then finally, I think in 2018, I decided that now I would like to say something. And that's when the idea of writing a book was born. And then it took me a year to figure out what am I to write on, because I'm not one for giving gyan. There's enough and more available, especially with the virtual media now. There's so much available. So the best thing to do is share what you have gone through. And I thought that let me talk about my journey, that from the first job to 30 years down the line being the head of my function in a multinational, how did I change into a leader So this book I wrote is about my journey, the 26 short stories that transformed me from a fresher to a leader. So that's how it happened.
So all the best for your book. It's
Thank
being
you.
launched tomorrow.
Yes, the actual launch is tomorrow, though the book is now available on Amazon. Thank you so much.
So Captain Meeta, this is for you. How does your army background, like you served for 5 years, but ek baar fauji, hamesha fauji, no? So how does this assist you in your writing process?
So namaste to all, and thanks for having me here. Coming back to your question, so Army has offered many opportunities to me to meet different people, face and brave various situations, and see different places. I witnessed an entire spectrum of raw emotions and connect with these people, community, and beliefs in there. So as I always thought there's a writer inside me, so I tried to observe and absorb these and immerse them into my writings. So for instance, I would take a character from life and put it in my fiction. Or if I like something, beautiful in valley, I would draw up a picture in my story. Or take spirit of people and pen down in one of the poems. So I think, Army has taught me one more thing, that how to go beyond your comfort zone and dare to dream. I think a soldier and a writer must not and should not get stuck in a comfort zone. And I think when we put all these things together, if a soldier has a slight penchant for writing, I think there lies a great potential of becoming an author. I would like to, it is best described in one of my couplet, कि थोड़ी सी हिम्मत उन कंधों के सितारों से, थोड़ी सी गर्मी उन जोशो जुनून की हवाओं से, थोड़े से जज्बात उन बहुत सारी दुआओं से, कलम की स्याही में मिला लूं तो शायद एक छोटी सी कहानी बना लूं.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Wow, awesome.
So this is for you, Rama. The army routine is tough. We've all lived it. No? But how challenging has it been for you, Rama, to manage your time for your passion? Just walk us through your routine as an army officer, a poet who is a young mother.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Army life is tough, and we all know that. And especially when husband is posted to some other location, and you are all alone to handle everything. And cherry on the top in my case is that I have a toddler, 4 years old baby girl at home, and you know how a toddler is. So really it is quite difficult to manage everything and to write poems also in whenever I get time. Many a times for months altogether I don't write anything at all, honestly. So once somebody asked me what kind of poet you are. Some writes on patriotism, some writes on love. So I said, I am under pressure poet, which all of Fauji's are. Like we perform best when we are under pressure. So I mostly write when the deadline is next day. I'll sit till 12 o'clock at night and I'll submit that day. So that is how I take out time. And whatever time I get, I want to dedicate to my child in the guilt feeling that I'm not able to give quality time to her. So, but as people say, that something or someone you love, you will find out the time for the same. So poetry is one of the first few loves after my parents, husband and all that. So definitely I spend some time with pen and paper and write some poetries whenever I get time. Thank you.
So ma'am, like Meeta says that she draws her inspiration from mirrored experiences of life. Do you do a lot of research work before you start writing, or it's like one spur of a moment kind of a thing? Captain Sajita?
I think I draw a lot from my real lived experiences, especially my first book, She's a Jolly Good Fellow, was a lot based on my experience as one of the first women officers serving in the army. But otherwise, for the latest book that I published is The Grand Matriarch of Malabar, and for which I had to do tremendous amount of research because it is set in a Tharawad, that is an ancestral home in Kerala, in the 50s and 60s, a time when I wasn't around. So, which meant that I had to read a lot of books. I read books by Manu Pillai, Raghu Palat. I interviewed people, the older generation, how life was then, what was the value of a rupee, Everything was so different. I had to get into that, understand when I'm writing about that space, that period of time. So yes, I did a tremendous amount of research. So it depends. So my one book was based a lot on my own experiences. But despite that, it had its research, and the latest one has had a lot of research. So I think I spent many years doing the research for this, the Grand Matriarch of Malabar.
Like jitna good डालोगे उतना मीठा निकलेगा.
Yeah, because you know, you need to be authentic, right? So when you're presenting a story, you need to be authentic. So for that, I think we are all, as writers, we all need to do our research.
So Captain Sukhwinder, being a woman leader in the army and then a corporate leader, did you ever feel any kind of biases, any challenges, or a moment where you felt, no, I give up, or I want to give up? Of course, you continued, you carried on, and that's why you are here. But did you ever feel any kind of challenges in the entire process, in the journey?
So yes, loud yes to your question. That challenges for me, I think, are a way of life. If life for a couple of months is smooth sailing, I start to wonder, is everything okay? So, and a lot of biases along the way. Some of them are obvious, being the woman. And like Sajita and myself, we are, I think, in the first 100 women officers of the Indian Army. So obviously, nobody was really prepared. The curiosity of the soldiers walking by my, office to see ladkiyan vardi mein dikhti kaisi hain. So that bias that, women can't do this. And then moving to the corporate, again, while we say that corporate and the CV street is easy and more open to welcoming women, even today, I would say, yes, they like it when it's part of the DEI, diversity and inclusion agenda. It looks good on the page. However, when it actually comes to living in the boardroom, it's a very difficult path to open the door and enter the senior leadership role. So at every stage, there have been bias, gender bias being one of them. However, without delving too much into the challenges, I would say, when I see a challenge or a closed door, I have this strong urge to kick the damn door open. And I think virtually, physically, literally, figuratively, in all manners of speaking, wherever I found a closed mindset, or I found a closed group, or I found somebody said, "Ye to aap kar hi nahi sakte," and I said, "Ab to main dikhaungi." So I look at challenges as an opportunity that I can turn around and show them how it can be done, right? So that's how it has been, and I think it's made me into who I am. And yes, there were so many times that when everybody around you doubts you and says you can't do it, sometimes that question does creep in. In those times, it's best not to talk to anybody. I internalize. And I look at myself and do my own SWOT analysis. Then I say, Sukhwinder, you've come this far. It's the bade challenges. You dealt with it. What is this? And that's how you do your own pep talk. I think every army officer leads that journey because all the jawans are looking at the officer to motivate. But where does the officer get the motivation is from within. So being a leader, again, is quite a lonely journey. So you can't talk to people because people are just your competition. They are not your friends. So one has to look within, find the strength, look behind how far you've come, and that motivates you to open that door again.
So my takeaway is kick the door open.
Absolutely.
So Major Rama, your book Shravya, The Funny Alfazon Ki. Ladies and gentlemen, that book is named after her daughter Shravya. So when did you decide that yes, it's time for a book now? And then of course, there must be challenges.
Thank you for this question, ma'am. I'll tell once again that Shravya is my poetry book. And this is like, as madam told, Shravya is my daughter's name. She's 4 years old. And when I was thinking that what name should I give? So whenever I write something, I look at my daughter. And she gives me inspiration. No, mama, if you can handle me, you can do anything on this earth. So I write then. So that was on a lighter note. My book will be launched next month, most probably, and it will be available on Amazon and all the bookstores also. Regarding when did I decide to publish that book, ma'am, I'll give much of the credit to Ava fraternity. Like last year at Jaipur in Ava Lit Fest, I performed a poetry although in open mic session. So, you know, people appreciated that, and I met many eminent authors. Even I met my publishers there only. So that time I got motivated, and I thought now I'll let my poetries out for the readers to read. So that time, almost an year back, I decided, and now I'm here with my poem. And challenges, ma'am, yes, of course, when I'm serving, so I have to take so many permissions from the higher authorities to publish my book. I have to find out extra time to write the poetry, compile them, and meeting publishers and everything. पर कहते हैं ना, मैं चलती रही, कारवा बनता गया. तो ऐसे ही मेरा कारवा बनता गया. I got associated with eminent people of defense fraternity, and today I am here with all of you, and thank you everyone for the same. Thank you, ma'am.
So Meeta, you've handled the other weapon while in uniform. But do you feel that indeed pen is a mightier weapon? I mean, that writing has a lot of power. Some instance where you actually felt this?
So yes, ma'am. History has witnessed that many great leaders must have fought greater battles, but what immortalized them was their writings. For example, Sun Tzu, we all read him still. And many of my army counterparts will also agree with me that a small penned dio or a short letter from a senior or a colleague sometimes evoke more motivation than all the training put together. So yes, I do believe, and I have one incident to share. What happened, I was in Kashmir, and post abrogation of Article 370, Army was trying to call these Kashmiri youth to connect them to the rest of the country through events and field trips, and there was a lack of enthusiasm towards it, especially from Kashmiri girls' side. And I was fortunate enough to get one opportunity to write a story, an article about the life of a Kashmiri girl. So I wrote one story, Dreams Without Delusion, which says that how a Kashmiri girl, chased her dreams and empowered herself by exercising her choices and opportunities. I forgot about it. It got published in web portal and other school magazines. After a couple of days, I met two girls in one of the field trip events. And these girls come to me and say that, we read that article and we could really relate with the essence of that article. And we are trying to, imbibe that in our life. I don't know how much that will affect their lives, but I was very sure of one thing, that the day you can move even one person for one day with your pen, you have initiated your journey as a writer. Your work might make you great in present, but you will mark your presence in future by your writings only.
Very, very well said. Captain Sukhwinder, how is your book morphing into a leader? How is it different from other books? I mean, sabka bacha special hota hai.
Absolutely.
But how is this book different?
So, way back in 2018 when I decided to write, and at the time I was in a mid-level leadership position. And most of the time, most people think leaders and managers are the same. But I had realized that manager is something, a designation given by the organization, but a leader may not necessarily be your manager. And very early on, I think my first CEO from my first unit, his charisma had told me that I want to be a leader like him. I want to be charismatic. So I was very passionate about reading about leadership. And that's why I said morphing, it's a very slow journey. So when I thought of writing, I said, there is enough of, management books on principles of leadership, art of leadership, science of leadership. There's a lot of theory. How will I make an impact is when I tell them, what is my journey? How did I morph into a leader? So there were these little incidents, some from the army, some from my corporate career, that taught me the important qualities of being an effective, successful leader. So I put all those 26 short stories into one book, and I called it as Morphing into a Leader. So to answer your question, how is it different? It's different because it doesn't tell you anything about the science and art of leadership or the principle. It just tells you how I learned and became a leader.
So, Captain Sajita, You had a stint with Army, and then you were a full-time writer after that. You didn't get into any other career per se.
Okay, right. Okay.
Like, for a longer period.
Yes,
So
right.
Eventually, you decided that you want to be a full-time writer.
Yes, yes.
So when we wear uniform, our personality goes through a transformation. Those 6 months, and now I think it's 11 months.
Right.
They are transformed, and especially our approach. We become more practical. We are guided more by our head than our heart. And emotions are there, but they kind of take a backseat. But as an artist, especially a writer, you all will agree that it's the emotions that lead you all the way. So how did you balance this?
So like you rightly said, when we wear a uniform, we downplay our emotions. And we are supposed to downplay our emotions because it doesn't work with the kind of job that we do. So then it becomes very important to hold back your emotions. Sometimes you may want to cry, but you will not cry because you're not supposed to be doing that, right? But it is always there. It is always there within us. It is a part of our personality. So for me now, when after donning uniform for so many years, when I moved to becoming a writer, the first thing I had to do was let my emotions reign free. So, I just didn't stop myself from expressing. I realized early on when I was writing stories that you need emotions to tell stories. So when you have emotions, you have drama. And when you have drama, that's when you have stories. So I think that's how I look at it. And when I sit down to write, I don't, put any kind of, I don't put myself into any kind of groove that, okay, I cannot do this. No, I just let myself be. And then if it is too much on the paper, if I feel it's like a little too much, then obviously then there is a lot of editing that I go through, which my publishing editors help with. And that's how I go about it. So when I'm writing a story, I just let the emotions be.
So Captain Meeta, has writing changed the way you see yourself and others? Of course, we mature with age, in everything we mature, but still, has writing per se affected it?
Writing has profoundly impacted the way I see myself and others. When I put my emotions or, when I put words on that paper, so I try to delve deep within me. I try to understand my fears, my dreams, my desires. And I think this self-realism, realization make me more self-aware. And I'm definitely growing as an individual and as a writer. As far as others are concerned, whenever I write a character, I try to put myself in their shoes. So it has definitely, I have learned to empathize more, understand their perspective. Because I know people have a lot of complex stories in their lives, as my character has in their, stories. So yes, it has definitely impacted.
So Major Rama, how do you choose a subject that motivates you to write your thoughts in terms of poetry, Considering that your whole day in uniform and you're writing dear letters and that dark you see every day. So how do you motivate yourself when you choose a subject?
Ma'am, as I already said that I'm under pressure poet. So mostly I get my topic from the event. Like tomorrow I have to do anchoring or I have to recite a poem on Holi. So that way I choose the subject which is given to me, or I have to submit my entry for something. So they'll give the subject. But other than that also I write on the topics like around me, like my mom. I have written many poetries on mother, Ma. I have written 2-3 poetries for my baby. So I get inspiration from the people and things around me, like beauty. I have written a poem on beauty. So that way I choose the subject which are, in and around us. And that, make me more alert about the surroundings.
And I'm sure, Rama, both your mother and your daughter would be so proud of you.
I hope so.
So ladies, it was a wonderful insight into the thought process of Fauji turned authors. I wish we could continue for more time, but samay kisi ke liye nahi rukta hai. And wishing all 4 of you all the very best, more novels, more poems, more books, loads of acknowledgements and awards. And before I close this session, I really want to dedicate these lines to you from the bottom of my heart. So, ज़िंदगी की असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है, इनके इरादों में जान अभी बाकी है. ज़िंदगी की असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है, इनके इरादों में जान अभी बाकी है, अभी तो नापी है मुट्ठी भर ज़मीं तुमने, चांद तारों भरा आसमां अभी बाकी है. थैंक यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एंड आई एम श्योर फिर से तालियां बनती हैं इनके लिए.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Jai Hind.
Thank you.
बंदूक हो या कलम, दोनों को बखूबी चलाना जानती हूँ. नमस्कार. कार्यक्रम में अब समय हो चुका है उनसे परिचित होने का जिन्होंने साहित्य और किताबों के माध्यम से अपने सपनों को साकार रखा है. It's my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you all to our renowned authors and their creations. First, Mrs. Tanushri Poddar. Tanushri Poddar worked in corporate for 8 long years before she quit the rat race to write. In her literary treasure, she has treasured 18 fiction and 14 non-fiction books published by top publishers in the world. She wrote for major newspapers such as Times of India, Hindustan Times, and Hindu, etc. Mrs. Tanushri is a well-known travel writer and novelist. She is passionate about traveling and writing. She has traveled around 40 countries on invitation of foreign tourism boards. Her military books are very popular and have been on the bestseller list. It's our pleasure to have you, ma'am, here today. It's time to introduce you all to our next author, Mrs. Madhumita Goswami. मधुमिता गोस्वामी एक शिक्षिका, लेखिका और कवयित्री हैं. उन्होंने कई लघु कहानियाँ और कविताएं लिखी हैं. उनके शिक्षण और संचार कौशल के लिए उन्हें द टेलीग्राफ द्वारा बेस्ट कम्युनिकेटर अवार्ड के लिए नामांकित किया गया. I request ma'am to join us on the stage, please. Let me introduce you all to our third author, Dr. Soumya Avasthi. Ma'am is passionate writer. वे टॉनी ब्लेयर इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर ग्लोबल चेंज में कंसल्टेंट के पद पर कार्यरत हैं. Her research interest includes counter-terrorism, de-radicalization, South Asian strategic studies, Afghanistan, and India's defense and strategic policy. The quality of her survey in Afghanistan led Indian military intelligence to invite her to present her findings at the army headquarters. वैसे तो मैम के बारे में जानने के लिए बहुत कुछ है, पर हम उनसे गुफ्तगू करेंगे और भी कुछ जानेंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the part of the program where we are going to ask few questions to our author friends. Hello. Good afternoon. Oh my God, it feels so good when you sit with such accomplished people. Oh, I'm so nervous right now, actually. Ma'am, Mrs. Tanushree, I would like to know that you had such a well-settled corporate career. You were writing for so many newspapers, but still you choose to be an author. What was the motivation behind all that?
Hello. I was working for Larsen and Toubro as an HR executive before we got married. But once I got married, it was a choice between a career or following my husband, who is an artillery officer, around. I think I chose to go with my heart rather than my head. So I gave up a very well-paying job. And I started as a freelancer. And then we traveled all over to way out places as usual. And I wrote a lot of travel stories which got accepted. And when we came back to Bangalore, I started getting invitations from various tourism boards so that I could visit the countries, and they showcased the country to me. I went as their goodwill ambassador. When I came back, I wrote about them in the various newspapers. And that's how I spent about 10 years traveling all over the world and writing about it. But in the background, I continued to write other things, like I started writing my books about 30 years back. So you can see from my gray hair, I have traveled a long distance.
But the gray hair suits you. You look beautiful in that, actually. Mrs. Goswami, can you tell us about your latest book and what readers can expect from the book?
Good afternoon, everyone. My book, The Army Wife on a Trapeze, is about an army wives' travel stories, peppered with folklores, history of the places, and it also takes you to where I have begun my journey, my childhood stories, and it's just about, through the book, I try to urge everyone to just witness what a beauty India is, the wonder that is India.
Okay. Mrs. Soumya, we just got to know that you have written book on nuclear program. So that is really great. And what led you to write a book on such, interesting topic?
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank our Literature Festival for inviting me. I have written, it's not actually my sole journey of writing this book. There are many people involved in writing this book. It's titled India's Nuclear Titans, a Biographical Tale. The aim behind writing this book was to bring up some unheard stories of people, the luminous individuals who have worked really hard towards making India a nuclear power that we are today. And not many people know about these individuals, that how they were involved in it, what was their own journey. So what was their victory over the environment they lived in, the stories from their childhood onwards. So it was important for people, and especially the youth of our country, to know that how hard work and perseverance can lead you somewhere, and then the nation remembers you for that. So there are people like trailblazers like Homi Bhabha, Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. Ramanna, and my favorites, Ambassador Arundhati Ghosh and K. Subramaniam, who is also father of present Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar. So it was indeed a wonderful journey, because not our knowledge on the subject is limited to watching Rocket Boys on TV. So it was important to bring out more such stories, because Rocket Boys is just limited, and there is merit of history and story behind it. So we wanted to do that through this book. So this was the objective of writing the book.
Mrs. Poddar, you told me that you're writing since 30 years and you have traveled so many countries. You must be writing in different genres. Which genre is your favorite?
That's a question I'm often asked. I don't have a favorite genre. I write across genre for both adults and young adults. Whatever strikes me at that moment means like I have written on Saddam Hussein when US attacked Iraq. So I was so badly angered, the angst came out in that book, which is known as The Death of a Dictator, and I have analyzed why, how. So I write with whatever fascinates me and whatever my readers want. So right from military to horror and historicals, I think I have written book, and I think writing in a single genre is very boring because as you learn things, you research, you learn so much through the research when you are doing a new genre. And I like that, it's a challenge. So I would say amongst all my favorite genre, history is quite fascinating.
Okay. Mrs. Goswami, from your book, I want to know which part is you felt like most joyous while writing, and what made you more satisfied while writing your book?
There are two parts which is very close to my heart and I enjoyed writing about, is about my childhood memories. Because it took me back to my childhood. I was reliving every moment I spent there. So it was that. And the second part was about the journeys I made. Been with my husband, my son, and my pet Goldie, who just passed away yesterday. So she has been always there. So that part. And obviously, as a history buff, I like to delve into all those epics and books during my research of the book, while I was doing research. So, thank you.
Mrs. Soumya, I also write, but आप लोगों जैसा नहीं इतना मतलब इतना बड़ा छोटी कविताएं लिखती हूँ. But whenever people ask me, I also left my corporate job being an army wife. So उसके बाद बस पेन और किताब ही साथ में है, तो उसी में लिखते हैं. तो छोटा लिखती हूँ. पर जब भी कोई फ्रेंड्स पूछते हैं जो वेल सेटल्ड है और बोलते और जब हम बोलते कि नहीं आई राइट, दे से oh you do such a painless job, मतलब you don't have stress at all, मतलब आप आराम से बस घर पे बैठो एसी में और फिर लिख रहे हो और क्या काम है. तो do you really think it is a painless job?
I can feel your pain, firstly, and the pain of many other ladies here, army wives. I'm also a proud army wife. And very true, people think कि हमारे पास बहुत सारी facilities हैं और हमारे को कुछ नहीं करना है, बस आराम से हमारे लिए कोई चाय बना के लाएगा और मेम साहब AC में बैठ के TV देखते देखते ऑर्डर पास करेंगी. बट जी नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है कि हमारी लाइफ इतनी आसान है. हर 2 साल में अपना बोरिया बिस्तर बांध के जब चलते हैं तो अपने कई साथी हम पीछे छोड़ते जाते हैं. तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज तो ये है कि हमारी जो रूट्स हैं उनको बार बार हिलाया जाता है, बट फिर भी हम उतने स्ट्रॉन्ग पेड़ की तरह हमेशा डटे रहते हैं और हमेशा अच्छे फ्रूट्स और फ्लावर्स देते हैं. तो ये हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है. और नहीं, काफ़ी हम लोगों को एज अ राइटर आई ऑल्सो फेस लॉट ऑफ चैलेंजेस. जब मैं पहली बार इंडिया से बाहर गई थी तो मेरा बेटा 2 साल का था और ऑफ ऑल द प्लेसेस मैं अफ़गानिस्तान गई थी. तो मुझे लग भी नहीं रहा था कि मैं वापस आऊँगी कि नहीं आऊँगी. तो उस तरह का एक फियर और थ्रेट साथ में चलता रहता है. साथ ही यू हैव टू बैलेंस बिटवीन योर फैमिली एंड योर करियर. सो दैट इज़ द टफेस्ट चॉइस यू मेक व्हेन यू pick up this. And somewhere I read that choices are only made by brave people. So we all are very brave. That's why we are able to make those choices and keep our family roots strong, give good values to our children, and also stand in the society with pride that we have been contributing both to our personal and family and also professionally. So there are a lot of challenges which I and you have faced, but we keep a smile on our face and take everything with us together. So, and our husbands are biggest supporters in that. So today I want to thank my husband who is present here in the audience, that he gave me full support. And once I just quickly want to tell you that when I was going to Afghanistan, he didn't even think once and he said, हाँ चले जाओ. तो मुझे लगा he doesn't love me. He's sending me to Afghanistan. But अंदर ही अंदर मैं खुश थी कि मुझे रोका नहीं. So this is how I enjoy my career right now. Thank
वो
you.
जानते थे कि एक फौजी की पत्नी कहीं पे भी डट कर वापस आ सकती है.
बिल्कुल.
Mrs. Poddar, being successful, everybody gets success some or the other way. Some people get it in a difficult way, or some people get it easy. But it is difficult to manage that success. You have written more than 18 books with such great publishers. How you manage success?
I don't think there's anything to manage if you remain down to earth. Like my husband commanded twice, and I can tell you very honestly that even a Jawan's wife felt at home with me. She used to, once during a welfare, one of them came and hugged me. And my husband says, how could she do this? I said, I consider it an achievement, a success, that she feels so close to me that she comes and hugs me. I don't want him to be, sitting far away and. So success is something one has to handle with humility and take it in stride, because it is here today, gone tomorrow. So I have attended some of the world's most, famous events, but I have never felt that I was, doing something apart from the normal, because it's not easy. Success doesn't come overnight. And when you go through the struggles and the path, which is not really rosy, unlike what, like you said, most people think, bato or likho, it's not like that. Even today, after so many books, when I write a manuscript and I approach the publishing, giants, I don't know whether they'll take it or not. It's that way. So each book is a struggle. Each success is to be celebrated within, so that it gives you confidence, but doesn't go to your head. And that is the most important component of handling success.
वो कहते हैं ना कि जितना आप ज़मीन से चिपके रहोगे, आप उतनी आसमान की ऊंचाइयाँ छूओगे. Mrs. Madhumita, I would like to know how much important it is to nurture your dreams and how it feels when you actually fulfill your dreams. Because it'll actually motivate everyone who is dreaming to do something, and they look forward for your answers.
It's very important to nurture your dreams, and we have to take baby steps towards it. But dreams that are aspirations which keep us alive, which keeps us going. And we are alive because we dream. And it's very important. For me as well, I have been writing since very young. So I started my first small poem got published when I was just 10 years old. So I've been writing since. But I never thought I'll be an author. I was very happy writing. It came very naturally to me. But thanks to my husband, my family, who had pushed me into creating this book, and my dreams are slowly getting fulfilled. So that's very important. We have to have a me time, something for us to dream. We are army wives, we are mothers, we are educators, we are career women, but then our dreams have to be fulfilled as well. It should not get hidden or lost in all this nitty-gritty of life. So please dream on.
Mrs. Tanushri, you told me that you have traveled so many countries. Do you gather ideas from the places you travel for your books?
In fact, ideas are everywhere. You never know, I might write something which has an idea born here.
Okay.
So, but yes, like we were posted to Pithoragarh, which is a very way out place. It is a very beautiful place, not much treaded upon by tourists. But I was so fascinated by that place that my next series of thrillers, Colonel Acharya, again, it's a colonel who's the main protagonist. He's a sleuth. And like Hercule Poirot, He has solved the mysteries. So it is set in a place which I call Ramsar, which is based on Pithoragarh, basically. And Colonel Acharya is, again, someone who is a typical military man who has retired into the hills. So ideas are everywhere, yes. Many of my books are set in places where I have gone once and I have seen the people, the culture, the type of milieu that is there. It helps you. So yes, I have used a lot of my travels in my books.
Nice, nice. Mrs. Soumya, I wanted to know, you chose such a sensitive topic, India's nuclear program. You must have faced some difficulties while writing it or, publishing it. So will you please mention some of them and how you overcome those?
Uh, I want to say that firstly, I'm not as illuminated writers as my counterparts are here. I have a very new, fresh beginning, and this is just a third book of in my kitty. So, as a young scholar and as a young publisher writer, I did face many challenge, and people were not ready to accept our manuscript because उनको लगा कि ये किताब पता नहीं अच्छा काम करेगी कि नहीं करेगी, बिजनेस कैसा करेगी, जो राइटर्स हैं, जो कंट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं, वो कहीं नाम नहीं सुने इनके. तो उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट पे ध्यान नहीं दिया, उन्होंने हमारे प्रोफाइल पे ध्यान दिया. अगर वो कॉन्सेप्ट पे ध्यान देते तो शायद हमें और अच्छे अच्छे पब्लिशर्स मिलते. बट आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू माई पब्लिशर वितास्ता. उन्होंने आंख बंद करके हम पे विश्वास किया. बट ड्यूरिंग द प्रोसेस देयर वर पीपल हु वर वेरी वेल नोन एंड वी अप्रोच देम टू राइट फॉर अस. They initially said yes, but were very reluctant in the later part. So they pulled out last minute. So it was a challenge because the objective which we had कि इतने chapters लिखने हैं, वो कम होते जा रहे थे धीरे धीरे. So those kinds of challenges continued to be there. But as you mentioned, और इससे पहले वाले पैनल में बोला कि चलते गए और कारवा बनता चला गया. तो we started our journey without thinking that what will be the end result, but then people got motivated seeing our determination and they contributed with us and they wrote with us, they stood by us and gave us enough time and they believed in our hard work. So that was one of the achievement of this book, that despite so many ups and downs, it saw the light of the day. And parallel to it, I was writing my PhD, handling my son. So there were a lot of things. My husband was in Kashmir, so there were a lot of things that I was juggling between. But I'm glad and I'm proud that this book got such a wonderful feedback from people. And this is actually, Ava is the biggest stamp on it. Thank you.
Really, congratulations, all three of you, for your books. And it was pleasure talking to you all this afternoon. I know. Everyone present here is eager to see the first look of the book, right? So let us not delay, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll go ahead to launch the books we just discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mrs. Kalon to kindly join us on stage to do the honors to launch our first book, that is The Thorns in the Crown by Mrs. Tanushri Poddar. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, प्लीज. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. For our second book launch, I request Mrs. Jasbir Brar to take the lead to reveal the book An Army Wife on Trapeze by Mrs. Madhumita Goswami. I request Mrs. Chandani Singhal join us on stage to unveil the book authored by Dr. Soumya Avasthi named India's Nuclear Titans. मैं आप सबको बता दूं कि एक मंत्र है लाइफ लंबी करने का कि आप सबको बस तालियां बजानी है। तो आज आपके पास बहुत मौके हैं। लेखिकाओं को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और मान्यवरों के आभार। अभी आप सबसे निवेदन है कि आप सब सोच रहे होंगे कि हमने बातचीत बहुत कर ली पर पेट में चूहे घोड़े हाथी सब दौड़ रहे हैं, राइट? तो आप सबसे निवेदन है कि कृपया भोजन का आनंद उठाएं और लौटकर दिल थाम कर वापस आइएगा, क्योंकि फिर मत कहिएगा कि मुझे चेयर नहीं मिली, बिकॉज हमारे साथ गुफ्तगू करने होंगे डॉक्टर अनुपम खेर। Ladies and gentlemen, there is an announcement. We have a felicitation to be done for the panel discussion. Please stay with us for a few more minutes. Now I request the panel discussion group to please join me on stage. I request the panel discussion group to please join me on stage. The panelists were Captain Sajita Nair, Captain Sukhvinder Kaur, Captain Meeta Joshi, Major Rama Sharma. I request all of you to kindly join me on stage. I request the panel participants to join me on stage for the felicitation program. I'll take their names, please join me. Captain Sachita Nair, Captain Sukhvinder Kaur, Captain Meeta Joshi, Major Rama Sharma. I request Mrs. Malhotra to please do the honors. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The show is about to start. I would request all of you to please settle down. We have none other than Mr. Anupam Kher who's going to join us for a conversation. So I would please request you to settle down. I hope you have all freshened up. And also I would request you to please switch off your mobiles. It is such a special moment. We do not want it disturbed by the ringing noise of a phone. So we'll please request you to either put it on mute. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
sure you must be very articulate. You're a very intelligent guy.
I hope so.
No, I'm sure you'll do it. And he told me that he's coming here. But that is going to be happening after his talk, right?
What?
He's going to give a talk first.
No, it's a conversation.
Oh, it's some sort of a
Interactive session. Yes.
Then all the best.
Thank you.
So that will get pictures of the interaction with them. And that will also slow down the
And I not have time to coordinate that time because I'm working on yeah. So, Mrs. Seema will be there backstage. This is reported so backstage there is a room also for nurses.
अभिव्यक्ति तुम्हारे दिल की आवाज़ है ये पहचान, कलम से किताबों
will head to the lounge.
Yeah, yeah.
Hope you're comfortable. Your travel.
I'm okay. ठीक है मंजिल बताओ कहाँ जाना हो तो ट्रैवल ठीक ही होता
Latest video मैंने देखे थे, but I couldn't see the full video.
जी जी
Because you had put it in the story in Insta,
अच्छा
but I couldn't see the entire video.
वो console load set not a problem console load set no problem I told him yesterday yesterday when he came here let's I know but आप बोलना कुछ how are you nice to meet you how is Swami doing
Very good, in 96.
I know
You actually please convey my regards.
please convey my regards to him
We actually have a literature store here.
we are ready हाँ जो poem आपने मुझे भेजी है गलत है there's a poem I have got which is about Fauji's
Sajni shop. And these are actual picture of us, so थोड़ा सा इसलिए
जी जी जी
especially after like 6 उनको सपोर्ट करना रहता है आशा स्कूल फॉर आर स्पेशली बच्चों
अच्छा जी जी जी
These are our women hostel, Hava women hostel in Delhi.
Where was the first But where was it?
But I promise to let you headquarter main section.
Put your mobile phones on silent mode. We'll be starting shortly with the Anupam Kher show. ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow literature enthusiasts, I, Avantika, extend a very warm welcome, it's warm indeed, to this afternoon session of Abhivyakti Season 3. मैंने हमेशा से एक ख्वाब सा देखा था कि किसी ऐसे से मिलूं जिनको मिलने पर लगे कि तुम्हारी ज़िंदगी औरों से बेहतर है। आज किस्मत ने मुझे मौका दिया है किसी ऐसे से मिलने का। जिनकी मैं बात कर रही हूँ वो पद्मश्री, पद्म भूषण, ऑथर, टीचर और सोशल वर्कर है। He is the only actor in the world who has staged his own biography in the play कुछ भी हो सकता है, which has completed over 400 shows worldwide and is the genesis of his reputation as a motivational speaker, widely sought after by educational institutions and corporates alike. The education institutes include Oxford, Harvard, Kellogg's School of Management, and MIT. He is an accomplished author with thought-provoking books such as The Best Thing About You Is You, The Best Day Is Today, and The Lessons Life Taught Me Unknowingly. His contribution to the arts and society at large are truly remarkable. Many would have already guessed and seen who am I talking about, but before we delve into the mind of this true legend, to uncover the secrets of his success and bask in the wisdom he has accumulated over a storied career, let's have a glimpse of the person that I'm talking about. After this clip, I can hardly contain my excitement, and I'm sure you all feel the same way too. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome on stage the man of the hour, the maestro of the arts, the incredible Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Anupam Kher.
नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून। ये बहुत डरावनी चीज़ें हैं जो ये आपने क्लिप देखी या जो अवंतिका मेरे बारे में इतना कुछ बोल रही हैं, इससे लगता है कि आपने अपनी ज़िंदगी की जितनी उपलब्धियां हासिल करनी थी कर लिए। अब इन्होंने मुझे लेजेंड भी बुला लिया, अब मुझे रिटायर हो जाना चाहिए, मगर रिटायरमेंट मेरे से 25-30 साल दूर है अभी I've just reached my interval point. I hope I've not reached there also. But thank you for saying wonderful things to me. Thank you. And
It was an honor for me. Your presence has electrified RSI. You can see the jam-packed auditorium, and the people have been waiting for this since morning. They have not gone home, had lunch, anything. They've been waiting for this session. I welcome you to Abhivyakti Season 3.
You see, the frightening part of having a session at 2 o'clock is that people either are hungry or they are full. So in both the situations, it's not a great situation to be in, but let's hope either we'll do something. And I just wanted to say that my association with AVA started long time back. I come from Shimla. Western Command headquarters was in Shimla at that time, so I grew up in and around AVA association, a lot of functions that I did. And I remember, sorry, I know that you have a question here ready, but I must share this with you, that AVA Shimla had organized a play. Play's name was Baraf Ki Minar. It was a comedy. And the first show was for the Jawans, and congratulations for the Infantry Day today, to everybody. The first show was, yes, please. क्या है ना कि मेरा स्टेज और ये चेयर ना आपसे बहुत दूर लगाई है, तो मुझे तालियों की आवाज़ सुनाई नहीं दे रही है, बट एक्टर जो हैं वो शादी के घोड़े की तरह होते हैं, जब तक नाच नहीं होता तब तक घोड़ी चलती नहीं है. तो फर्स्ट शो वाज फॉर द आर्मी जवान्स एंड सेकंड शो वाज ऑफिसर्स एंड अदर इनवाइटीज. सो प्ले शुरू हो गया. Mrs. Gupta, who was Colonel Gupta's wife, she was the president of AVA Shimla. And the first show जब शुरू हुआ, it was a comedy, and जवान सारे play देख रहे थे, तो कोई हंस ही नहीं रहा था. तो मैंने कर्नल गुप्ता से कहा, मैंने कहा कर्नल साहब ये प्लीज़ आप मैसेज भिजवा दीजिए कि ये कॉमेडी है, दे आर अलाउड टू लाफ. उसके बाद पर्दा उठने से पहले सब लोग हंसने लग गए. And the worst part was, then they started laughing according to the rank of the officer. तो बेचारा लेफ्टिनेंट जो मेन रोल कर रहा था उसके जोक पे ज़्यादा नहीं हंस रहे थे. ब्रिगेडियर रायना जो थे वो ऐसे भी करते थे तो सब हंसते थे. But I have such amazing memories of AVA, and congratulations. I was just told that the kind of work that AVA is doing, and it's phenomenal, and I offer that anything I can do as an individual or an organization or a foundation that we have, I'm always there for you. Thank you for wonderful work that you're doing.
Thank you so much for coming and sparing your time with us. मैं आपसे शुरुआत में पूछना चाहूँगी, आपने 500 से भी ज़्यादा फिल्मों में काम किया है, राइट फ्रॉम मिस्टर प्रधान टू पुष्करनाथ पंडित. ऐसा कोई रोल था जिसके लिए आपको बहुत ज़्यादा प्रिपरेशन करनी पड़ी या आपको बहुत मुश्किल लगा करने में?
इसी डिपेंड्स ऑन यू. ये हम पर डिपेंड करता है कि हम किस काम को कितना डिफ़िकल्ट बनाते हैं. सारांश मेरी पहली फिल्म थी. वो सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल इसलिए थी कि क्योंकि मैं नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा से गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट था, पढ़ा लिखा एक्टर था. पर जब मैं बॉम्बे पहुंचा 3 जून 1981 को अपनी किस्मत आजमाने फिल्मों में, तो आई वाज लूजिंग माय हेयर. ये तो बड़ी डिग्निफाइड बॉल्ड लुक है, बट जब इनिशियल स्टेजेस में हम में से बहुत सारे लोगों के हस्बैंड्स जो हैं वो बॉल्ड होंगे या बॉल्डनेस की स्टेज से जा चुके होंगे, तो आधे बाल यहाँ से निकलते हैं, आधे यहाँ से निकलते हैं, फिर पीछे से आप आगे. तो उन दिनों हेयर स्टाइल वॉज मच मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन टैलेंट. So when I got down of the train, I was told for the next 1-2 months, एक मिनट मैं इनके लिए सब फोटो में खिंचा लेता हूँ. ले लो बेटा, जितनी फोटो में लेनी ले लो, उसके बाद मत लेना. शाबाश, थैंक यू. अभी बस हम ऐसे ही लगने वाले हैं. मेरी सेंटर पार्टिंग है आज, सारी फोटो में की जैसे आने वाली है. और अमित का तो ब्यूटीफुल लगेगी हर फोटोग्राफ में. अब मेरे को बात करने दो. So I was told कि आप असिस्टेंट बन जाइए या राइटर बन जाइए, आप एक्टर तो नहीं बन सकते क्योंकि आपके बाल नहीं हैं. Initially I thought it was funny. Initially I thought that how is it possible? I'm a drama school graduate and I'm a gold medalist. But slowly it dawned on me that actually it was happening, that I was not getting any work. I was knocking at the doors of producers, directors, और सब मुझे कहते थे देख के, आप एक काम करो जी, आप एक काम करो, आप ड्रामा स्कूल से हो, या उसको भी ड्रामा स्कूल को भी बहुत कुछ बोलते थे. नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा की जगह उसको फिल्म एंड ड्रामा कॉरपोरेशन बोलते थे. आप एक्टर नहीं बन सकते, आप ये बन जाइए. देन a stage came when I was homeless and I used to sleep on the railway platforms. So that was a difficult phase. And because I was 27, 28 and I was portraying the role of a 65-year-old man, and my whole life depended on that particular film, so that was certainly the most difficult phase and the role. After that, because I signed a lot of films, because I was an overnight sensation when people realized that I'm only 28 and I've done such a difficult role, then it was easy. And then I started working day and night. But I will still say that there are certain films which you saw in this small clip which are very important films of my life. Whether it is Khosla Ka Ghonsla, whether it is Wednesday, or before that Daddy, or Kashmir Files, or these are the films. But I must say that I have enjoyed the most ridiculous films of mine also, because they were part of my journey. And according to me, journey is much more important than destination. My bad work, my idiotic work also gave me a lot of joy, because every day I was getting out of my house, going to the makeup room, I was enjoying every bit of it. I realized that I did not take myself seriously. I think people who take themselves seriously are very comical. I think before me, a lot of actors have come, a lot of singers, producers, directors have come. For me, the fact that I have actually made it was so amazing that I enjoyed every single role. But to answer your question directly, the most difficult role was Kashmir Files, Pushkar Nath. Because I was representing a community of 5 lakh people who had gone through the worst genocide, exodus, whatever you want to call it. That's why I named the character Pushkar Nath, because that's my father's name. And I thought if I have to bring a certain kind of purity to my emotions and believability, it's my tribute to my father who is no more. So to relive those tortures, those so many Kashmiri Pandits being killed, women raped, and to be the symbol of all that, I had to go through every emotion purely when I was shooting for that film. I usually used to always think, what is a soulful performance? Why is it called a soulful performance, any performance? So I came to discover that Kashmir File role is my soulful performance, because there is no acting involved in it. It was only my soul which was performing. So that was very difficult.
It was actually. When we saw the movie, we could actually feel the pain of the Kashmiri Pandits who have been displaced.
And unfortunately, for 32 years, that pain was kept under wraps. Nobody actually believed that they had actually gone through so many things, so many trauma, torture, And even today, a lot of people say it's a propaganda film, but it's okay. At least it's reached to millions and millions of people. So I'm very happy. So it was the most difficult role.
एक मैं अपनी याद बचपन की आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ।
मेरे बचपन की या आपने
मेरे बचपन की, क्योंकि सारांश रिलीज हुई 84 में।
जी।
मेरे को वो देखना अलाउड था 96 में, तो मैंने देखी और मेरे फ्रेंड की लड़ाई हो गई। मैंने कहा नहीं नहीं, ये बहुत बुजुर्ग एक्टर हैं, इन्होंने बहुत फिल्में की है, कोई फेमस नहीं हुई होगी, इसलिए हमने देखी नहीं है अभी तक। शी सेड नहीं, ये उनकी पहली फिल्म है। सो आई वेंट बैक ऑन द इंटरनेट एंड आई चेक्ड and I realized that you were only 28 years old when you did Saransh. So
and that also Saransh की शूटिंग से 10 दिन पहले मुझे फिल्म से निकाल दिया गया था. I don't think many people know about it. सारांश की शूटिंग शुरू होने वाली थी 1 जनवरी 1984 को और मैंने 6 महीने उसकी रिहर्सल की थी. मैं बूढ़ा बना था, मैं धोती कुर्ता पहन के शिवाजी पार्क जाता था. शिवाजी पार्क के एक परिवार की कहानी थी. वहाँ बच्चों को हंसता खेलता उछलता कूदता देखता था. फॉर 6 months आई वॉज रिहर्सिंग ऑल दैट. एक छड़ी जो लेकर मैं उसको लेकर चलता था, बाथरूम सड़क पर उसी के साथ सोता था, बिकॉज आई नीडेड टू बिकम दैट ओल्ड मैन. एंड ऑन द 20th of December, a class fellow of mine from drama school came to my place and he said, I've heard a rumor in Rajshri Production, who was the producer of the film, yet you are not doing that role. तो आई सेड, आर यू मैड? पागल हो गया कि मैं 6 महीने से रिहर्सल कर रहा हूँ. सुबह मैं अभी महेश भट्ट साहब के साथ कॉस्ट्यूम डिस्कस करके आया हूँ. हाउ कैन यू? मैंने कहता नहीं, मैंने ये अफवाह सुनी है. तो मैंने कहा तो कौन कर रहा है? बोला संजीव कुमार को ले लिया है उन्होंने. सो आई थॉट इट्स इम्पॉसिबल बिकॉज आई बिन देयर. सो आई कॉल्ड अप मिस्टर भट्ट फ्रॉम ए राशन की दुकान. आई वॉज स्टेइंग इन ए पेइंग गेस्ट अकोमोडेशन. And Bhatt साहब very casually said, हाँ अनुपम, वो राजश्री लोगों ने decide कर लिया not to take a newcomer and they should take an established actor like Sanjeev Kumar. Yeah, there is another old man's role in the film. You can do that. Okay, bye. When I heard that, I was devastated, and I decided that this city does not deserve me.
और आपने भट्ट साहब को ये भी बोला था मैं
बताता
ब्राह्मण
हूँ
हूँ.
कहानी में सत्यानाश मत करो कहानी का. बताता हूँ क्लाइमैक्स की लाइन. वो जोक सुनाता हूँ. जोक की लाइन ऑलरेडी बोल रही है अवंतिका. मुझे माफ कर
Done
दो.
my research.
कहानी जब सच्ची होती तो उसको बार बार सुनाने का बहुत मजा आता है. तो मैंने भट्ट साहब को फोन किया. उन्होंने कहा हाँ. तो मैंने डिसाइड कर लिया कि मैं बॉम्बे रहने वाला ही नहीं. मैं ये बॉम्बे शहर छोड़ के चला जाऊंगा. मैं शिमला चला जाऊंगा अपने माँ बाप के पास. दिल्ली चला जाऊंगा. लखनऊ चला जाऊंगा जहाँ मेरा लास्ट जॉब था. मैंने अपना सारा सामान पैक किया और मैं पहुंच गया भट्ट साहब के घर पर. और भट्ट साहब 6th फ्लोर पे रहते थे. तो लिफ्ट काम नहीं कर रही थी. पर आदमी कहता है ना जब गुस्सा होता है तो बहुत एनर्जी आती है. मैं चल के ऊपर गया और भट्ट साहब बोले, अरे दैट्स वेरी सपोर्टिंग ऑफ यू दैट यू आर डूइंग दैट अदर ओल्ड मैन्स रोल. यू मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड कि ये जो हैं ये प्रोडक्शन वाले इतना पैसा किसी न्यू कमर पर खर्च नहीं कर सकते. और संजीव कुमार तो कमाल के एक्टर हैं, तुम पर भी नज़र जाएगी. तो मैंने भट्ट साहब को कहा 1 मिनट रुक जाओ. मैं उनको उनकी खिड़की के पास ले गया. मैंने कहा वो नीचे टैक्सी देख रहे हैं, उसमें मेरा सारा सामान है. मैं ये शहर छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ. मैं रो रहा था. आई वॉज नॉट सो कैजुअल. मैं रो रहा था, बिलख रहा था और बहुत गुस्से में था. और आदमी जब गुस्से में होता है, और मैंने उनसे ये भी कहा कि आप बहुत बड़े फ्रॉड हैं, बहुत बड़े चीट हैं. आप सत्य पे फिल्म बना रहे हैं और आपके अंदर ही सत्य नहीं है. मैं 6 महीने से इस फिल्म की रिहर्सल कर रहा हूँ और अब आप कहते हैं संजीव कुमार ये रोल कर लेगा. तो जब आदमी गुस्सा कर रहा होता है तो वो एक क्लाइमैक्स की लाइन ढूंढता है कि मैं लास्ट लाइन क्या बोलूं जिसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत अच्छा होगा. तो मैं बोलता गया, मैंने फ्रॉड हैं, झूठे हैं, आप ये हैं, और मैं ब्राह्मण हूं, मैं आपको श्राप देता हूं. और मैं वाकई प्रार्थना कर रहा था कि मेरे हाथ से कुछ चिंगारियां विंगारियां निकल जाएं तो ये भस्म हो जाए यहीं पर. और ये कह के मैं श्राप देकर जब नीचे बैठा, टैक्सी में बैठने लगा, तो भट्ट साहब ऊपर से चिल्लाए, ऊपर आ जा. मैंने कहा नहीं, हाँ ऐसा कुछ कर रहा था. अरे ऊपर आ जा, वो रोल तुम ही कर रहे हो. तो एंड दैट्स हाउ हिस्ट्री इज मेड. अगर उस दिन मैं अपने सीधा भट्ट साहब के घर नहीं जाता और मैं रेलवे स्टेशन चला जाता तो मजाल है आपकी, आप मुझे यहाँ बुलाते. तो समटाइम्स आई फील यू मस्ट से व्हाट यू फील. इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू से व्हाट यू फील. In order to become popular with the world, we say what they want to hear. We don't say what we want to say. So thank God I said that.
I'll
Yes.
keep it in mind,
Yes.
definitely.
अब मुझे मत बोलना सब कुछ जो भी आप बोलना चाहते हो.
नहीं नहीं नहीं
जी.
आप एक बहुत उम्दा एक्टर हैं, बट आपने किताबें भी लिखी हैं.
जी.
So how does the creative process differ when you're writing versus you're acting?
So ऐसा मैं कोई क्रिएटिव राइटर टाइप नहीं हूँ मैं हिंदी मीडियम स्कूल से आया हूँ. मैं ऐसे स्कूल में आया था शिमला में. आप में से बहुत सारे लोग शिमला गए होंगे. तो शिमला में जो सबसे थका हुआ स्कूल था वो था डीएवी स्कूल. अब सुना बहुत बड़ा हो गया है. तो हमारे यहाँ स्कूल में ABCD भी 5th स्टैंडर्ड से सिखाई थी. और मेरे कभी 38% से ज़्यादा मार्क्स नहीं आए. अच्छा, आप में से लेट मी प्ले स्मॉल गेम विद यू. आप में से 60% से ऊपर कितने लोगों के नाम आए मार्क्स? वाओ. 70% से ऊपर? ओ माय गॉड, कर्नल ललित ने भी अपने हाथ ऊपर कर दिए. 80% से भी ऊपर? ओ माय गॉड, फिर भी आप नीचे बैठे, मैं यहां बैठा हूं. तो कुछ तो मैंने अच्छा किया है. तो आई वॉज नॉट गुड एट स्टडीज. आई वॉज नॉट गुड एट स्पोर्ट्स ऑल्सो. इनफैक्ट एक दिन मुझे मेरा पीटी टीचर, सदा सिंह उनका नाम था, पीटी टीचर मुझे दौड़ता हुआ देखा और बोला, रुक जा, तू अकेला दौड़ेगा तब भी सेकंड आएगा. So there was no way that I could have written books in English and they could have become bestseller. But I'm a restless person and I keep evaluating myself. So there was a time when I came and I wanted to express. So I used to do a column for Deccan Chronicle called Change Within. Because I keep observing myself. I'm a great teacher for myself first. Then if anybody wants to learn from my experiences, I can give them a feedback about what I think I learned from life. So हमारे एक दोस्त हैं, शिमला के ही हैं. He was the publisher of Hay House. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने आपके कॉलम पढ़े हैं, तो ये बड़े अच्छे कॉलम मुझे लगते हैं. Why don't you write a book? So I said, मुझे तो अंग्रेजी आती नहीं. I can read and write everything, but I can't speak. तो I said, आप लिख दो, जो आप लिखोगे हम डाल देंगे. फिर उन्होंने मुझे एक और तरीका बोला. उन्होंने कहा, आप रिकॉर्ड करो अपनी जो भी आपके थॉट्स हैं. तो मैं अपने थॉट्स रिकॉर्ड करने लगा. कभी रात को सडनली 4 बजे उठ जाता था तो मेरे दिमाग में कुछ आता था. दैट इज हाउ दिस बुक्स केम इनटू ऑर्डर. देन माय ऑफिस यूज्ड टू ट्रांसक्राइब व्हाटएवर आई यूज्ड टू राइट. देन आई यूज्ड टू करेक्ट इट एंड देन सेंड इट टू माय पब्लिशर एंड माय एडिटर यूज्ड टू एडिट इट. एंड बिकॉज दे आर रिटन from my heart straight away, there is a certain amount of truth in them because they are self-experienced thoughts. तो वो कहीं ना कहीं आसानी से सब लोगों के साथ जेल करते हैं. और इसलिए वो पहली किताब खासकर उसके कुछ 21-22 रीप्रिंट्स हुए हैं. वो 7-8 लैंग्वेजेस में ट्रांसलेट हुई है. एंड देन I liked the fact that people were saying, now we'll introduce, ladies and gentlemen, actor and an author, अनुपम खेर. तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा यार, मेरा नाम ऑथर भी बोल रहे हैं. So फिर मैंने दूसरी किताब लिखी, which is an autobiography on which is called Lessons Life Taught Me Unknowingly. ये मुझे 2 very famous publishing houses ने 2004 में I wanted to be a tycoon. तो मेरे पूरे खेर खानदान में 100 साल में I was the first person जिसने 10,000 रुपया इकट्ठा देखा था. तो मैंने पैसा कमा लिया, मगर फिर मैंने सोचा अब मैं टाइकून बन जाता हूँ. मिस्टर बच्चन भी ABCL लेकर आ रहे हैं और मैं भी कुछ AKSL लेकर आता हूँ. तो मैंने पैसा तो ले लिया उधार और इंटरेस्ट पे पैसा वापस करना था. तो वन डे माय चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट टोल्ड मी दैट सर वी आर ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ बैंकरप्सी. एंड 2004 में आई वाज स्टिल अ वेरी पॉपुलर एक्टर बिकॉज परसेप्शन ऑफ पीपल इज दैट इसकी फिल्में तो आ रही हैं. एंड देन those 2 publishing houses wrote to me that why don't you write your autobiography. So फिर मैंने 10 घंटे की अपनी लाइफ के बारे में टेप पे बोला और जब मैंने वो सुना तो मुझे लगा दिस इज a great material to perform on stage rather than write it and I'm an actor. तो वो जो मैंने लिखा था उसका स्मॉलर वर्जन बन गया my one actor show called कुछ भी हो सकता है, which is my autobiography on stage, which is about my failures. And that book also did well. And the third book I wrote during COVID, because when I was working in America at that time, और जब मैं वापस आया तो मैंने पहली बार सिटी ऑफ मुंबई को बिल्कुल डेजर्टेड देखा. मैं 38 साल वहाँ रह चुका था, मैंने ऐसा तो कभी नहीं देखा, तो आई गॉट fearful, मुझे डर लगा अंदर से। उस डर को मिटाने के लिए मेरे दादाजी कहा करते थे, जब बहुत डर लगे तो लिखना शुरू कर देना चाहिए, कुछ भी। जैसे जब एज एन एक्टर, जब एक बहुत लंबी लाइनें होती हैं मेरी, तो मैं लिखता हूँ, लिख के याद करता हूँ, तो आसानी से याद हो जाती है। तो द थर्ड बुक, योर बेस्ट डेज टुडे, इज रिटन ड्यूरिंग कोविड, एंड द नेम हैज़ अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी। जब हम नाम सोच रहे थे कि इस किताब का नाम क्या रखेंगे, तो मुझे याद आया जब मैं छोटा था, प्राइमरी स्कूल में पढ़ता था, बिकॉज वी केम फ्रॉम अ वेरी पुअर फैमिली। उन दिनों लोअर मिडिल क्लास, अपर मिडिल क्लास नहीं होता था, या तो गरीब होते थे या अमीर होते थे। तो मेरी माँ मुझे और मेरे छोटे भाई को स्कूल के गेट पर छोड़ने से बोलती थी कश्मीरी में, चोन अजुक दोचू सारनी को जान, which translated into your best days today. So as children, I will go into the school with the thought that mom has said, it is my best day today. So I never felt bad if teacher was not nice to me, or I did not do well in sports, or something like that. So that's how these 3 books came. I'm in the process of writing, and I'm announcing it for the first time here today, onto my 4th book, which came, yes, thank you so much. I will be revealing the title of this book today. I have not written it completely, but it came at a very strange time of my life when my friend Satish Kaushik passed away. We were very good friends. Matlab, we were, yes. And we were friends since 1975. So 42 years बहुत होते हैं ज़िंदगी के, नहीं ज़्यादा। और जब वो बैठा था, उसको हम अंतिम यात्रा पे ले जा रहे थे, तो मेरे दिमाग में एक लाइन आई, बिकॉज आई हैव बीन वर्किंग अ लॉट ऑन द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ लोनलीनेस। अभी मुझे बताया कि आप लोग एंटी डिप्रेशन पर या जो मेंटल हेल्थ पर कर रहे हैं, तो आई थॉट आई मस्ट राइट अ बुक on how to deal with loneliness, because we all feel lonely in today's time. We all feel somehow or the other, because our lives are taken over by mobile phones, apps, etc., etc. So we get very little time for our own self. पहले होता था कि दोस्तों में बैठ कर बात करते थे, अब दोस्तों में भी मोबाइल ही होते हैं। तो the title of my 4th book is I Am Lonely, Don't Leave Me Alone. So that's as far as books are concerned.
ये मुझको आपको मैं बाद में पूछने वाली थी, पर आपने बता दिया है, तो मैं I'll go to my next question. आपकी बुक जो है लाइफ,
one sec, before that I'll just want to say that how I have been able to do so many things, because my father was an ordinary clerk in the forest department in Shimla, but he was an extraordinary parent. Somehow he had a native wisdom. So he took away the fear of failure from my life at a very young age. मैं 9th grade में था, और मैंने जैसा बताया मैं पढ़ाई में अच्छा नहीं था, तो रिपोर्ट कार्ड पे पिताजी से या माताजी से साइन करवाने पड़ते हैं, आप लोगों ने भी करवाए होंगे। तो मेरी माताजी बड़ी स्ट्रिक्ट थी, इसलिए मैं वेट करता था कि फादर कब ऑफिस निकलने वाले हैं और उनके पास टाइम नहीं होगा पढ़ने का, तो जब वो निकल रहे होंगे पीछे मुड़ के देखेंगे और साइन करके चले जाएंगे। तो एक दिन मैंने उनको ऐसे ही दिया, वो निकलने वाले थे, मैंने उनको दिया, और सडनली उनको याद आया कि अपने स्टोर रूम की चाबी भूल आए हैं। तो अपने कमरे में गए, हमारे कमरे में लेके आए, फिर उन्होंने ध्यान से मेरी रिपोर्ट कार्ड देखी, तो मुझे बोले कि तू 59th आया क्लास में? मैंने कहा हाँ जी। कहते कितने स्टूडेंट हैं? मैंने कहा 60। अब मुझे लगा ये डांटेंगे, गुस्सा होंगे, तो उन्होंने एक लंबा पॉज लेकर बोला कि एक बात तो है बेटा, जो फर्स्ट आता है ना, चाहे पढ़ाई में या स्पोर्ट्स में, उसको हमेशा इस बात की टेंशन रहती है कि मुझे फर्स्ट आना है। वो सेकंड भी आता तो उसको लगता है उसका डिमोशन हो गया है, पर जो 59th आता है वो 48th आ सकता है, 36th आ सकता है, 27th आ सकता है, 18th आ सकता है। तो एक काम करना, नेक्स्ट टाइम 48th आना अपनी क्लास में। And then he added one line which was the most amazing line, which took away the fear of failure from my life for the rest of my life. He said, remember one thing beta, failure is an event, never a person. Event fails. इंसान थोड़ा फेल होता है जब तक वो एक्सेप्ट ना कर ले। इसलिए मैं किताबें लिखता हूँ ये सोच के नहीं चली तो कोई बात नहीं, कुछ और कर लूँगा। मैं ऐसे फंक्शन में भी आ जाता हूँ कि जहाँ सब लोग अंग्रेज़ी बोलना सीखते हैं, जानते हैं, मुझे नहीं भी उतनी आती तो मैं फिर भी बोल लूँगा, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा भाई, लोग नहीं सोचेंगे कि हमने तो सोचा था बड़ा पढ़ा लिखा है, इतना पढ़ा लिखा नहीं है। तो so I don't have a fear of failure. I think that makes me unique. That really adds to my strength. Because fine, it's not worked out. That's why I have been able to do 540 films and still call myself a newcomer. Because I don't carry the burden of Anupam Kher on my shoulders.
मैं आज आपसे बहुत कुछ सीख रही हूँ और मैं बिल्कुल इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करूँगी अपनी लाइफ में, और आगे भी जिससे मिलूँगी उससे ये बताऊँगी कि ये मेरी ज़िंदगी का सबसे बेहतर और यादगार दिन है
आज तक का।
आज तक का।
उसके बाद बहुत आने वाले हैं अभी।
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। आपने अभी मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में बात की, एंड आप मुझे बताएंगे लिटरेचर मेंटल हेल्थ को प्रमोट करने में या अवेयरनेस बढ़ाने में कैसे हेल्प कर सकता है?
Of course लिटरेचर हेल्प करता है, पर उससे ज़्यादा acceptance of people in prominence, if they admit that they have gone through mental health problems, that helps more than literature. Of course literature. So I'll tell you my story of mental health problem. आज से 8-10 साल पहले मुझे नींद नहीं आती थी, अभी भी नहीं आती है, but I really had an insomnia problem. I could not sleep. और मेरी पहली किताब ये वाली, ये अभी सुपर डुपर हिट हुई थी, बेस्ट सेलर का उस पर मोहर लग गई थी, नंबर 1 बेस्ट सेलर, और द बेस्ट थिंग अबाउट यू इज़ यू। तो मैं क्योंकि रात को सो नहीं पाता था, तो दोपहर में मेरे को शूटिंग करने में परेशानी होती थी, जैसे लाइट्स हैं तो आंखों में खुश्की और या ड्राइनेस हो जाती थी। तो मैं अपने आई डॉक्टर के पास गया एंड मैंने उससे कहा, डॉक्टर डिसूजा, कैन यू गिव मी सम ऑइंटमेंट बिकॉज I can't sleep in the night, not slept for the last 1.5 years. So I need some ointment so that my eyes don't feel dry in front of lights while shooting. तो सुनते रहे बहुत देर तक मेरी बात, फिर उन्होंने कहा, मिस्टर खेर प्लीज डोंट माइंड, आई डोंट थिंक यू नीड आई डॉक्टर, यू नीड अ साइकेट्रिस्ट। तो मैं बहुत ज़ोर से हंसा, मैंने कहा आप पागल हो गए हो, मैं इतना ऑप्टिमिस्टिक आदमी हूँ, पॉजिटिव आदमी हूँ, मेरी किताब अभी मोटिवेशन पर बेस्ट सेलर हुई है, आप कैसे बोल सकते हो मेरी मेंटल हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम है या मुझे डिप्रेशन है? कहते नहीं, आप, मेरा एक दोस्त है डॉक्टर सावंत, आप उनको जाके मिल लीजिए, मैं आप चाहो तो आपकी प्राइवेटली मीटिंग भी फिक्स करा सकता हूँ। उनको लगा कि सेलिब्रिटी है, डज नॉट वांट टू शो टू द वर्ल्ड दैट ही इज़ मीटिंग ए साइकेट्रिस्ट। ऐसा नहीं, मैं साइकेट्रिस्ट जी के ऑफिस में मिलता हूँ उनको। सो जब मैं ऑफिस में पहुँचा, मैं अपनी किताब लेकर गया, नई बेस्ट सेलर, द बेस्ट थिंग अबाउट यू इज़ यू, लाइफ कोचिंग बुक, बेस्ट लाइफ कोच अनुपम खेर, एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा। तो उनका जो क्लिनिक था वो एक ऐसा क्लिनिक था जिसके अंदर एक ENT भी था, डेंटिस्ट भी था, आई डॉक्टर भी था और साइकेट्रिस्ट भी लिखा था, और सब लॉबी में बीच में बैठे थे, और सब मेरे को देख के मेरे साथ फ़ोटो खिंचाने लगे, सेल्फी खिंचाने लगे। एंड बिकॉज आई वॉज नॉट विजिबली अनवेल, तो मुझे पूछ रहे थे किधर जा रहे हो? तो मैंने साइकेट्रिस्ट के बोर्ड की तरफ बोला, एक कुक्कू डॉक्टर के पास। तो फिर मुझे बुलाया गया, साइकेट्रिस्ट साहब थे जो यंग अर्ली 40s लेट 40s में थे। तो मैंने बड़े एरोगेंटली उनसे कहा कि डॉक्टर साहब, बिफोर यू स्टार्ट आस्किंग मी एनीथिंग, टेल मी योर प्रॉब्लम। तो डॉक्टर साहब ने बहुत एकदम बोला कि अनुपम जी, मेरी वाइफ है, शी इज़ एन एनेस्थोलॉजिस्ट, और उसका जो बॉस है उनको परेशान करता है। तो मैंने उनकी वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर दी। मैंने कहा ऐसे करो, आप ऐसे करो, अपनी वाइफ को ऐसे बोलो, ये बोलो, ये बोलो। कहते अच्छा ठीक है। मैंने कहा और क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम है? फिर उसने कहा मैं जॉइंट फैमिली में रहता हूँ। तो 1 घंटे तक वो मुझे अपनी प्रॉब्लम बताते रहे और मैं उनकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करता चला गया। 1 घंटे बाद उन्होंने कहा, मैंने कहा कि और कोई अगर आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम हो डॉक्टर साहब, ये मेरी किताब है, ये पढ़ लेना, और ये मेरा नंबर है। मैं जाने लगा तो अपने नोट पैड पे कुछ लिखने लगे। मैंने कहा क्या लिख रहे हो डॉक्टर साहब? कहता योर मेडिकेशन। मैंने कहा क्या मतलब? कहता यू आर मेजरली डिप्रेस्ड। मैंने कहा हाउ डू यू से दैट? कहता योर प्रॉब्लम इज ऑप्टिमिज्म, यू पुश प्रॉब्लम्स बिहाइंड, यू थिंक ठीक हो जाएगा, अभी ठीक हो जाएगा, एंड इट हैज एक्यूमुलेटेड सो मच ओवर द ईयर्स दैट यू आर गोइंग थ्रू डिप्रेशन। एंड it really opened my eyes. And then I became the problem of, problem of Moon Love. Then I became the brand ambassador, unofficial brand ambassador of mental health problem. I started telling people, this is the issue, this is the problem, this is how you need to do. We need to talk. हमारे यहाँ एक ज़माने में जो नॉर्मल फैमिली डॉक्टर होते थे वो साइकेट्रिस्ट भी होते थे. हमारे यहाँ हर चीज़ के लिए हम बातचीत करते थे, पान वाले से भी बात करते थे, लिफ्ट वाले से भी बात करते थे, सबको अपना प्रॉब्लम बताते थे, दूध वाले से भी बात करते थे. कम्युनिकेशन बंद हो गया है. We don't communicate now because there are not anybody to listen to you. Nobody is actually listening to you for more than 1 minute because the attention span has become so small. So everybody is, मेरी माँ को तो पता ही नहीं होता था मैं सुबह कब निकलता था और रात कब आ जाता था. आज अगर बच्चा 15 मिनट लेट हो जाए, बाइक के साथ भी गया तब उसके पास भी एक फोन है. Everything is goes to communication. If you have communication, that parents need to see their children. They don't have to say iske mood swings hain. There's nothing called mood swings. He or she is going through some issue about. There is nobody to answer your questions as a child. मैं जॉइंट फैमिली में रहता था. मेरे सारे चाचा ताया निकम्मे पढ़े लिखे नहीं थे, मतलब इन ए गुड सेंस. दे वर वंडरफुल पीपल. मेरे एक चाचा जी 8वीं क्लास में 7 बार फेल हुए थे, तो उनको ऑन कंपैशनेट ग्राउंड में 9th क्लास में प्रमोट कर दिया था क्योंकि क्लास के बाकी बच्चे उनको अंकल बुलाने लगे थे, सेम क्लास में थे. बट उनसे भी जाकर अगर मैं पूछता था कि चाचा जी आसमान नीला क्यों है, छोटा बच्चा, तो वो कुछ भी भलता सा आंसर देते थे, मगर एक आंसर मिल जाता था. टुडे गूगल can give you information, but it cannot give you knowledge. Knowledge can only come from life. So you need to communicate. जब कोविड खत्म हुआ या चल रहा था तो मेरे पास एक मेरे बचपन की 11th स्टैंडर्ड की एक फोटोग्राफ थी. उसमें 57 या 58 बच्चे थे. मैंने सबको फोन किया and just ask them how are you feeling. So I think communication is very important. Books are great because books takes you to a world where you don't, where it takes you to imagine a world. Cinema or TV or OTT platforms are somebody else's point of view. Books are always your point of view. On a dark, wintry night, this man with a long overcoat was walking towards the lamppost. He stood under the lamppost, reached out to his pocket, took out a packet of cigarettes, put it to his lips, took out a matchbox, lit the cigarette and moved down. अब यहाँ 300 या 500 लोग बैठे हैं. 500 के 500 लोगों का सेम आदमी नहीं है, सेम डार्क विंट्री नाइट नहीं है, सेम लैंप पोस्ट नहीं है, सेम सिगरेट नहीं है, सेम माचिस नहीं है, सेम धुआं नहीं है. But when you see it on the screen, it will be the same person for 500 people. So I think that helps a lot. And you may lie to the world, don't lie to yourself. I don't lie to myself. So I think that keeps me a little sane and I don't take myself seriously.
That shows in your movies also. You are extremely extraordinary in the comical roles which we have seen so far. मैं एक सवाल और पूछना चाहूँगी. आपकी बुक्स मैंने पढ़ी जब मैं रिसर्च कर रही थी.
Thank God.
बट मेरे को एक बात बहुत स्ट्राइकिंगली फील हुई कि आपकी भाषा, लिखने का तरीका बहुत सिंपल, सीधा, बिल्कुल रिलेटेबल है. जबकि जब आजकल हम सोचते हैं कि जितनी पेचीदा भाषा उतनी उम्दा लिखाई, तो आपने क्या सोचकर ये रवैया अपनाया?
क्योंकि मैंने अपनी लाइफ को सिंपल रखा है, तो मेरी भाषा भी सिंपल होगी. इट्स एज सिंपल एज दैट. हम And people who pretend don't like themselves. That's why they want to be somebody else. I like myself for what I have done. From a forest department clerk's son to what I am doing today, I have such a great honor to be addressing you all. ऐसा कहाँ होता है जिंदगी में? So I have kept my life simple. I live in a rented house. I've decided 6 years back that I will not buy a house. That made my life more easy. I don't have any, means I am ambitious. I'm competitive. I want to be better than everybody else. But I have, और मुझे complicated line लिखनी भी नहीं आती है. मैं पहली किताब के पहले पेज से पढ़ के डिसाइड कर लेता हूँ मैं आगे पढ़ने वाला हूँ इस किताब को कि नहीं, somehow. That's why I like Russian literature a lot. हमारे हिंदुस्तानी लिटरेचर से बहुत उनका मिलता जुलता है. मुझे साइंस की पर किताबें पता नहीं, पढ़ता नहीं मैं. और एक बार मैंने सेल्फ हेल्प बुक पढ़ी थी बहुत साल पहले, बड़े फेमस ऑथर की थी, फॉरेन के कोई ऑथर थे. उसमें पहली लाइन लिखी थी, शेक हैंड्स विद समबडी while looking into his eyes. तो मैंने वहीं रख दी. मैंने कहा और कैसा, कोई ऐसे थोड़ा कोई हाथ मिलाता है. So I think they also make you feel inferior. Yeah, I think that's the only way I learn to write. I don't have any difficult way of writing.
Thank you. And
But as an actor, I can do complex roles because I'm playing with my emotions. As a communicator, I think the simplest language is the easiest way to communicate.
बस लास्ट में आप हमारे ऑडियंस से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे हमेशा प्यार करते रहना प्लीज. अभी तो शुरुआत हुई है, मेरा कहने का मतलब है. डोंट लुक एट मी फ्रॉम ए लेजेंड वेटरन थेस्पियन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. डोंट स्लॉट पीपल, नॉट ओनली टू मी, टू एनीबडी. वी स्लॉट पीपल. ये ऐसा है, ये ऐसा है, ये दयालु है, ये कृपालु है, ये एरोगेंट है, ये ना. यू नेवर नो व्हेन पीपल कैन सरप्राइज यू. So don't put people, and also never be scared of failure. Because remember, failure is an event, never a person.
खेर साहब, मैंने शुरुआत में कहा कि आपसे मिलना, आपसे बात करना मेरे लिए ख्वाब जैसा है. लेकिन आपकी कही गई एक बात पर मुझे आज यकीन हो गया है कि ज़िंदगी बहुत लंबी है, रोज़ नया मौका है. कोशिश अगर जारी रही, हर सपना पूरा हो सकता है, क्योंकि लाइफ में कुछ भी हो सकता है. थैंक यू सो मच खेर साहब कि आप यहाँ आए. और अब मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी कि आप हमारे दर्शकों के लिए, बिकॉज वी बिलोंग टू आवा फटर्निटी, आर्मी फटर्निटी, कुछ शब्द कहें.
मैंने एक पोएम जो आप लोगों को मैं सुनाना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज हाउ कैन दिस इवेंट बी कंप्लीट विदाउट पेइंग ए ट्रिब्यूट टू. आई हैव ग्रेटेस्ट रिस्पेक्ट फॉर our armed forces, greatest. I think उनके जैसा कोई भी नहीं है. तो चंद लाइनें हैं जो मैं आपको सुनाना चाहता हूं. ये चश्मा मैंने वैसे स्टाइल के लिए पहना था, मगर इससे चक्कर भी आते हैं. खून जमाती ठंड में भी सीना ताने खड़े हुए, बदन जलाती गर्मी में भी सीमाओं पर अड़े हुए, बांध शहादत का सेहरा मृत्यु से ब्याह रचाते हैं. देश के वीर सिपाही देखो मां का कर्ज चुकाते हैं. बर्फीली वायु हो या चाहे तूफानों ने दी हो चुनौती, बर्फीली वायु हो चाहे तूफानों ने दी हो चुनौती, चाहे दुश्मन के खेमे से गोली की बौछारें होती, चाहे वो कैसी भी विपदा, पर ये ना घबराते हैं. देश के वीर सिपाही देखो मां का कर्ज चुकाते हैं. मां पत्नी बच्चों से दूर, राष्ट्र धर्म में रमे हुए, दिल में कितना दर्द ये पाले, हर सीमा पर डटे हुए, अपनी जान गवाकर भी दुश्मन को धूल चटाते हैं. देश के वीर सिपाही देखो मां का कर्ज चुकाते हैं. धरती मां के सच्चे बेटे सर पर कफन बांधकर बैठे, नींद नहीं उनकी आंखों में ताकि हम सब चैन से लेटें. देश की रक्षा के खातिर वो वीर गति को पाते हैं. देश के वीर सिपाही देखो मां का कर्ज चुकाते हैं. कुर्बानी वीरों की जीवन कितनों को दे जाती है. उनके रक्त से संचित धरती धन्य धन्य हो जाती है. मौत भी क्या मारेगी उनको जो मारकर भी जी जाते हैं. देश के वीर सिपाही देखो मां का कर्ज चुकाते हैं. जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, Kher Saab. On behalf of Abhivyakti Season 3, the Ava Literary Festival. We express our gratitude and look for more literary journeys together. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have a thunderous round of applause for Dr. Anupam Kher.
ये मुझे डॉक्टर मत बुलाओ, ये मेरे को नहीं, मुझे
But आपको डॉक्टरेट दी है.
डॉक्टरेट मिला है मुझे, मगर मैं ये फिर वही वो थेस्पियन लेजेंड वाली बात है.
Mr. Anupam Kher.
मिस्टर अनुपम खेर, थैंक यू सो मच, इट वाज अ प्लेजर. मैं एक काम करता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं सोशल मीडिया में करता रहता हूँ कुछ ना कुछ. अब मैं ऐसी एक्टिंग करता हूँ, आप लोगों से भी एक्टिंग कराता हूँ, कि मैंने अभी लेक्चर खत्म किया है और आप सब लोग दंग रह गए मेरा लेक्चर सुनकर, और जिस उम्मीद से आप तालियां अब बजा रहे हैं पोलाइटली, अगर आपकी जगह फौजी होते तो कैसे ताली मारते? 1 मिनट. यस. थैंक यू, थैंक यू. इसके रीटेक की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी. थैंक यू.
May I now call Mrs. Archana Pandey, President AVA, to come on the stage to felicitate Mr. Anupam Kher as a token of our gratitude. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, there are other sessions happening at Audi and Sanjog Hall. Kindly, I request you to kindly attend those sessions also. After the enchanting session with Dr. Kher, I'm sure no one wants any more. But रुकिए जरा, सफर अभी जारी है. आइए ले चलते हैं आपको किस्सों से कविताओं की ओर.
पढ़ा लिखा आदमी है यहाँ पे.
In a world where words take flight, where emotions flow like day and night, where with rhyme and rhythm we'll paint the air, with metaphor and similes beyond compare. In this session, Emotions Through Thoughts and Thoughts to Words, we have the pleasure of hosting 6 exceptional poetesses who have graced us with their presence. Allow me to introduce them. First, we have Monica Yadav, affectionately known as Mahi Rao in the poetry world. She's a renowned poetess who runs the YouTube channel Mahi Rao Poetry. Monica has performed at various poetry events, launched her book Andaze Mahi, and even appeared on television and radio. Her heart resonates with singing and Hindi poetry. Please take your seat, ma'am. Next, we have Ashwini R. Sane, a devoted mother, a gifted poet, and an author who delved into science fiction, fantasy, and mythology. Her notable works, such as The Adventures of Little Kanya, The Sonic Reverberator, shortlisted for the 2023 Author Awards, showcase her literary prowess. Apart from her passion of words, Ashwini is a music lover, a landscape painter, a nature enthusiast, and an animal lover. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, let's meet Mrs. Alison Braganza, who hails from Goa. An engineer turned cake artist, she's an avid reader with diverse interests from ancient religions to extraterrestrial encounters. Poetry became her creative outlet during the pandemic, and she aspires to become a marathon runner and publish her book. Kindly be seated, ma'am. Mrs. Hema Kesar hails from Uttarakhand. She holds a deep passion for dancing, cooking, and writing poems. Her inspiration came from her mother, and she has been recognized with several awards for her poetry. Kindly come up and take your seat. Mrs. Anju Singh, an education enthusiast with a MA B.Ed qualification, has been actively contributing to the field over 16 years. She has been highly inclined towards poetry and storytelling since childhood, and also wishes to contribute to the field of education and social well-being. She has received the ABBA Award of Appreciation for her work. I request you to be seated. Lastly, we have the internationally acclaimed Anjula Singh Bhadoria, a poet, an e-commerce technocrat, pranic healer, Vedic numerologist, and more. She is the founder-president of EWA Zindagi, a world record-holding international literary and cultural group. Anjula has authored educational reference books, co-authored anthologies, and received numerous national and international awards for her contributions. Kindly come up and take your seat. Now, without further ado, I begin by inviting our first poet to give the presentation. Please give a warm welcome to Mrs. Alison Braganza.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alison, and I'm here today to recite a poem written by me. To give you a bit of a background, I come from a Roman Catholic family in Goa with staunch beliefs. Way back in 2001, just out of college, and with the internet boom, I was hooked on to chatting online with strangers. And that is how I met my husband. He came from a different state, culture, and faith. Marrying outside my community was out of question for me. But he had wielded his magic on me, and I was in love. We somehow managed to convince our families, and we did get married eventually. But what I didn't realize then was that my mind was turning into a battlefield because of the clash of beliefs. My poem today summarizes why this conflict occurred and how I overcame it. It is titled, The Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden, fed with beliefs, bathed in tradition, conditioned with dogma, clothed in cultural rhetoric, I was nourished and nurtured in the Garden of Eden. They told me the garden was the only way of living, the only way of being. The garden was our only recourse, and beyond the garden was the ocean of doom. In the garden, they play their games, maim you with guilt and shame, cast you in beguiling lairs, all in the name of care and welfare. Around my neck lay this garland of sin, dangling upon my head this sword of guilt, and I wrestled to breathe. Against the currents, I begin my lone journey in the waters of doom, my only prayer to let go of this yoke. Plunging into forbidden territory, I swim to the ocean of knowledge. Washing off stubborn layers of grime, I absorb the air of freedom. It is here where the sea and sky merge. It is here where no divisions emerge. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Now I call upon Hema Kesar Meher.
नमस्कार, मैं हेमा केसर मेहर। मैं अपनी कविता आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करने से पहले अपनी कविता को लिखने के पीछे के भाव आप सभी से साझा करना चाहूँगी। हमारे भारत में कोई भी दिवस हो, सब नाम से मनाए जाते हैं, जैसे मातृ दिवस यानी मदर डे। तो जिस दिन मदर डे था, मैंने फ़ोन देखा, सबके स्टेटस पे अपनी मम्मियों की प्यारी प्यारी फ़ोटोज़ थी, अपनी मम्मी के लिए प्यारे प्यारे सब लिखे हुए थे। मैं वो नहीं कर पाई क्योंकि मेरी माँ नहीं है। तो पूरा दिन देखती रही, खुश होती रही, लेकिन शाम होते होते देखा कि सबके स्टेटस से माँ गायब हो गई। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो दिल को इतना लगा कि क्या माँ सिर्फ एक दिन के लिए तारीफ़ की, प्यार की मोहताज है? क्या माँ सिर्फ एक दिन आपके फ़ोन में, आपके दिल में रहनी चाहिए? नहीं, मुझे बहुत बुरा लगा। तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं भी कुछ अपनी माँ के लिए लिखूं और स्टेटस लगाऊं। लेकिन लिखते लिखते कब मेरे वो सब कविता बन गए, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया। और वो मेरी पहली कविता थी जो मेरी प्रेरक, मेरी गुरु, मेरी माँ बनी, जिसे मैंने सबसे पहले अपने भाई के साथ साझा किया। तो वो भी बहुत रोया और मैं भी बहुत रोई, क्योंकि हमें हमारी माँ की कमी महसूस हुई थी। तो मैं वो अपनी कविता के वो भाव आपके सामने प्रस्तुत कर रही हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आप सभी को पसंद आएगी। मेरी कविता का शीर्षक है माँ। तू ही जननी, तू ही भूमि से जन्मी भूमि जा, तू ही सृष्टि माँ, तू ही रचनाकार। मेरी हर सांस पर है माँ तेरा ही अधिकार। मेरे रक्त की हर बूंद माँ तेरी है कर्जदार माँ। मेरे रक्त की हर बूंद माँ तेरी है कर्जदार माँ। फिर क्यों तुझे याद करने को, फिर क्यों तुझे याद करने को करूँ मैं किसी पल, किसी दिन का इंतज़ार माँ। हर दिन है तेरा, हर पल है तेरा माँ। हर दिन है तेरा, हर पल है तेरा माँ। तुझसे मैं हूँ, मुझ में समाहित है तू, तो फिर क्यों रहे तू और तेरी याद किसी दिन, किसी पल की मोहताज। जब मैं संसार से कराऊँ तेरा ही परिचय, जब मैं संसार से कराऊँ तेरा ही परिचय कि तू है मेरी जननी, जिसने दिखाया मुझे ये संसार। ये तो होगा माँ निराधार, ये तो होगा माँ निराधार। तू हर पल रही मेरे हृदय में, मेरे जीवन में माँ, तो तू क्यों एक ही दिन स्मरण रहे मुझे। तूने अपना कल और आज किया न्यौछावर, संवारने को मेरा कल और आज। तो फिर तू रहे क्यों स्मरण के लिए माँ, किसी एक दिन की मोहताज, किसी एक दिन की मोहताज। तेरे मीठे वचनों में स्नेह ममता का वात्सल्य मिला मुझे अपार। तेरी मिश्री सी मीठी बोली मेरा रोम रोम कर देती पुलकित माँ, तेरे मेरा रोम रोम कर देती पुलकित माँ। पर कभी सुन कटु कठोर वचनों से, पर कभी सुन तेरे कटु कठोर वचनों से होता रहा मेरे हृदय पर आघात। मन में ये शंका होती थी उत्पन्न, मन में ये शंका होती थी उत्पन्न कि तू करती है दिखावा या सत्य है तेरा प्रेम माँ। पर तब था बचपन, थी नादान सी मेरी सोच, छोटी सी उम्र कम थे तजुर्बे, तेरा स्नेह भर रहा था मुझ में वात्सल्य और कटु वचन कर रहे आने वाले कल के लिए परिपक्व माँ। तूने जीवन की हर नीति हर रीति सारी कला मुझे है सिखाई, तब मैं दक्ष बन परछाई तेरी कहलाई। जब संघर्षों से करूं मैं हो निडर सामना, जब संघर्षों से करूं मैं हो निडर सामना, तो होता तेरा स्मरण माँ। कौन समझाता मुझे क्या सही क्या गलत का अर्थ, सब मिला तुझसे तो तुझे याद करूं क्यों एक अवसर पर, क्यों तेरे त्याग को जाने दूं मैं व्यर्थ, क्यों तेरे त्याग को जाने दूं मैं व्यर्थ। सिखा गई सारे गुण तेरे दिए गुणों से छिप जाते हैं माँ मेरे अवगुण। किन शब्दों में करूँ मैं तेरा धन्यवाद, किन शब्दों में करूँ मैं तेरा धन्यवाद। सबसे बड़ा शब्द तो तुझसे ही शुरू और तुझ में ही समा जाता है माँ। आज तू नहीं है साथ, आज तू नहीं है साथ, पर तेरी हर सीख संवार रही मेरे कल और आज, पर तेरी हर सीख संवार रही मेरे कल और आज। अगर मिले फिर जीवन तो तू ही माँ मिले, मिले तेरी ही ममता तेरे स्नेह का आंचल, मिले तेरी ही ममता तेरे स्नेह का आंचल। हर दिन है तेरा हर पल है तेरा माँ, तो फिर क्यों तू और तेरी याद रहे किसी दिन किसी पल की मोहताज, क्यों तू और तेरी याद रहे किसी दिन किसी पल की मोहताज। हर पल है तेरा हर पल दिन है तेरा माँ। मेरी कविता के ये सब मेरी माँ के लिए मेरे हृदय के भाव और प्रेम है, जो शायद उसके रहते मैं कभी ना समझ पाई और ना उससे कह पाई। मिस यू माँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Hema, for that soulful presentation. Our next poet is Ashwini Sane. Kindly come forward, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is not my husband's posting order. This is my poem. Most convenient to put in this envelope. So my name is Ashwini, like she has mentioned. I am the author of science fiction, fantasy, mythology books. And tomorrow I have a book launch at Abhivyakti. Please come at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Please be there. But before I was a huge writer, best-selling writer. I was a poet. So I started, after I got married, I started writing because there's, like all you ladies, you have to spend a lot of time alone without your husbands, and you have a lot of time on hand, your children, housework, and something creative. So I started writing. I used to write as a child as well. So I'm inspired by nature, and I write on women, and most of my poems are based on some kind of hidden philosophy. So today's poem celebrates the forces of nature, and to take it as a source of inspiration for all of us. The poem is called Be Like the Wind. Here goes. Be like the wind, blow hot, cold, strong, silent. Be like the wind, warm lands and golden sands, move desert mountains, weather monuments grand. Be like the wind, unseen but heard, speak through leaves and curtain rings, wind chimes, windows slamming shut, and playground swings. Be like the wind, soft, then hard, fast and furious, cut through sky-high mountains, cover lands, oceans, and clouds above. Be like the wind, gutsy, strong, change course, yet be steadfast. Vanquish those who step in your steady path. Be like the wind, be cool, bring rain and farms bountiful. Scatter flowers and seeds and sweep dead leaves sacks full. Be like the wind, make the silver moon dance in dark blue ponds. Spread perfumes and make us hear distant songs. Be like the wind, reach earth, heaven, and universe. Caress equal all mankind. Be like the wind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini. Next up, we have Mahi Rao.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। चूँकि औपचारिक परिचय हो चुका है तो मैं सीधे सीधे अपने काव्य पाठ पे आती हूँ। धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले आप सभी का धन्यवाद जो थोड़े से लोग बचे अनुपम सर के जाने के बाद। इतनी गर्मी में भी या तो किसी मजबूरी की वजह से बचे हैं या उनको दोस्ती निभानी है, पर आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इतनी गर्मी में आप लोगों ने अपने समय निकाला हमारे लिए। तो काव्य पाठ शुरू करते हैं। एक छोटी सी कविता है शिकायत पे। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो हमारे जीवन में नोक झोंक होती है, शिकायतें होती हैं, वो हमारे जीवन का एक अभिन्न अंग है। हम शिकायतें उन्हीं से करते हैं जो हमारे अपने होते हैं या हम जिनसे प्यार करते हैं, तो वो हमारे जीवन में नमक का काम करती है, स्वाद लेके आती हैं। यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं ज़्यादातर शादीशुदा ही हैं। तो पहली 4 पंक्तियाँ से भूमिका बनाती हूँ अपनी कविता की, और अगर आप ध्यान से सुनेंगे तो आपको लगेगा ये मैंने आपके लिए गाया है। हालांकि पहली 4 पंक्तियाँ महिला वर्ग के तरफ से लिखी गई हैं, पर यहाँ जो थोड़े बहुत पुरुष विराजमान हैं वो अपने पर भी लागू कर सकते हैं। पंक्तियों से शुरू करती हूँ, सुनिएगा। कि मैं चुपचाप रहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता, कि मैं चुपचाप रहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता, मैं अपनी बात कहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता। धन्यवाद। अपनी आह वाह और तालियां साथ साथ मिलती रहें। धन्यवाद। कि मैं चुपचाप रहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता, मैं अपनी बात कहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता। अगर मैं दूर जाऊँ तो मुझे वापस बुलाते हैं, अगर मैं दूर जाऊँ तो मुझे वापस बुलाते हैं, मगर जब साथ रहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता, मगर जब साथ रहती हूँ उसे वो भी नहीं जचता। बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं अपनी कविता शुरू करती हूँ, सुनेगा। कि खफा हो गए ज़रा सी बात पे, खफा हो गए ज़रा सी बात पे आए बड़े, खफा हो गए ज़रा सी बात पे आए बड़े, कसीदे पढ़ते थे जो प्यार पे आए बड़े, और बुरा ही मानना था तो ज़रा कम वायदे करते, बुरा ही मानना था तो ज़रा कम वायदे करते, जो तुम कम वायदे करते तो हम कम चाहते करते, जो तुम कम वायदे करते तो हम कम चाहते करते, तरस ना आया मेरे हाल पर आए बड़े, खफा हो गए ज़रा सी बात पर आए बड़े। बंद सुनिएगा। कभी कभी शिकायतें करते करते हम कुछ ऐसा बोल जाते हैं जो नहीं बोलना चाहिए। सुनिएगा। कि इन आँखों से यूँ मौसम में जो गर्मी घोल देते हो, इन आँखों से यूँ मौसम में जो गर्मी घोल देते हो, बिना अंजाम को सोचे जो सब कुछ बोल देते हो, बरस जाती है मेरी चाहतें फिर बारिशें बनकर, बरस जाती है मेरी चाहतें फिर बारिशें बनकर, सताते हो बहुत मुझको मनाना छोड़ देते हो, बरस जाती है मेरी चाहतें फिर बारिशें बनकर, सताते हो बहुत मुझको मनाना छोड़ देते हो, दयाना प्यार सब खैरात पर आए बड़े, खफा हो गए ज़रा सी बात पर आए बड़े। धन्यवाद। 2-4 तालियों के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अगला बंद सुनेगा। यूं टेढ़ी नज़रों से क्या देखते हो, यूं टेढ़ी नज़रों से क्या देखते हो, हाल तो पूछो, यूं टेढ़ी नज़रों से क्या देखते हो, हाल तो पूछो, मैं कहने को बड़ी बेताब हूँ तुम सवाल तो पूछो, मैं कहने को बड़ी बेताब हूँ तुम सवाल तो पूछो, बताओगे नहीं मुझको तो मैं समझूंगी फिर कैसे, बताओगे नहीं मुझको तो मैं समझूंगी फिर कैसे, ये आंसू पोंछने को चाहिए क्या रुमाल तो पूछो, ये आंसू पोंछने को चाहिए क्या रुमाल तो पूछो, पत्थर है क्या दिले जज्बात पे, पत्थर है क्या दिले जज्बात पे, आए बड़े खफा हो गए जरा सी बात पे, आए बड़े। और ये आखिरी बंद और सौंपती हो, सुनिएगा। मुझे किसी ने बोला था कि लड़ाई अगले दिन तक नहीं जानी चाहिए, रात रात पे ख़त्म कर देनी चाहिए। बंद सुनेगा कि मनाते क्यों नहीं मुझको, मनाते क्यों नहीं मुझको है देखो रात होने को, मनाते क्यों नहीं मुझको है देखो रात होने को, नज़र बस एक ही काफ़ी है साथी बात होने को, और ये होठों पे आई मुस्कुराहट क्यों छुपाते हो, ये होठों पे आई मुस्कुराहट क्यों छुपाते हो, ये झूठा गुस्सा बोलो भला किसको दिखाते हो, ये झूठा गुस्सा बोलो भला किसको दिखाते हो, क्यों हंसते हो हालात पर, क्यों हंसते हो हालात पर, आए बड़े खफा हो गए ज़रा सी बात पर, आए बड़े कसीदे पढ़ते थे जो प्यार पर, आए बड़े। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू माही, बहुत ही उम्दा कसीदा पढ़ा आपने। नाउ may I request Mrs. Anju Singh to present her poetry.
नमस्कार। साहित्य के इस संगम में आज इस प्रांगण में उपस्थित समस्त लोगों का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ, प्रणाम करती हूँ। आज मैं आपके समक्ष एक छोटी सी कविता प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ जिसका शीर्षक है बुलंद इरादे। ये बुलंद इरादे हैं एक नौजवान के देश के प्रति प्रेम और भक्ति की, जो भारत माँ का सपूत बनकर देश के लिए समर्पित होना चाहता है। तो चंद लाइनों के माध्यम से मैं उस भाव के साथ आपसे जुड़ना चाहती हूँ, तो सुनिएगा। सुनता था मिसाले वीरता की, सुनता था मिसाले वीरता की आज़ादी के परवानों की, सुनता था मिसाले वीरता की आज़ादी के परवानों की, नतमस्तक होता था मैं उनके दिए बलिदानों पर, नतमस्तक होता था मैं उनके दिए बलिदानों पर, समय की धार पर चलता रहा मैं, समय की धार पर चलता रहा मैं, नई सोच का बीज पालता रहा मैं, नई सोच का बीज पालता रहा मैं। जीवन के इस दुर्ग का प्रहरी बनेगा कौन, जीवन के इस दुर्ग का प्रहरी बनेगा कौन, कब बनूंगा योद्धा कब टूटेगा मेरा ये मौन, कब बनूंगा योद्धा कब टूटेगा मेरा ये मौन। आया वो दिन, आया वो दिन जब मैं निकला मातृभूमि का कर्ज चुकाने, आया वो दिन जब मैं निकला मातृभूमि का कर्ज चुकाने, लिए देश की रक्षा का प्रण, लिए देश की रक्षा का प्रण बेखौफ फौलादी सीने में, लिए देश की रक्षा का प्रण बेखौफ फौलादी सीने में, चट्टानों सा सीना ताने, चट्टानों सा सीना ताने बुलंद इरादों के साए में, चट्टानों सा सीना ताने बुलंद इरादों के साए में, आन बान शान से चलता रहा मैं, आन बान शान से चलता रहा मैं, देश के दुश्मनों से लड़ता रहा मैं, देश के दुश्मनों से लड़ता रहा मैं। अब मैं हूँ, अब मैं हूँ भारत माँ का सपूत, अब मैं हूँ भारत माँ का सपूत, बस आगे ही बढ़ते जाना है, बस आगे ही बढ़ते जाना है। आए कोई भी कठिनाई सबको पार कर राष्ट्र की रक्षा करना है, आए कोई भी कठिनाई सबको पार कर राष्ट्र की रक्षा करना है। अब मुझ में है, अब मुझ में है हिमगिर की ऊंचाई सागर की लहराई, अब मुझ में है हिमगिर की ऊंचाई सागर की लहराई, लहरों की मस्ती और सूरज की तरुड़ाई, लहरों की मस्ती और सूरज की तरुड़ाई। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
थैंक यू अंजू, बहुत ही प्रेरणादायी कविता थी आपकी। नाउ लेट्स कॉल अपॉन अंजुला सिंह भदौरिया ऑन द स्टेज।
नमस्कार, आदाब, सत श्री अकाल। आप सभी श्रोताओं को, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका काव्य प्रेम अतुलनीय है, क्योंकि जब सब लोग यहाँ से जा चुके हैं आप लोग फिर भी बैठे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो मेरी एक रचना है, आशा है आपको पसंद आएगी। बात जब प्रेम की हो तो एक माँ का अपनी संतान के लिए प्रेम सबसे निस्वार्थ होता है। पर क्या कभी आपने सोचा है कि इस प्रेम के भी ऊपर एक और प्रेम होता है, जिसके लिए हर वर्ष अनेक वीर अपना सर्वस्व लुटा देते हैं। जी हाँ, यह है अपनी मातृभूमि से प्रेम, कर्तव्य की सर्वोच्च भावना, जिसके लिए कितने माँ बाप अपने कलेजे के टुकड़े को सेना में भेजते हैं। नमन है ऐसे माँ बाप को। और यह भावना अगर देश में कोई सबसे आत्मीयता से समझ सकता है तो वो है भारतीय सेना, क्योंकि उन्होंने इस सत्य को जिया है। भारत के इतिहास में शायद ही कोई ऐसा हो जिसने पन्ना धाय की स्वामी भक्ति व बलिदान ज्ञात ना हो। रूह कांप जाती है जब इस वास्तविक घटना की परिकल्पना मात्र करते हैं। तो ज़रा सोचिए उस माँ के बारे में जिसने अपने सामने एक विभीत दृश्य मूक होकर सहा। मेरी यह कविता उसी वीरांगना के अद्वितीय साहस व आत्मबल को श्रद्धांजलि है, जिसने धाय होते हुए भी राजवंश चित्तौड़ के कुलदीपक महाराजा उदय सिंह को बचाने के लिए स्वयं के एकमात्र पुत्र की आहुति दे दी। यह त्याग ऐसा है जिसको व्यक्त करने के लिए शब्द कम पड़ जाते हैं। कविता सुनने से पहले मेरा आपसे विनम्र अनुरोध है कि इसे मात्र कविता न समझें, बल्कि इसकी सत्यता को अंतःकरण तक महसूस करें, क्योंकि यह हमारे इतिहास की वह सच्ची घटना है जो अनंत काल तक के लिए देश प्रेम व बलिदान का सर्वोच्च उदाहरण बन गई। तो आइए सुनते हैं मेरी स्वरचित कविता, जिसका शीर्षक है पन्ना धाय। पन्ना धाय ने 16वीं सदी में स्वामी भक्ति का छुआ सोपान, कर्तव्य की राह पर न्यौछावर करी स्वयं अपने पुत्र की जान। हृदय विदारक परिस्थिति में एक मात्र पुत्र को किया है अर्पण, पैदा करने वाली जननी से भी कहीं ऊंचा किया यह तर्पण। हर जीव को विस्मृत कर दे ऐसा तेरा त्याग व दुलार है, चित्तौड़ का कण कण व्यक्त करे पन्ना तेरा आभार है। मेवाड़ की धर्मरक्षक सिंगनी तेरा देश प्रेम अपार है। उदय सिंह की माँ कर्मावती ने जौहर की अग्नि को अपनाया, तब चित्तौड़ वीर भूमि को इस वीरांगना ने कर्मभूमि बनाया। राजकुमार उदय सिंह के पालन पोषण का था उनका काम, राणा सांगा के लिए स्वामी भक्ति पेता था उन्हें गर्व व अभिमान। अपने पुत्र चंदन के साथ राजकुमार को दूध पिलाया, इसीलिए धाय माँ का सम्मानित पद उन्होंने पाया। तेरे जीवन जीने की धारा मानवता का विस्तार है, चित्तौड़ का कण कण व्यक्त करे पन्ना तेरा आभार है। मेवाड़ की धर्मरक्षक सिंहनी तेरा देश प्रेम अपार है। काल के कपाल पर लिखा था एक मर्मभेदी शोकाकुल मौन, बनवीर लिए बढ़ा नंगी तलवार राजकुमार के कक्ष की ओर। यह चेतावनी पाकर भी अपने कर्तव्य के प्रति छोड़ी न डोर, कर्मयोग से नतमस्तक कर नियति को भी किया कमजोर। टोकरी में लिटा राजकुमार उदय को झूठी पत्तलों से छुपाया, फिर शीघ्रता से उन्होंने विश्वस्त के साथ राजमहल को से बाहर भिजवाया। तूने अपनी तत्परता से टाला राजवंश का संहार है, चित्तौड़ का कण कण व्यक्त करे पन्ना तेरा आभार है। मेवाड़ की धर्मरक्षक सिंहनी तेरा देश प्रेम अपार है। सोते अपने एकमात्र पुत्र को राजकुमार के स्थान पर धरा, तभी अचानक रक्त पिपासु वनवीर ने कक्ष में प्रवेश करा। रक्त रंजित तलवार ले जब राजकुमार के विषय में प्रश्न करा, कठोर हृदय से उसने शैया पर सोए पुत्र की ओर इशारा करा। झटके से सत्ता लोभी शैतान ने उस बालक का वध करा, पर अवचित नेत्र से भी एक आंसू पर भी धरती पर ना गिरा। पाषाण भी द्रवित हो उठे, ऐसा तेरा निस्वार्थ दुलार है। चित्तौड़ का कण व्यक्त करे पन्ना तेरा आभार है। मेवाड़ की धर्मरक्षक सिंहनी तेरा देश प्रेम अपार है। खुशी के मद में चूर वनवीर ने जोरदार अट्ठाहस लगाया। एक बेबस और लाचार माँ का कलेजा जैसे मुंह को आया। मृत पुत्र के मस्तक चूमकर अपनी ममता को सहलाया। पुनः सचेत हो राजकुमार की सुरक्षा को निश्चित कराया। कर्तव्य निष्ठा की राह पर पन्ना धाय ने पुत्र जीवन चढ़ाया, परंतु इस अद्वितीय बलिदान ने मेवाड़ का राजवंश बचाया। किया न्यौछावर सर्वस्व जिसने कर्तव्य सर्वोपरि मानकर, अमिट कहानी लिख दी जिसने समर्पण और बलिदान पर। हम किम कर्तव्य मूढ़ हैं ऐसी माँ के साहस व बलिदान पर। हम कृतज्ञ हैं इस वीर सिंहनी के कर्तव्य के भान पर। जब जब इस धरती पर सर्वोच्च वीरता की बात चलेगी, पन्ना यह तेरी वीर गाथा सर्वोच्च दिशाओं को दीप्त करेगी। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Anjula. I welcome Alison Braganza back for her second performance.
My poem, titled My Best Friend, is about that friend we all ought to have in life in order to have a fulfilling journey. My best friend. Was it in childhood that we crossed our paths? Or did we walk on parallel paths right from the start? She felt like the drizzle of the summer rain, quenching the thirst of the parched, arid pain. She whispered my name. I am your friend, she claimed. Ignoring her, I despise, blinded by my naked eyes. I recalled my friend list. Impervious, it had gone adrift. The glamour of the city lights, the roar of the worldly might, drowned her somber sound, beating her to a mere mound. Puffed up with conceit, the world made me complete. But in the hustle and bustle of life, my sorrows muffled rife. In these solo wanderings, I found her waiting, side by side, hand in hand. She was my best friend. She is my inner voice. Thank you.
आज की अंतिम प्रस्तुति के लिए मैं फिर से आमंत्रित करती हूँ माही राव को।
गुड आफ्टरनून वंस अगेन। मेरी कविता नहीं है, एक गीत सुनाना चाहती हूँ और मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि आप लोगों को 60 के दशक का कोई ना कोई अपना गीत याद आ जाएगा और कोई पुराना प्यार है तो शायद वो भी याद आ जाए, ऐसी मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ। विरह पे आधारित ये गीत है, मन से सुनिएगा, कुछ ना कुछ कहीं ना कहीं मन के तार ज़रूर झलंकृत होंगे, सुनिएगा। रात चलती रही, नींद आई नहीं, रात चलती रही, नींद आई नहीं, ख्वाब से भी मोहब्बत निभा ना सके। रात चलती रही, नींद आई नहीं, ख्वाब से भी मोहब्बत निभा ना सके। तुमसे मिलने की मन में तलब तो जगी, तुमसे मिलने की मन में तलब तो जगी, तुमसे मिलने मगर फिर भी आ ना सके। रात चलती रही, नींद आई नहीं। शाम खिड़की से देखा था तुमको मगर तुम जो पलटे तो नजरें ये झुक सी गई। शाम खिड़की से देखा था तुमको मगर तुम जो पलटे तो नजरें ये झुक सी गई। यूं तो दिल मेरा धड़का किया तुमसे, पर देख कर तुमको धड़कन ये रुक सी गई। जो नजर ही न मिल पाई क्या फायदा, जो नजर ही न मिल पाई क्या फायदा। प्यार आँखों से तुमको जता ना सके, रात चलती रही नींद आई नहीं। ख्वाब से भी मोहब्बत निभा ना सके। तुमको जीते रहे, तुम पे मरते रहे, धीरे धीरे तुम्ही में उतरते रहे। तुमको जीते रहे, तुम पे मरते रहे, धीरे धीरे तुम्ही में उतरते रहे। मेरे दिल की अंधेरी से नगरी में फिर कुछ दिए नाम के तेरे जलते रहे। बात निकलेगी होगी कयामत सनम, बात निकलेगी होगी कयामत सनम। बात होठों में फिर भी दबा ना सके, रात चलती रही नींद आई नहीं। ख्वाब से भी मोहब्बत निभा ना सके। तुमसे मिलने की दिल में तलब तो जगी, तुमसे मिलने मगर फिर भी आ ना सके। महुआ की छाँव में चांदनी के तले तुमसे मिलने का वादा हुआ था कभी। महुआ की छाँव में चांदनी के तले तुमसे मिलने का वादा हुआ था कभी। एक पल में मेरे मन को शबनम ने और साथ ज्योति ने मिलके छुआ था कभी। अगर ध्यान से सुनेंगे तो आप जानेंगे कि शबनम और ज्योति लड़कियों के नाम नहीं हैं। फिर सुनिए। महुआ की छाँव में चांदनी के तले तुमसे मिलने का वादा हुआ था कभी। एक पल में मेरे मन को शबनम ने और साथ ज्योति ने मिलके छुआ था कभी। बाट में तेरी पलकें बिछाई मगर, बाट में तेरी पलकें बिछाई मगर, अपनी राहों से कांटे हटा ना सके। रात चलती रही नींद आई नहीं, ख्वाब से भी मोहब्बत निभा ना सके। और ये आखिरी बंद और सौंपती हूँ, फिर अपनी स्थान लेती हूँ। सुनेगा। ऐसा बोला जाता है कि खूबसूरती देखने वालों की आंखों में होती है। बंद सुनिएगा। रूप मैं हूँ तो तुम हो नजर प्रेम की, बिन तुम्हारे मैं होकर भी कुछ भी नहीं। रूप मैं हूँ तो तुम हो नजर प्रेम की, बिन तुम्हारे मैं होकर भी कुछ भी नहीं। तुम मेरे शाम हो मैं हूँ जोगन प्रिय, तुम मेरे सब हो मैं तेरी कुछ भी नहीं। तुम मेरे शाम हो मैं हूँ जोगन प्रिय, तुम मेरे सब हो मैं तेरी कुछ भी नहीं। अरसों बरसों की ये दूरियां हैं अचल, अरसों बरसों की ये दूरियां हैं अचल, चाह कर भी ये दूरी मिटा ना सके। रात चलती रही नींद आई नहीं, ख्वाब से भी मोहब्बत निभा ना सके। तुमसे मिलने की दिल में तलब तो जगी, तुमसे मिलने मगर फिर भी आ ना सके। रात चलती रही। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, Mahi. That was a lovely presentation. After listening to these remarkable individuals, I couldn't but stop myself to write something in their honor. अर्ज किया है, गौर फरमाइएगा। In the realm of verses, we found our delight, where Ashwini, Anjula, Alison and Mahi took flight. Their words painted the world in colors so grand, a poetic journey across this enchanted land. Hema and Anju, Their voices joined the choir. With their lines of passion, they never tire. Together, these poetesses weaved a lyrical song, a tapestry of emotions where we all belong. Please join me in giving these remarkable individuals a resounding applause for an evening filled with the magic of poetry and inspiration. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, all of you, for being with us today. I know the audience is a little sparse, but whosoever is there, they thoroughly enjoyed your performance, and we are grateful that you are here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avantika. After the beautiful poetry session, allow me, Priya Nambiar, to take you on an immersive and intriguing journey of books. Just like every book is a new start, every moment is a fresh beginning with newly minted words and thoughts. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the world of books, chit-chat sessions, and some stories of yore. Perhaps the most important vision of all is to develop a sense of self, a sense of your own destiny, a sense of unique mission and role in life. So said Stephen Covey, and nobody can play that role better than you. Every one of us is an inspiration to someone. We have with us today 3 very inspiring women who will be chatting with us, launching their books and giving us an insight into their wonderful world of words, drama, storytelling, and more. Let me start by inviting on stage Mrs. Charul Chaturvedi Jetli. A published author, multiple award winner, and winner of Mrs. UAE International 2021 pageant, Mrs. Charul Jetli is a serial entrepreneur, international keynote speaker, and mindfulness coach. Being the co-founder and managing director of Matiti Group, she shows fearless and purposeful leadership in the leading corporate sector. With hundreds of testimonials for her work, she is committed to lifting communities by working with international foundations and non-profit organizations. Welcome, Charul. I'd request you to please be seated. Our second guest this afternoon is Mrs. Bhavna Ramakrishnan, an educationist with MPhil in English Literature and Diploma in Journalism and Mass Communication. Mrs. Ramakrishnan holds over 22 years of teaching experience. Teaching and writing are her forte, and she strongly believes that the pen is mightier than the sword. Her books have incorporated the theme of women empowerment, and she endeavors to showcase the rich tapestry of Indian culture to the world through her novels. Welcome. Army wife, the term connotes dignity, courage, and resilience. But is she born with these qualities, or is there something about the army culture and unique life experiences that shapes her a certain way? Well, my next author spins a story on these lines. Please welcome Mrs. Nandita Warrior. An established leader, trainer, and international coach, Mrs. Nandita Warrior is obsessed with the idea of growth. She brings with her a rich experience of 23 years working with clients across the globe, including the United Nations. A freshly baked author, Nandita believes in exploring complex emotions and human dilemmas through simple, relatable words and is keen to entertain and inspire her readers. I'd like to welcome you all. First let me tell you that I'm very excited and I'm also very nervous because, I'm sitting with three lovely ladies who've got their books all ready and we're going to be launching them soon. And I also want to tell you, when I was preparing for this discussion with the three of you, I was doing my research, reading your books, and I had goosebumps. I literally did, let me tell you. Your flair of writing, the choice of words that you used, it was all just so amazing that I want to let the audience in on what I felt, So let's start. Charul, we'll start with you. There's so much going on in our lives. There's work, there's home, there's so many different hats we wear as women. I want to know, how do you manage to take out time to write?
Hi, everyone. I think there is far and few people. Whoever can hear us, please come here. There will be a raffle draw, I promise. You will get signed copy of our books. Come, come, come. I think Anupam Kher sir took some of them away with them. But thank you for waiting, whoever is here. Thank you for the question. Very, very happy, elated to be here. I would like to acknowledge an important aspect of my life. I sit here looking also proud and happy amongst you all, thanks to my darling husband who is recording me speak right now, and the 4 generations of his family who I am a part of now, who have served the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. So sort of very, very delighted to be here. I know we have to keep the time, so I'll keep my answers short.
That's all right, don't worry.
Yeah, talking about wearing multiple hats, there are many ways in which we can respond to that. I will respond to it because I deal with it from my heart. If you look at the science of it, right, men and women, their brains are structured differently. We have parts called amygdala and prefrontal cortex and whatnot. And let me ask you, when your husband comes home after playing golf with his friends the whole day, and you ask him, how was your day? What will he say? One word, right?
Yeah, just one word.
If they go for golf, the whole day, they come back, what will they say? How was your day? Oh, it was great. And you're like, give me more.
Yeah.
Tell me something more.
Exactly, we want more coming out.
Correct. And on the hindsight, if you went out with your friends, let's say army officers' wives and your colleagues, and you went out shopping all day, and you come back and ask each other, how was your day? You can be in for like a half an hour narration.
Yeah,
Oh, this one came late, this one did this, and this one's child had
It'll
to
be
be
like
picked
an
up.
essay?
Oh my God, right? So, we do different things, but, coming back to your question, when I look at doing different things, and you made me sound like a celebrity 5 minutes back, I do it because I'm driven by my passion. And I've learned it the hard way in life. When you do your profession with passion, that becomes your purpose in life. And through the book that we will talk about today, it really is my expression or my realization of my purpose in life. And when I have to do that, no matter if I have to work 26 hours in a day, or write at the speed of light, or hop on planes and be in 100 places at the same time, I'm very willing and I'm very happily able to do that. So I encourage whoever is listening now or will listen later to wear those multiple hats, not because somebody asked them to, not because they're forced into it, but do it with passion and let every cell of your body experience the joy of it. And then every moment will matter.
But how do you take out time to write? You know, you have, with this multiple hats that I'm talking about, how is it that you take out time to write? I mean, how do you do that?
You know, like how you breathe. I was just talking to my aunt here. Thankfully, she's visiting me today. I love you, Bua. So, you know, like when you breathe, right? Tell me with your hands up, do you make an effort to breathe? When you breathe, do you make an effort? No, nobody's raising their hands. It naturally happens, right? That is my story with writing. I do not have to do it. It happens to me. And I'll just quickly let you in on a secret. I've not spoken about it. I was keeping this for the event today. I wrote my 55,000 words book in 3 days. It did not...
Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I think that's quite an achievement.
Yes, and I encourage whoever wants to express themselves that, you know, people talk about writer's block. The other day I was at an event and they're talking about, what did they call it? Have you heard of BPS? Anybody has heard BPS? It's called blank page syndrome. Like you're sitting on a file or a paper or a Word document and nothing is coming out, right? Yes, right. So a lot of people give you a lot of theories and whatnot, but if you're driven by a passion, if every cell of your body is wanting to express what you want to express, it's like breathing. It will happen. You do not have to make an effort to do it. So
Wow,
I'll take a
that's
pause
great.
there.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks, Charul. Bhavna, moving to you. Your debut novel was Dust to Dreams. Why did you choose this particular title for your debut?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your question, Priya. Dust to Dreams, the thought behind it is I want to share a poem, just the title of the poem, Not Marble Nor Gilded Stone. It's Sonnet 55 by Shakespeare. And the theme of the poem is emperors and kings have made great monuments and magnificent buildings in memory of their loved ones or to perpetuate their own memory. However, the best dedication to someone can be words. तलवार शब्दों को काट नहीं सकती और भूकंप शब्दों को हिला नहीं सकते. तो किसी की याद में अगर कुछ लिखना है तो 4 शब्द लिखिए. And Dust to Dreams, my debut novel, is a dedication to my father. It was his 25th death anniversary last year. So I dedicate it to him. और ये जो book है, ये period piece है. It's a period drama style में लिखी हुई है ये किताब. And the storyline is from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's the story of Bharat and the story of a young soldier who's born to a very humble family in a village of eastern UP. And the two stories, the story of Bharat, our country, and Bindu, this young boy, are intertwined. And the country is nothing. The villages are dust bowls. After the Britishers left, nothing was left here. And at the same time, Bindu is a young boy who has to face a lot of trials and tribulations. However, he manages to get recruited into the army and works his way up to become an officer. So Dust to Dreams, because the nation rose like a phoenix from the ashes of its own ashes. And it's juxtaposed with the novel, or intertwined, is the story of Bindu. So Dust to Dreams.
I think it made sense.
That's the
You're right.
thought behind it.
Absolutely. And was this inspired by any true life stories, or was it purely fictional? Did something come into your mind which
It's a fiction story. However, my father was in the army, my husband is in the army. So as a 4G brat and as an army wife, I've met so many people. So when I was shaping the characters, of course, I had people in mind when I was trying to mold the characters. So the characters are very real because there's somebody who was in my mind when I was trying to shape those. Otherwise, it's a purely fictional novel.
That's nice to know. Nandita, you've been an executive coach and leadership facilitator and have worked with organizations like United Nations. Did this impact your writing journey? All the travel that you've done?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, to put my work very simplistically to you and to everyone here, I work as a growth coach, and what that means is I help individuals and organizations grow, evolve, become better versions of themselves. That is exactly work that not just gives me, makes me privy to a lot of growth stories, but I also hear about the messiness of growth. Growth is a very glamorous word, right? 2 inches taller is symbolic of growth. So I'm celebrating growth. But the underbelly is so messy and the process is so disruptive. That is something I see a lot through my work, when I work with leaders, when I work with individuals. Everyone is struggling with some human dilemma or the other. People want to be more resilient. People want to feel more adequate. People want to be more emotionally calm and settled. People want to meet their need for significance. You know, what am I contributing? And even, you know, the topmost leaders who you would think are all put together are also struggling with this. So it is something very universal. I wanted to explore all of these themes. These are very complex human dilemmas. I wanted to explore them. You'll agree that there has been enough work in the non-fiction format where we explore, you know, some of these very complex dilemmas. My experiment and my curiosity was, can I actually weave all of this into a very simple story, which is relatable to everyone, which is so immersive that rather than a do this, don't do that kind of a format, my readers actually become my protagonist. They go sit in her head. They are able to feel her churn, the conflicting thoughts. They go sit in her heart and are able to feel the tug of different emotions and feel the disruption and the pain of growth. And not just go through her journey, but her reflections. My protagonist is a very introspective, reflective individual.
They somehow relate to her.
They relate
right?
to her through her reflections, they introspect. Yes. And at the end of, you know, when they put the book down, they also are 2 inches taller.
That's lovely.
That's my endeavor.
That's so lovely. In fact, 2 inches taller gives an insider's view into an army life, if I'm not right, and spotlights the making of an army wife, if I may put it in quotes. Can you share your thoughts on this and give us some insights on your novel, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? With all my joy. So my protagonist is a young girl called Mohana, who is a bright, successful corporate executive, chooses to get married to a young infantry officer. I think that's a story many people will kind of relate with, yeah? And so blinded by love is she that she just, you know, quits her job and, you know, having all kind of romantic notions about life in the olive green, she joins him. Here is where rubber hits the road and all the romance kind of starts going poof. So the center of the story is Mohana and her struggles with change. Am I losing myself when I give so much of myself to this relationship and wanting to make it work? How does this dilemma, this churn, her lack of self-worth, her insecurities, how does all of that impact a relationship which is very strong? The foundation where it's very strong, but relationships are dynamic. You know, we say that and they got married and lived happily ever after. That never happens, right? So my book in that way starts where all books end. So, you know, there's Mohana, there's a relationship with Suraj, and all of this sits in the, you know, context or the container of the army. So army has a very compelling, very loud, prominent culture, right? So how does that impact both of my characters, eventually and hopefully leading to their growth and making both of them 2 inches taller?
That's great. I'm sure they're all looking forward to see how it ends and read your book.
Yes,
yeah?
I would just leave it at that, yes.
Great, great. Charul, coming to you, the cover design of your book is very catchy and interesting. I have to tell you this. What was the inspiration behind it? And if you can please let our audience know, you know, throw some light on what the title really means, an eye to eye.
Okay. So in Hindi, eye to eye with eye, the term for that is Atma Sakshatkar, right? Now, it's a very heavy, very deep, and to be honest, a complex word, right? But the process of experiencing that state is very simple, right? And I'm trying to simplify what I want to express because it's very deep, right? My journey with my own self, and you would say, what does she even mean, right? You're Charul and you are she, right? So what do you mean, my journey with my own self, right? It actually started 6 years back. I was at my lowest. I think I use this analogy all the time, but that's the fact. My life was just literally slapping me across the face. My ego was being bursted at every level. Be it at family, your profession, your finances. Most important was health, right? And my life was not rewarding me for anything. And I had to, not by choice at the time, I had to pause and reflect, where is it that I'm going wrong? Because I'm known in my family as that sweet, submissive child who always does the right thing, who's always standing by the right and not whatnot, right? So, दिमाग में ख्याल आता है पिछले जन्मों का कर्म, like was I a bad soul in the past? Like what happened? Long story short, what started to happen to me was I started to understand myself better through everything that my life was trying to teach me. I was in for a 9 hours long surgery, and I remember this time when I went, this was in 2021. 2015 was a similar experience, but imagine a child whose toys have been thrown out of the pram. So I was sad, I was scary, I wanted to, be not nice to anybody around me. I was in a bad place, and I went into my surgery with that mood, right, with that thought in that state. In 2021, my life presented me with a similar challenge, and how I responded to that was very different. Like poles apart, right? I was giving my hubby high fives. I called my mother saying, you do not have to be at the hospital. I'm going to come back home and see you, and I'm going to be all well. And there was a shift. And I think that was my aha moment. And I wanted to acknowledge that about me. And I wanted that to become like a toolkit for myself, what this experience taught me. And how that was made possible was by me understanding myself better. And how do I see myself is through my eyes. My soul resides within me, it's not outside of me, right? And people say your soul is inside your physical body. No, our physical body is outside our soul, right? And I wanted to look myself in the eye every morning and be proud of who I am. And be happy about what the day is about to present to me. Be acknowledging of all that I've endured in a nice way, right? So when I started to do that, and like I said, I wanted to make this a toolkit and offer it to others too. Because, in a way, we all agree. I mean, a coach, a writer, a speaker, I think there is no better joy in more than in paying it forward, right? So when I was looking at putting my book together, which is really my spiritual journey with my own self, I wanted to offer it to the readers in a way that it becomes their toolkit. And how do they look at themselves is really, really important. Whether we acknowledge it or not, it is important, right?
Absolutely.
So, yes, and that's the title, right?
Yeah.
And it
And
did
what's
not
with
happen.
the catchy design, the lovely orange color, and it's beautiful. So
It all
what
happened
was the
by
inspiration
fluke.
for that?
It was my meditation, getting up after my meditation.
Okay.
I literally did a search online, pulled out a picture of an eye, put it on a Word file, put it on my workstation. It stayed there for 6 months.
Lovely.
And now it's looking what it's looking. So thank you.
It's looking beautiful, let me tell you that,
Thank
Charul.
you,
It's
thank you.
lovely. And are you working on any new projects currently?
Yes.
You said you were.
Yes,
right.
yes. I think we all are, right? And my approach is three-pronged approach, really. So it's called the 3 Ps, right? So there is something that will happen for my profession. There is something that will happen for my passion.
Lovely.
And then there's something that will happen for the purpose. If you remember, I spoke
Yes,
about it.
you did.
So professionally, we are coming up with programs which allow corporates, organizations, to start to imbibe spiritual practices in corporate life. So I'm called in Dubai a corporate yogi because I'm trying to bring spiritual concepts into organizations, right? So that's professionally. For my passion, which is writing, I will continue to write and express. So I do a lot of keynotes around the world. So I will continue to expand my reach. And my next book is coming, which is going to be a part 2 of Eye to Eye with I. And then comes the 3rd P, which is purpose. For that, my husband and I, we have set up a foundation. And through that foundation, our endeavor is to help, the kids within the Army fraternity who cannot afford rightful education, to support them with the right tools and resources to enhance their ability to complete their education, and also sports scholarships. So
that's really lovely,
those are the
Charul.
3
I
things.
think
Thank
you're doing
you.
some great work here. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause. That's really good work. Nandita, I need you to just quickly tell me, I'm a little curious about the characters of your book. You mentioned Mona and, the lieutenant
the smart lieutenant who she falls for. Tell me something about the writing process. Did the characters write themselves, or was the sketching journey of these characters a little difficult?
Oh my God, it was nightmarish. And I wish I could tell you that I had complete and absolute control over my characters. Going forward, I do hope I am able to achieve that. But this time I was a helpless soul. So while I had a broad outline of how I want the growth story or the learning curve to kind of shape out, I would begin thinking that this is where I'm going to reach towards the end of the day. By the end of the day, I would be so frustrated because some of my characters would just not listen. So one of the human dilemmas I have explored is Mona, who is very much in love with Suraj, yet going through a rough patch or some kind of a disillusionment, meets somebody and kind of starts getting a little, involved. And I wanted people to not judge this at all because it's a very, very natural human thing to happen. I thought I will shape Neil a certain way, he has a role to play and he'll go away. But once I started really, building this character, I myself fell so in love with this man. I didn't want him to go away.
I hope your husband's listening. Is your husband here?
He's very much there.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. So, and I didn't know what to do with Neil. Because he's a good person who has contributed to the story, I can't very unceremoniously just swat him off. So those are, I think, challenges as writers.
That people face, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's difficult to just, sketch it out and just stop there.
Yeah.
Right?
And it takes a lot of turmoil because, you just to make the hero, you don't want to make a villain out of somebody else.
True.
So how does he in a very dignified way, winning hearts, kind of ease out? Is something I really traumatized over. But I think that's the fun, no? That's the creative process
So
where
a lot
you
of
just surrender.
brainstorming involved, Nandita, in getting your characters together?
Yes, tons of brainstormings. I think all my evening walks with my husband were just talking about some of these characters and saying, "Iska kya karu yaar? Suraj sun hi nahi raha hai mera."
That's
So,
lovely.
but I think what I learned, long story short, as she said, I think it's a very divine creative process, writing. And you don't have all the answers. You just have to trust the process, surrender, and you do reach somewhere. If not sooner than later, but you do reach somewhere. That's been my learning from this.
That's lovely. That's lovely. Bhavna, coming to you, your second novel will be launched here today. Would you like to please give us a sneak peek into it, just a little bit?
My second novel is Fireflies in the Red Skies. And both the novels, I've written them for my students. I was on a sabbatical. Last year we were in Egypt, and my visa status clearly mentioned that I was not permitted to work. So I thought 1 year, someone like me who's always on the run, it would not be possible to sit still. So I decided to write these two books. And these two books which I have written, they have not stemmed out of some personal ambition. It's to overcome grief. Like I said, it was my father's 25th death anniversary, and the first book I dedicated to him, I dedicated 75,000 words, and my second book too has 76,000 words, and I've written, one is about the soldier, which is for all the soldiers in the Indian Army and the families, and because it's a period piece, which is from 50 to 70, I wanted my students also to know about the various wars that the Indian Army has fought, 62, 65, 71, are millennials, and my students, they're more into reels than reading books, and it's very light. The second book, again, is for my girl students, because they're mostly on top. They're achievers. In school, my top 10 students are always girls, and the record is maintained in college and the early professional life. It's only when the transition happens, when they're juggling between career and when they're getting married, from the professional space, girls start to dwindle. And they take a back seat. It's because of the way they're conditioned. They are made to feel guilty for everything that goes wrong in the family scene, and which is incorrect. Because whether you're a homemaker or you're working, you're a professional or a career woman, there will be problems in your home front. And it's not because you are working, because you are following, you're chasing your dreams. So Fireflies in the Red Skies, talking about the title, Fireflies here stands for all the little distractions that we start chasing and that keep us away from our goals. And the red skies stand for something which is eternal and permanent, and our goal should be fixed. we should focus on it. And talking about marriage and how I've seen my girl students stepping back and dwindling from the professional space, I feel families should support. The institution of marriage is still quite patriarchal. And I feel if everyone in the family supports the girl, then this conditioning of the girl alone feeling guilty for anything going wrong, children not doing well, or anything going wrong in the home front, they should not take the blame on themselves. That's because of their career, it's because of their ambitions. So have your eyes fixed on that. The sky here is for something that's eternal and permanent, and have the determination to continue.
That's
what I
lovely,
try to
Bhavna.
convey.
I'm really looking forward to reading this, and getting a signed copy from you. Also, I just want to ask you, this is your second novel, and earlier in the day also we heard panelists talking about how there are challenges when you write, you take your manuscript out for publishing, and there are challenges that you face as, especially when it's your debut novel. Did you have any challenges when you went with your manuscript, to get it published? You had your first one done. How was it with the second one? Was it easier because you'd done one before?
See, the most challenging part is, of course, completing the manuscript. And it should be read-worthy. Once that is taken care of, now if you go into social media, there are a whole lot of publishers, from vanity publishers to hybrid publishers to self-publishing. And I explored all that. And finally, one day my husband was congratulating someone for the book launch. And I asked them, who's the publisher? Because I was making a list of all the publishers I would then approach. And I approached quite a few, from Alistair MacLean to Europa to Golden Eagle, and then Garuda Prakashan here, Notion Press. And they all approved my manuscript. And they really praised that it's a story that should be read by book lovers. However, some of them offered hybrid publishing, and the amount was around 30 to 40,000. And then Notion Press, so the minimum amount that one was demanding, these publishers, is around 9,000. And then when I asked my husband, asked the publishers, it was Sabre and Quill. So I Googled Sabre and Quill and started corresponding with them. And I sent them my first 3 chapters, and after about 4 weeks, I got a contract letter, and they said, share the entire manuscript. Both the books are published by Sabre and Quill.
That's lovely.
And the book was published, and I went with them because there are 2 veterans who are running this publishing house.
Oh, that's so
and I thought,
nice.
let's go with the army people.
Absolutely. It's like
because
you're giving
I'd
back
heard,
to the organization.
Yes, about
Yeah.
manuscript sharks and this and that. I said, let me go with these veteran officers. And there's Brigadier Rajendra and his daughter Gayatri, who's there in this publishing house, and Colonel Rena, who himself has authored 23 novels. So I said, I think my first 2 books, let Sabre
So
and
nice.
Quill do it. So it was difficult, but then all's well that ends well.
So lovely. That's so lovely. Nandita, Bhavna just mentioned that her students make more reels than read. So what is your take on, creating reading awareness among the younger generation today,
It is,
What
I
is
think,
your take on that?
I'm also as dumbfounded as anyone else, because these are, why just the youth or why just the kids? We ourselves struggle with attention, very limited attention span. I mean, whether it's YouTube shorts or reels, there is just so much ready entertainment that just sucks us up, right? But I'll just share how I deal with it, and probably there is inspiration for everyone, especially my daughter and husband. Yeah. So see, there is so much clutter and there is so much stimulation in social media that if we can create some kind of a ritual where even for 10 minutes, 15 minutes before we go to bed, if we are just able to look at a book, and book is a very different way of engaging with the content. Visual content, you're very passively engaged. You don't know how to declutter your mind. But a book immediately kind of relaxes you, brings you home, just makes sure that there is some kind of a discharge. So I personally look at it as a very healing and a very relaxing experience.
I find it a stress buster after a
It
long
is a
day's
stress buster,
work.
absolutely.
You know,
So even
so
if you are
it's-
able to do it for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I have seen that I am able to sleep more peacefully. I don't get up as many times, and I feel a different sort of energy. So this is something, it's a tried and tested experience, and hence I would like to share it with all of you. And I think it's like the lowest hanging fruit.
Rather than saying that reading is a dying extinct habit and we need to somehow figure out a way to bring it back, if we can just create 10, 15 minutes of space to connect with books of our choice, declutter, discharge the overstimulated ourselves, go back to, close the day. I think that's a phenomenal way to
That's great. That's
read.
great, Nandita. You know, before we get into the much awaited book launch, could each of you please share a message for, I'm sure there are a lot of budding writers, authors. There are a lot of us who just write and we're just not confident enough to get it out. So I just want, each of you to just give out a little message to all of them and, something that will help them, in future. So Charul, let's start with you.
Wow. I see some young ones here. Do you want to write a book in the future? Yeah? Why not, right? So I'm reminded right now, I was just listening to her beautiful thought here, and it got reminded me of what Salman Rushdie once said. And he said, if you want to see the entire picture, you got to step out of the frame, right? So there is nothing wrong in breaking the old molds. There is nothing wrong in positive disruption. There is nothing wrong with addressing the elephant in the room, in your life, whatever it is, right? So I encourage the youth, I encourage the adults, I encourage the elderly, because it's pleasantly surprising how after retirement people find their second innings, beautiful second innings, right? So my advice, no wisdom, but advice through experiences, it's okay to challenge the status quo, provided it leads you to fulfill your purpose in life, right? So be the disruptor regardless of the age. Challenge things if you have to. Look at how you can create something compelling, but always, always end it by a thought that allows you to pay it forward. Because the future is only possible with what we'll do with our present.
It's beautiful. That's a beautiful thought. Thanks, Charul. Bhavna, coming to you, any messages to our audience?
My message is the title of my book only, Fireflies in the Red Sky. So, like, distractions are constantly buzzing around our heads. It's all right to sometimes chase those distractions, those fireflies, like twinkly, sparkly, frivolous things that we keep chasing. However, remember, like the skies, your goal should be fixed and permanent. Like John Keats said, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. And seek beauty in things that will give you permanence, that will help you achieve your goals. And my last message is, reels are good, but reading is better.
I agree with that completely,
Read
Bhavna.
every day a few words.
I agree with that. Nandita, what about you? Would you like to add on a little bit and a small little message for our audience, please?
Absolutely, why not? And my small little message is, don't make the mistake I did, which is to take 20 years. The story chased me for 20 years, and I just did not feel the confidence to put pen and paper together. Because, is the story good enough? Is the plot perfect? Has it not been said already? So what is the new message I will bring out through this? Am I a writer at all? I come from Indore, so, brought up in a completely Hindi-speaking world. So I have chosen English as the language of expression, but do I know English enough? All sorts of fears and insecurities. So don't engage with your fears or insecurities. Trust the process, jump in. So the day I finally decided to surrender, I said, all right, open a Word doc and just start with the first 2 words. And in my head, I was very clear, welcome home. Those would be the words to start with. I wrote those words, and obviously it was not possible to stop at that. So you write a few sentences, you probably write a page. Once the ball starts rolling, there is a divine process, there is a divine energy that kinds of just takes it forward. So I think more than worshipping our fears, I think it is about surrendering to the process and trusting the divine.
I think that's some really nice thoughts here. I think I'm going to go start writing, though my husband's going to crib then. But thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for 3 very inspiring women. I would now request Mrs. Ashima Malhotra, Zonal President, AVA 12 Corps, to please launch Mrs. Charul Chaturvedi Jaitley's novel. Thank you, Charul. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Malhotra. I would now request Mrs. Chandini Shingle, Zonal President, ABA 21 Core, to please come up and help launch Mrs. Bhavna's book. Ms. Shingle, I request you to also launch Nandita's book. Thank you so much, Mrs. Shingle. Thank you. Thank you so much to the three very inspiring ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please, a big round of applause for the lovely authors. Please note their books are put up at the book display area. The authors are around. Please don't waste time. Have a word with them. Get signed copies of their books. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. We had such a great launch of book experience right now. And let me tell you, to all the panelists, to all the authors that are coming up on stage, that I just checked on the YouTube link that we have just not the live audience here, but we have so many people watching us around, sitting maybe in their houses and enjoying this show, which is going online. So please, again, let me welcome you back for this new segment. So after this book launch, I am going to start a discussion, a panel discussion named The Journey Begins. And ladies and gentlemen, as I suggested, as the name is rightly said, it is all about the start. So despite of me being an actress on TV or theater, I have never been able to pen down my thoughts or write a book for myself. So I'm sure there are so many of us sitting here who are sailing in the same boat as me, isn't it? And thus, this journey begins is all about that. यानी कि कहाँ से प्रोसेस शुरू करें, क्या करें, इस सब के बारे में अब हम 4 ऑथर्स को बुला के उनसे बातचीत करके उनकी पूरी लेखन की यात्रा सुनेंगे, उनके अनुभवों को सुनेंगे और उनसे प्रेरणा लेंगे. तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं. For the journey begins, I would like to call on stage Mrs. Anjali Patwardhan. Mrs. Anjali Patwardhan, yes. So she is a passionate poetry and prose writer. She has published 2 poet books, which is Unfrozen Wings and A Moment Without Dimension. And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow itself, her third book will be launched in our very much Abhivyakti Season 3. Please be seated. Next, I would like to call upon Mrs. Aarti Bal. Mrs. Aarti Bal, she is engineer by qualification, but now an author-illustrator of 2 books, Miss Caterpillar the Apple and Miss Caterpillar the Banana. Her compilations are handwritten, hand-painted, and published without any modifications. Isn't that wonderful? And right now, she's in process of writing her 3rd book. Welcome. Next, I would like to call upon is Mrs. Anamika Kundu. She is an English teacher and has a vast experience in education industry, which is about 30 years. She is an author of 2 books, which are conceptualized and edited by her. And she has written on different platforms, which extends to about 10 books. Please have a seat. And now I would like to call upon Mrs. Shruti Sharma. Shruti Sharma is working with an advertising and communications industry for over 23 years, and she loves writing poetry jingles and songs for her work. Her personal muse name is Imli Adraki, and she has also founded a company by the same name. Welcome all of you, and thank you very much for joining us here. I'm literally excited to start the conversation and hear from all of you. So let's begin without wasting any time. I would like to ask all of you first, so let me ask and start the question with Anjali. What would be your earliest memory of writing, or what was the moment when you felt time has come and you started your journey as an author?
I've always loved elocution since school. So I knew I was going to do something in writing, but I didn't know when it was going to start. So it has only been about 5 or 6 years that I, started penning down poetry. And once I started, the words just came. They have not stopped till now. And I'm really thankful for that. So it's just been 5, 6 years that I professionally thought of writing.
And also, as you are a dubbing and voiceover artist, do you like this part of your profession, or do you even read and recite your poetry and we can hear
yes,
your
I'm
podcast?
going to. In fact, my 3rd book, I'm planning with the studio I work with that we'll have it as an audio book. But I definitely love being behind the mic, behind the scenes, rather than on stage.
Amazing. So if you would like to add anything, Anamika?
Actually, I have been a voracious reader right from my childhood. And at that time also, I thought that the author was something that I would look forward to and probably one day be an author. It's not till the lockdown that actually my writing started. And I guess I was in the flow, and therefore I kind of made up for all that lost time. And you know how many books and stories I have come up with, and I'm very happy to be launching my book tomorrow as well.
Amazing. So let's move on to our next question. Aarti, what genre or style of writings do you feel most drawn to, and why?
So I've grown up reading a lot of Amar Chitra Kathas, the books with a lot of pictures and all, comics and all. So I've always loved books with paintings and illustrations and pictures. So when I thought of writing this, creating this book, my first thought was to get a lot of illustrations, the things which are visually attractive. So that is why I created these books, which are completely handwritten and handmade, and it has all the illustrations, all the recipes and the paintings, and even I've written certain limericks. So every page has a picture, and that is what attracts me, and I've always driven to that. So that's all.
Also, your books are available on Amazon and
Yes,
Kindle.
my first book is already on Amazon. Second book is also on Amazon, but it is being launched tomorrow. The Miss Caterpillar, the Banana. It's being launched tomorrow.
And what about the other countries where it is available?
It is available on Kindle in a lot of other countries. So like France, Italy, Germany, everywhere. So you can, in India as well, it's available on Kindle as well.
Amazing, amazing. So moving forward, I would like to ask you, Shruti, your pen name is Imli Adraki, and that's quite a khatta meeta one. So would you like to talk about it, that how did you land upon it?
Yes, thank you so much, Mrunmai, for that question. I long for that question because I want to tell everyone about Imli Adraki. And yeah, like you rightly said, it is Khatta Meetha. And when I thought that I want a pen name, rather I was planning to come up with my own company, which I call the Lyric Shop, which was a small organization. Now it's a production house. But I wanted something कीड़ा वाला. You know what I mean? Like हम सबके अंदर सब मिठास नहीं होता. हमारे सबके अंदर कुछ ना कुछ खट्टा होता है, कुछ ना कुछ pungent होता है, and that कीड़ा actually makes us, you know, go ahead in life, you know, that all the madness that we do with our friends or our family and all. So, which is why when I was coming up with the names, I thought of a lot of like fancy names, like, you know, the Pence Cove and things like that, but maza nahi aa raha tha. And one day when I was running, this name literally, I think, you know, like some spirit guide gave it to me. The name literally popped up in my head. It's Imli Adraki because I felt यार सबके फितरत में थोड़ी तो इमली और अदरक होता है. So let it be Imli Adraki, on which I wrote 4 lines also, and they say, अदरकी रूहों की फितरत ही कुछ ऐसी होती है कि चांद मिले तो निगल जाते हैं, पर सूरज मिले तो पिघल जाते हैं. So that is Imli Adraki.
Lovely, lovely. So this is kind of, I hold it as a special one for you because it relates to your pen name. So ऐसे आप में से किसी का कोई special work है जो आपके लिए हमेशा याद रहेगा, or that spark you always feel when you start writing that motivates you. So would you like to tell me any written work of yours which holds a special place in your heart?
Actually, there is a very special work of mine, which is in the pipeline still. I wanted to write a thriller. I have experimented with many genres, and my readers, they loved my thrillers. And I wanted it to be special. So I wanted it to be a historical thriller. So now that was asking for something, you know. I have just been researching because it has to go with the period. And it's taking time, but it's really, really close to my heart. And I think the twist that it has got, it's going to be something that all my readers will love.
So how much time do we wait for that now?
Now, after committing to you all, I think it should be out in a couple of months.
Oh.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, we are looking forward for it.
Thank you so much.
Anyone wants to share any special thing about your writing?
I think my journey has just begun. I started writing last year only. So, but my first book, Miss Caterpillar the Apple, it holds a very special place in my heart because that is where I put my heart and soul into it, and I just started with something new and adventurous, and I'm loving the journey. So that's
right. So it is like when your firstborn is there. So it will always be that special moment. You are kind of a mother of that book. Moving ahead, we say that writing is not easy. Writing creates a lot of consistent process. And when we say of writing, I always feel that we also need to discuss the gray area that hits us while we are doing something creative. So I would like to ask you, Anjali, that have you ever got any challenges while your writing work goes ahead, and how do you overcome them?
I think writer's block is something we can all relate to. Once the writer's block sets in, you do anything and everything on the face of the earth to inspire or get inspiration from. It's really difficult. But the day it hits you, I mean, you know, your work can just finish not even in minutes, but seconds. So that is something I'm going through right now, the writer's block. It's been 6 months, I've not penned down anything, and that's eating me. So I'm going to get inspired today. I hope to, you know, start writing again.
Of course, of course. The pressure needs to be there sometimes to, you know, give you that push.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And one more question I would like to ask you in the same area, that how do you deal with this creative block which comes?
Yes, Mrunmai. When I first started on this journey, I was on cloud nine because I was so thrilled that I could be jotting down my thoughts and words and share it with readers who appreciated it and gave me some feedback. So I thought my head is teeming with ideas. I'm never going to face that. And was I wrong? Yes, so I had my fair share of writer's block as well. But I realized that whenever such a thing happens, like with any other field, we need to first accept it and then let it be, like what you did for 6 months, let it be. But I felt that movement had to go for a walk or a run, and be out in nature. I love to do my yoga and then discipline myself to sit down at my table and type away. So, like for certain period of time every day, like we dedicate to everything else, because we are so passionate about our writing and it's such an integral part of us, that is what helped me see me through this period. I hope Anjali will
Yes,
also
I'm going to
find
take
her
inspiration.
muse. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I would also like to add something to it, it's really ironic that everybody is a writer. And, it's beautiful then when you start exploring that Saraswati in you, that stem of some gene in you. It's beautiful. You can turn it into a profession. You can turn it into a hobby, therapy, everything. But the moment you face any writing block, break your ego as a writer. You have to immediately stop telling that I'm a writer and I have been doing it for 15 years and how. And the block immediately goes because you have to surrender to the Saraswati inside your head and said, yaar, de do kuch abhi. I give up. So, and then the ideas actually start flowing. So that's what I do. Whenever I start feeling, that I'm a writer, so I tell myself, all right, ground zero, and come back to basics.
Many takeaways today.
Absolutely. Even I feel that if you try to just write 10 minutes every day, would that ever be, kind of a push for you to sometimes hold a pen and, start something writing professionally? So thinking about that, I would like to ask you, what is your discipline or the routine that you follow as a writer?
So discipline is that's very difficult because staying motivated is very easy. Discipline की तो हम सबकी बड़ा मुश्किल है. I see my husband doing PT, बस वही एक discipline देखती हूँ मैं घर में.
No, I was sorry. I was just going to tell you that being in army culture, discipline is what we've seen.
But first thing first, lately that too I have started because I have actually started thinking कि what is it that drawing me away. मेरा सबसे बड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्शन क्या है? बच्चा परेशान नहीं कर रहा, कुत्ता परेशान नहीं कर रहा है, हस्बैंड परेशान नहीं कर रहा है. डिस्ट्रैक्शन है क्या? डिस्ट्रैक्शन फ़ोन है. So every time I decide to write, I make sure the phone is away in some other room. Because the moment it's around you, firstly, it blocks your mental flow. And then you keep on, scrolling and kuch na kuch dekhte rahoge, messages aaye hain, nahi aaye hain, this, that. So phone is that. Secondly, what I've started doing is, and where I read about it somewhere, that the morning time, which is the you are at your productive best. So whatever you have to write, think and all, if you can do the morning routine, then there is nothing like it. Because then through the day, of course, you are doing other things, like going about other courses in life. So yeah, these two things I follow, ki phone dur and subah if possible in, some solitude if I can write. That is what I do.
I think those two itself shows a lot of discipline. One is to you've given us a spiritual angle of the Brahma
Muhurat,
yes.
Which is why even children get up in the morning.
Correct. And as it is said, with the sun's schedule, we have to run the same way. Also talking about the discipline, the routine, and our army culture, now as we have already progressed, I would like to ask you, married to olive greens, has it impacted your writing or has it influenced your writing? Anyone can answer for that.
Some of my poems do have an element, but generally all my other poetry revolves around nature and love and the emotions of a human being. So whenever I write, I am my muse and I am the one I get inspired from. So I keep myself in that particular position, in that emotion, and ask myself,
We have our own mood swings, and sometimes it comes as an extra work. But honestly, my journey as a writer, I'll tell you how it began. I was into art direction earlier. But the moment I got married, I went into the other city. And I told my office कि मैं तो नहीं कर सकती. When as an art director, आपको उस city में, उस studio में होना ज़रूरी है. So somebody told me, your child is also very small, तू लिखना शुरू कर. So this is literally like Forge has, you know, passively, you can say, or actively became like a major element in my writing journey. And then alongside whatever opportunities I have got to write poetry and scripts and this and that, and we just kept on building on it. So yeah, all gratitude.
Yeah, and speaking of Forge, every person has their own kahaniyan. So that is the most inspiring thing कि हम अपनी अपनी कहानी लिखने जाए तो भी there would be like thousands every day pouring.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I would like to ask you that when you start writing, writing is a process, and till you nail it, you have so much of revisions and editings to do. So how much of importance do you give? Or is it like that you start and you already know that you have to, you know, land up to this to achieve it? So,
so my process, the way I make my books is very different. Since it's completely handmade and hand painted, I cannot do a lot of editing. So if I decide on a particular page, I design that particular page, and then once I finish writing it and I add on the illustrations, that's the final page. And if I don't like anything, then I have to redo the entire page. So it is like, you know, there is no room for error. So I try my level best not to make any mistakes so that I don't have to redo it. So that is my editing process. And I'm still learning the, you know, process and the techniques and everything.
अंजलि आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ a memory to cherish or any proud moment to share about your whole writing career.
Well, a friend of mine, she's a crochet artist, and she had her independent exhibition in Bangalore. And she asked me to write poetry for all her work. And the amount of appreciation and the feedback that I have got, and one of the poetry she picked up from my second book, she literally started crying. And she's like, you know, you've aptly written what I have made. So that has been a huge moment for me when, you know, an artist calls you and says, Anjali, please, you know, do this for me. And that was a challenge, writing, but I just loved it. So that has been one of my favorite memory. Yeah.
Moving on to another question for Aarti. क्या कोई विशेष संदेश आप अपने बुक से देना चाहते हो? As yours are completely handmade, handwritten, so is anything that you always want to convey?
So yes, I mean, since it is completely handmade and all, there are a few things that I would like to convey to people. First is that every person, har ek banda, bachcha ho ya koi bhi bada ho, if he picks up a pen or a brush, अगर उन्होंने उठाया है और करने की चाह है, तो I think they should go ahead with it. ये confidence और ये opportunity देना चाहिए so that, you know, the talent comes out. So even if you succeed or you fail, it doesn't matter. So that has to be inculcated in everybody, even if you're an adult or anybody. And the second thing is that as if you see my book, it has a lot of things that you can do together as a family. Like parents can do with kids, or बच्चे अपने मम्मी पापा के साथ कर सकते हैं, like storytelling or painting, or, you know, just sitting and doing some recipes. Although my book is in English, but it's very simple English. So it can be followed by everybody. And why I'm insisting on this is because आजकल जो है वो, like everybody is saying, कि सब phone में घुसे रहते हैं. छोटे बच्चे से लेके everybody, if you're sitting in the same room, everybody has a smartphone in their hand and they're watching something or the other and not talking. So I think through my book, I want to convey to as many people as possible that sit and do something together rather than, you know, into the phone or something. So, and there are a lot of things that can be done.
Wonderful. Well said. So well said.
Okay. And Anamika, I would like to ask you, are there any authors or books that have a profound influence on your writing skill?
Mridmay, that's a very, very interesting question, and at the same time very tough for me to answer, because since I remember, I have been reading so many authors, starting from Enid Blyton, Amar Chitra Katha, and all those different classicals. So I feel somewhere every author has left an imprint on me and an impact. And I'm sure it comes across in my work, but consciously I try not to copy any one particular author because I want to create my own distinct style. And there are my readers who keep telling me that, yes, we like this part of your story and this part of your story. It evokes this memory in me. So it's their point of view, but from my side, I try not to, mimic anybody. And that's what I would like to be known for, that she has her own style. But I think my imagery of nature is appreciated a lot because I am inspired by nature.
Yes, so somebody someday would say that I am inspired by Anamika.
Oh,
that we would
wonderful.
love to hear.
Thank you so much.
Because it's original, completely.
Yes, thank you.
Nowadays, as she said, Aarti, that children, it is really difficult to hook them up to something other than phone. So I also think that even it is difficult for them to, later on get into something creative like this, or to just hold a pen would be a challenge for them later on, looking at what the lifestyles are going on. So is there any tips or are there any techniques that you would like to give so that the children, they start, having this habit of getting into writings?
So I tell my son this because, you see, like I read a long ago about Anne Frank, the Jewish girl who died very early at the age of 15, but before that she wrote so many diaries, and what she wrote was so soulful. It was not given by brain, it was given by heart. She didn't write it as a writer again, it was. So I keep telling my son that every time he is upset, and he is a little sensitive child, so I tell him that tum likho, परेशान हो तो तुम लिखो. Like I remember long ago when I was a child, मैं हमेशा ऐसे dialogues मारती रहती थी. तो I was going with my friend. It was during Diwali, and so we saw an uncle, and that uncle said, "अरे बच्चों तुम पटाखे नहीं जला रहे हो?" तो I said, "Uncle, हम खुद ही पटाखा है, हमको पटाखे की क्या ज़रूरत?" So when that uncle heard, he said, "बकवास तो बहुत कर लेती हो, तुम लिखो ना कुछ." So I took that very seriously and tell my son also. I'll tell all the children that there is no better therapy than writing. There's no better friend than writing, because you can rant about your mama, papa, teacher, school, anybody, and the diary will tell no one.
Yes, I would like to add here, because I am a teacher, an English teacher, and I love to see my children writing. And I have seen that I have been able to help many of my students just by this medium of writing. Of course, I always dangle the carrot of this is for the school magazine, and many children do come forward with that. But some of the shy ones also, they do take up a pen and jot down their thoughts and the stories, and just a word of praise, kind of opens up this fountain of the spirit of writing. And reading and writing are very close to my heart, and this is what I really promote in all the schools that I've worked in.
May I just say one line? Sure. Now I know why my father used to get after us every summer vacation. This is a book, read it, and I want a summary in one page. Now I know why he used to make us do that.
This used to be our summer exercise.
You also had it?
Even some time back, Anupam Kher ji said that जब आप गुस्सा होते हो, एक काम कर लीजिए, आप open something and keep writing. So I think these things are taught to us, and it is now the time that we should also, take it ahead for our own children, which is going to keep them hooked to all this creative, pourings or creative minds, to keep them engaged.
धमकी में किसी को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा याद रख, मैं तेरे बारे में लिख के रहूँगा. We can just say that.
One last question is, can you recall a piece of feedback or advice that significantly impacted your journey? Like she said that her father always gave her that you have to write. So anything of your own childhood memory which made you that impactful that, yes, now I started writing?
Not really childhood memory, but when I started writing, it was on an online platform. And for me, writing, submitting the work for that prompt was the goal. And then I had some of my friends tell me, you write so well, but why so short? You know, so even 200 words for me was quite a big deal and quite a task. But recently I finished a novella of around 16,000 words. So I have traveled quite a distance, and it's possible because like any other thing, it's a skill. The more we hone our skill, the better we become. So that has helped me. Thank you.
I really enjoyed talking to all of you, and you were really very honest and kind of, we just had a chat as if we've met long time back. You were that open. So I'm sure even the audience people are motivated now to, jot down their thoughts which are coming to their minds. अभी हमारे हौसले थोड़े कि कुछ लिखना है तो हाँ, at least जाके start कर सकते हैं, isn't it? So I would just like to end this by एक एक लाइन ऐड करके वो स्टोरी बना देना. Are you ready for that? Okay, so we'll start. I will just ask them to, yeah. So the mic is already there. And just if you feel it is going haywire, I'll give you 4 things that there should be a hero, there should be a problem, there should be some process, and there should be a solution. In 4 pillars पे भी कहानी बन सकती है. So my first prompt, like the only prompt that I'm giving today is Rahul bus stop पे wait कर रहा था. राहुल बस स्टॉप पे वेट कर रहा था और अचानक उसने जोर से आवाज सुनी. सो इफ एनीबडी वुड लाइक टू ऐड अ लाइन टू दिस टू स्टार्ट अ स्टोरी.
And she has told us it's only from the audience. We are not allowed.
राहुल बस स्टॉप पे वेट कर रहा था और अचानक उसने जोर से आवाज सुनी.
उसकी मम्मी की आवाज थी, बेटा तेरा होमवर्क तो घर ही रह गया.
ओके, और उसके बाद
आगे बोलेंगे.
ओ अमेजिंग.
वो बोलता है मम्मी बाद में कर लूँगा, अभी तो छुट्टियों में 5-6 दिन बचे हैं, टीचर क्या ही बोलेंगे.
It's turning out well. I want one more person. Rather, yes.
पर जब राहुल ये बोल रहा था कि अभी तो 3-4 दिन है, उसको पता नहीं था कि मम्मी के पीछे पापा भी खड़े हैं.
And the last one who can conclude it.
पापा ने बोला डोंट वरी बेटा, मैं भी ऐसे ही करता था.
चलिए, so the amazing part was कि हम सबकी जर्नी तो शुरू हो चुकी है with all the 4 pillars which we have, put up with a story, and that too that spontaneously. First of all, thank you so much audience for being that sporty and being that much attentive to, get back to us with your story creation. And of course, thank you so much. I had lovely time with you all. And we really feel that थोड़े से तो हौसले हमारे पक्का बुलंद हुए होंगे जो आपने अभी देखे. I would like to call on stage Mrs. Manjeet.
Thank you, Muranmai.
I would like to call on Mrs. Sabina Arora.
No, I am Sabina Arora. I am Mrs. Manjeet, but I'm also Mrs. Sabina Arora.
So we would like to felicitate our panelists. So big round applause for all our panelists. Thank you, Mrs. Manjeet. I would like to tell everyone, Mrs. Manjeet, Mrs. Sabina Arora, I'm extremely sorry, first of all. She is ex officio regional president AVA.
Ladies and gentlemen, आज शाम का ये आखिरी इवेंट है एंड बहुत दूर से बहुत टैलेंटेड आर्टिस्ट आए हैं इसको परफॉर्म करने के लिए. आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी हु सिटिंग फार टू कम क्लोजर टू द स्टेज बिकॉज मेरे को बताया गया है कि आर्टिस्ट शादी के घोड़े की तरह होता है, जब तक उसको भीड़ नहीं दिखती है वो नाचता नहीं है. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट all of you to please come closer to the stage and take your seats because we are in for a treat through Jashn-e-Kalam. Kindly settle down fast. I request you to switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent mode. We will be starting with Jashn-e-Kalam now. क्या खूब गुजरा है दिन किताबों, कविताओं और किस्सों के साथ. क्या खूब गुजरा है दिन किताबों, कविताओं और किस्सों के साथ. जैसा दिन का आगाज़ था वैसा दिन का अंजाम भी तो होना चाहिए. उम्दा और यादगार. We are here to celebrate the art of storytelling, Hindustani literature, and the incredible talent behind Jashn-e-Kalam. Jashn-e-Kalam is not just an organization. It is a collective of performing artists and creative professionals with a profound passion for Hindustani literature and storytelling. Over the years, they have had the privilege of sharing over 350 performances in various settings, from small to big theaters, to academic institutions, alternative spaces, offices, film festivals, literary festivals, and even the backyards of your houses. What sets Jashn Kalam apart is their commitment to create a sensory experience, one that actively engages the audience in co-creating the narrative rather than just passively consuming the story. Their work includes short stories from various writers like Saadat Hasan Manto, Amrita Preetham, Ismat Chugtai, Rajinder Singh Bedi, Mohan Prakash, and Kamaleshwar. But that's not all Jashn Kalam has. That's not all. Jashn Kalam has also ventured into the digital world, partnering with BMS Jukebox, Storytel, and Saregama to bring these mesmerizing stories to an even broader audience through digital audio stories. So let's welcome the very talented Shashwita Sharma, Rajesh Kumar, and Vicky Ahuja. So give it up for these talented artists. Kindly welcome Team Jashn Kalam.
नमस्ते आदाब अभिव्यक्ति के मंच से जश्न कलम की तरफ से इस झिलमिलाती सुनहरी शाम में मैं शाश्विता शर्मा,
मैं राजेश कुमार
आप सबका स्वागत करते हैं। आप सबसे गुजारिश है जो पीछे बैठे हैं उधर बालकनीज़ में या उधर पीछे के टेंट में बैठे हैं या उस तरफ गार्डन में स्मूदीज़ का जायका ले रहे हैं, प्लीज़ यहाँ आ जाएं और हमारे सामने आकर कहानी का आनंद लें। जब हम अपने दिल की बात किसी अपने से, किसी हमसफ़र, हमनवा से कहते हैं तो वो किस्सा होता है, और यही किस्सा जब घर, गलियों, पहाड़, नदियों, साल, सदियों से सफ़र करता हुआ दूर निकल जाता है तो कहानी बन जाता है। जश्न कलम एक कोशिश है साहित्य की चुनिंदा कहानियों को आप तक पहुंचाने की, जिन्हें लेखकों ने बेहद सोच समझकर गढ़ा, कुछ कहने के लिए, कुछ महसूस करने के लिए।
महसूस करना और उसे ऐसे ही कहना इतना आसान नहीं रह गया है, क्योंकि शुरुआत से ही हमें ठोक पीट कर ऐसे पुराने बने बनाए सांचों में ढाल दिया जाता है जहां नया नज़रिया पैदा करना, नई बात, नया तरीका, इन बातों पर ध्यान ही नहीं दिया जाता।
और कहीं गलती से नया नज़रिया पैदा हो भी गया तो बहुत बड़ा सवाल खड़ा हो जाता है कि क्या करें? वो कहें जो हम महसूस कर रहे हैं या वो कहें जो दूसरे लोग सुनना चाहते हैं।
जो परंपराएं, नियम, कानून सदियों से चले आ रहे हैं, उन पर आंख मूंद कर चलते चले जाएं,
या फिर बदलते वक्त के साथ पुरानी मान्यताओं को नई तरह से इंटरप्रेट करें, उन्हें नया माने या नई सोच को अपनाएं।
हमारे आज की कहानी कुछ ऐसे ही सवालों को टटोलती है, और ये कहानी कहने सुनने का खेल सदियों पुराना है। इसमें दो खिलाड़ी होते हैं, एक कहानी कहने वाला और दूसरा कहानी सुनने वाला।
तो आज आपकी और हमारी जोड़ी मिलकर इस प्रस्तुति को पूरा करेगी। हम यहाँ से और आप वहाँ से, तभी कहानी आगे बढ़ेगी। तो आप लोगों से गुजारिश है, प्लीज़ आगे आ जाइए। जो लोग अभी भी पीछे हैं, मोबाइल फ़ोन्स को अगर आप थोड़ी देर के लिए अपने से दूर कर देंगे, अपने प्यारे बच्चों को, अपने नए अंग को, तो बहुत अच्छा होगा, हमें बहुत अच्छा लगेगा और आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि कहानियों में जो शब्द होते हैं उनके पास एक जादू होता है। वो जादू होता है आपकी कल्पना में चित्र बनाने का, जिससे आप अपनी खुद की 70 mm की फिल्म गढ़ सकते हैं।
वाह!
तो शब्दों को अपना जादू बिखेरने दीजिए, कहानी में गोते लगाइए। प्रस्तुत है प्रेमचंद की बड़े भाई साहब।
खींचो खींचो, बस। नमस्ते, गुड इवनिंग, प्रणाम। वो अंग्रेजी मैडम कह रही थी, ओए आवाज़ तो बहुत ज़्यादा, हाँ ठीक है। अंग्रेजी मैडम कह रही थी कि भीड़ नहीं होती तो आर्टिस्ट डांस नहीं कर पाता, तो डांस तो मुझे करना नहीं था, तो फिर कर दूं? पहली बार इतने सारे मिलिट्री वाले देखे ना, तो जय जवान जय किसान, जय जवान जय किसान, जय जवान जय किसान। अच्छा, मुझे सबसे पहले ना आपको एक बात बतानी है और एक बात पूछनी है। तो बतानी ये है कि आजकल जब भी आप अकेले में होंगे ना, तो सच कह रहा हूं, सबको कसम है धरती माता की, एक बार ऐसे जरूर करना अकेले में, बड़ा अच्छा लगेगा आपको। अच्छा, एक बात पूछनी है अब, इस दुनिया की सबसे खूबसूरत चीज क्या है? इतने पढ़े लिखे साफ सुथरे लोग, पता नहीं, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। ये बच्ची को देखो, यस, यही यही बचपना, मैं बचपने की बात कर रहा हूं, जब हम छोटे होते हैं, है ना, दुनिया की सबसे खूबसूरत चीज है। और जब हम बड़े हो जाते हैं तो कॉल मी टुमारो आई एम बिजी, ये सबसे बहुत पहले हमारे सबके अंदर एक बच्चा होता है ना, किसी के साथ रह जाता है, कुछ लोग पीछे छोड़ देते हैं। आप याद कीजिए, फर्स्ट क्लास, सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ, फिफ्थ, है ना, अपनी अपनी मम्मी को याद करिए, अपने घर याद करिए, झूले हैं, फुटबॉल, क्रिकेट, डॉल, खेल। ट्राई करो, याद करो एक बार, हैं? भाई बहन, भाई मेरा भाई, मेरे बड़े भाई साहब मुझसे 5 साल बड़े थे, लेकिन थे सिर्फ 3 ही क्लास आगे। नहीं, उन्होंने पढ़ाई उसी उम्र में शुरू की थी जब मैंने शुरू की थी, लेकिन तालीम जैसे महत्व के मामले में वो जल्दबाजी से काम लेना पसंद ही नहीं करते थे। 1 साल का काम 2 साल में करते थे, कभी कभी 3 साल भी लग जाते थे। बुनियाद ही पुख्ता ना हो तो मकान कैसे पायदार बने, ऐसा कहते नहीं, सोचते थे। अच्छा, मैं छोटा था, वो बड़े थे, मेरी उम्र थी 9 साल और वो थे 14 साल, तो उन्हें मेरी तंबी और निगरानी का पूरा और जन्म सिद्ध अधिकार था, और मेरी शालीनता इसी में थी कि उनके हुक्म को कानून समझूं। अच्छा, वो स्वभाव से बहुत ही अध्ययनशील थे, हरदम किताब खोले बैठे रहते, और शायद दिमाग को आराम देने के लिए कभी कॉपी पर, कभी किताब के हाशियों पर, हाशिए मींस साइड्स, चिड़ियों, कुत्तों, बिल्लियों की तस्वीरें बनाया करते। कभी एक ही नाम या शब्द या वाक्य 10-20 बार लिख डालते, और कभी एक शेर को बार बार सुंदर अक्षरों से नकल करते रहते, और कभी तो ऐसी शब्द रचना करते जिसका ना कोई अर्थ होता और ना कोई सामंजस्य। एक बार मैंने उनकी कॉपी में एक इबारत देखी, उसमें लिखा था, स्पेशल, अमीना, भाइयों भाइयों, राधे श्याम, श्रीयुक्त राधे श्याम, 1 घंटे तक। उसके बाद एक आदमी का चेहरा बना हुआ था। मैंने बहुत चेष्टा की कि इस पहेली का कोई अर्थ निकालूं, लेकिन असफल रहा, और उनसे पूछने का साहस नहीं हुआ। अरे वो 9वीं जमात में थे, मैं 5वीं में, है? उनकी रचनाओं को समझना मेरे लिए तो जैसे छोटा मुंह बड़ी बात। अच्छा, मेरा जी पढ़ाई में बिल्कुल नहीं लगता था, 1 घंटा भी किताब लेकर बैठना पहाड़ था, इसलिए मौका पाते मैं हॉस्टल से निकलकर बाहर आ जाता। मैदान में आ जाता, और कभी कंकरियां उछालता, कभी कागज की तितलियां उड़ाता, और कहीं कोई साथी मिल गया, कैसे साथी, कहीं कोई साथी मिल गया तो पूछना ही क्या। कभी चार दीवारी पे चढ़ के नीचे कूद रहे हैं, या अली मदान, कभी फाटक पर सवार उसे आगे पीछे चलाते हुए मोटर कार का आनंद उठा रहे हैं। लेकिन कमरे में आती भाई साहब का वो रौद्र रूप देखकर प्राण सूख जाते। उनका पहला सवाल होता, कहां थे? नहीं, ऐसे नहीं, कहां थे, कहां थे? ये सवाल इसी ध्वनि में हमेशा पूछा जाता, और मेरे पास इसका जवाब केवल मौन था। न जाने मेरे मुंह से ये बात क्यों ना निकलती कि भाई साहब, मेरा मौन कह देता कि मुझे अपना अपराध स्वीकार है, और भाई साहब के पास इसके अलावा कोई चारा नहीं था कि स्नेह और रोष से मिले शब्दों में मेरा सत्कार करें। इस तरह से अंग्रेजी पढ़ोगे, इस तरह से अंग्रेजी पढ़ोगे तो जिंदगी भर पढ़ते रहोगे और एक हर्फ नहीं आएगा। अरे अंग्रेजी पढ़ना कोई हंसी खेल थोड़ी ना कि जो चाहे पढ़ ले। नहीं, ऐरा गहरा नत्थू खैरा सब अंग्रेजी के विद्वान हो जाते। यहां रात दिन आंखें फोड़नी पड़ती हैं, खून जलाना पड़ता है, तब आती है ये विद्या। और आती क्या है? हाँ, बस कहने को आ जाती है। अरे बड़े बड़े विद्वान भी शुद्ध अंग्रेजी नहीं लिख सकते हैं, बोलना तो दूर रहा। और मैं कहता हूं कि तुम कितने घोंगा हो, मुझे देखकर भी सबक नहीं लेते हैं? मैं कितनी मेहनत करता हूं, तुम अपनी आंखों से देखते हो। अगर नहीं देखते हो ना तो ये तुम्हारी आंखों का कसूर है, तुम्हारी बुद्धि का कसूर है। रोज इतने मेले तमाशे होते हैं, तुमने मुझे कभी खेलने जाते देखा है? हैं? रोज ही क्रिकेट और हॉकी मैच होते हैं, मैं पास नहीं फटकता, हमेशा पढ़ता रहता हूं। उस पर भी एक एक दर्जे में 2-2, 3-3 साल पढ़ा रहता हूं। फिर तुम कैसे आशा करते हो कि तुम यूं खेल कूद में वक्त गंवा के पास हो जाओगे? हैं? और मैं तो एक दर्जे में 2-3 साल ही पढ़ा रहता हूं, लेकिन तुम उम्र भर इसी दर्जे में पढ़े सड़ते रहोगे। और अगर इसी तरह उम्र गंवानी है तो बेहतर है घर चले जाओ और मजे से गुल्ली डंडा खेलो। दादा की गाड़ी कमाई के रुपए क्यों बर्बाद करते हो? मैं ये लताड़ सुनकर आंसू बहाने लगता। जवाब ही क्या था? अपराध तो मैंने किया, लताड़ कौन सा है? और भाई साहब उपदेश की कला में निपुण थे, ऐसी ऐसी लगती बातें कहते, ऐसे ऐसे सूखती बाण चलाते कि मेरे जिगर के टुकड़े टुकड़े हो जाते और हिम्मत टूट जाती। इस तरह जी तोड़कर मेहनत करने की शक्ति मैं अपने में ना पाता, और उस निराशा में मैं जरा देर के लिए सोचने लगता, क्यों ना घर चला जाऊं। जो काम मेरे बूते के बाहर है उसमें हाथ डालकर क्यों अपनी जिंदगी खराब करूं। मुझे अपना मूर्ख रहना मंजूर था, लेकिन उतनी मेहनत, बाप रे, मुझे तो चक्कर आ जाता था। लेकिन घंटे 2 घंटे के बाद निराशा के बादल फट जाते और मैं इरादा करता कि आगे से खूब जी लगाकर पढ़ूंगा। चटपट एक टाइम टेबल बना डालता। अब बिना पहले से नक्शा बनाए, कोई स्कीम तैयार किए काम कैसे शुरू करें? टाइम टेबल में खेल कूद की मद बिल्कुल उड़ जाती। अच्छा रहने दो। प्रातःकाल उठना 6 बजे, मुंह हाथ धो, नाश्ता कर, पढ़ने बैठ जाना। 6 से 8 तक अंग्रेजी, 8 से 9 तक हिसाब, 9 से 9:30 तक इतिहास, फिर भोजन वगैरह करके स्कूल। 3:30 बजे स्कूल से वापस होकर आधा घंटा आराम। 4 से 5 तक भूगोल, 5 से 6 तक ग्रामर, उसके बाद आधा घंटा हॉस्टल के सामने टहलना। 6:30 से 7 तक अंग्रेजी कॉम्पोजिशन, फिर भोजन वगैरह करके 8 से 9 तक अनुवाद, 9 से 10 तक हिंदी, उससे 11 तक विविध विषय, और फिर विश्राम। मगर टाइम टेबल बना लेना एक बात है और उस पर अमल करना दूसरी बात। पहले दिन उसकी अवहेलना शुरू हो जाती। मैदान की वो सुखद हरियाली, हवा के हल्के हल्के झोंके, फुटबॉल की वो उछल कूद, कबड्डी के वो दाव घात, वॉलीबॉल की वो तेजी और फुर्ती मुझे अज्ञात और अनिवार्य रूप से खींच ले जाती, और वहां जाते मैं सब कुछ भूल जाता। वो टाइम टेबल, वो आंख फोड़ पुस्तकें, मुझे किसी की याद न रहती, किसी की। और भाई साहब को नसीहत और फजीहत का अवसर मिल जाता। मैं उनके साए से भागता, उनकी आंखों से दूर रहने की चेष्टा करता, कमरे में इस तरह दबे पांव आता कि उन्हें खबर ना हो। उनकी नजर मेरी ओर उठी और मेरे प्राण निकले। लेकिन फिर भी जैसे जैसे एक नंगी सी तलवार सी लटकती मालूम होती। लेकिन फिर भी जैसे कुछ भी कर लो, लेकिन आदमी कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकाल लेता है। मैं ये फटकार और घुड़कियां खाकर भी मुझसे रहा ही नहीं जाता, रहा ही नहीं जाता। सालाना इम्तिहान हुआ, भाई साहब फेल हो गए, मैं पास हो गया, पता नहीं कैसे। अब भाई साहब और मुझ में 2 दर्जे का अंतर रह गया। मेरे मन में आया भाई साहब को आड़े हाथों लूं। कहां गई आपकी वो घोर तपस्या? मुझे देखिए, मजे से खेलता भी रहा हूं और दर्जे में अव्वल भी हूं। लेकिन वो इतने दुखी और उदास थे कि उनके जले पर नमक छिड़कने का विचार ही लज्जास्पद जान पड़ा। हाँ, अब अपने ऊपर कुछ अभिमान हुआ और आत्मसम्मान भी बढ़ा। आजादी से खेलकूद में शरीक होने लगा। दिल मजबूत था। अब अगर भाई साहब ने मेरी इंसल्ट की तो साफ कह दूंगा, आपने अपना खून जलाकर कौन सा तीर मार लिया। मुझे देखिए, मजे से खेलता भी रहा और दर्जे में अव्वल भी हूं। पर जबान से ये हेकड़ी जताने का साहस ना होने पर भी मेरे रंग ढंग से, मेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज से साफ जाहिर था कि भाई साहब का वो आतंक अब मुझ पर नहीं है। अरे भाई साहब ने उसे भांप लिया। उनकी सहज बुद्धि, कॉमन सेंस बहुत ही तीव्र थी। एक दिन जब मैं भोर का सारा समय गुल्ली डंडे की भेंट करके ठीक भोजन के समय लौटा, तो भाई साहब ने तो मानो तलवार खींच ली और मुझ पर टूट पड़े। आ गए तुम? हाँ, अच्छा है। जाओ जाओ, अंदर हलवा पूरी बना हुआ है, जाओ, थक गए होगे, जाओ जाओ खा लो। अरे जाओ ना, क्या देख रहे हो, जाओ ना। देखता हूं इस साल पास हो गए हो, दर्जे में अव्वल आ गए हो, तो तुम्हें दिमाग हो गया है। मगर भाईजान, घमंड तो बड़े बड़े का नहीं रहा, फिर तुम्हारी क्या हस्ती है, हैं? इतिहास में रावण का हाल तो पढ़ा ही होगा। उसके चरित्र से तुमने कौन सा उपदेश लिया? या यूं ही पढ़ गए? यूं ही पढ़ गए। और महज इम्तिहान पास कर लेना कोई चीज नहीं है। असल चीज है बुद्धि का विकास। जो कुछ पढ़ो उसका अभिप्राय समझो। हाँ हाँ, रावण भूमंडल का स्वामी था। बड़े बड़े देवता उसकी गुलामी करते थे, लेकिन उसका अंत क्या हुआ है? घमंड ने उसका नामो निशान तक मिटा दिया। आदमी और जो कुकर्म चाहे करे, पर अभिमान ना करे, इतराए नहीं। अभिमान किया और दीन दुनिया दोनों से गया। हाँ। अरे शाह रोम ने भी, एम्पेरर ऑफ रोम ने भी एक बार अहंकार किया था, भीख मांग मांग के मर गया। और तुमने तो अभी केवल एक दर्जा पास किया है, तुम्हारा सिर अभी से फिर गया है। तब तो तुम आगे पढ़ चुके, और ये समझ लो कि तुम अपनी मेहनत से पास नहीं हुए हो। हाँ, अंधे के हाथ बटेर लग गई है। हाँ, अंधे के हाथ बटेर लग गई है। मगर लाला, बटेर एक बार हाथ लग सकती है, बार बार नहीं लग सकती। हाँ, और क्या, कभी कभी गुल्ली डंडे पर भी तो अंधा चोट निशाना पड़ जाता है। उससे कोई सफल खिलाड़ी नहीं हो जाता। हाँ, सफल खिलाड़ी वो है जिसका जिसका कोई निशाना खाली ना जाए। तुम मेरे फेल होने पे मत जाना। जब तुम मेरे दर्जे में आओगे ना तो दांतों पसीना आ जाएगा, जब अलजबरा और ज्योमेट्री के लोहे के चने चबाने पड़ेंगे और इंग्लिस्तान का इतिहास पढ़ना पड़ेगा। अरे बादशाहों के नाम याद रखना आसान थोड़ी ना। 8 हेनरी हो गुजरे हैं। अब कौन सा कांड किस हेनरी के समय में हुआ, क्या ये याद कर लेना आसान समझते हो? हेनरी 7वें की जगह हेनरी 8वां लिखता, सारे नंबर कट गए। कोई निर्दयी मुमकिनों से नहीं पूछता है? कमाल करते हैं ये लोग भी, हद हो गई। और ज्योमेट्री तो बस खुदा की पनाह। आ बाजा की जगह आज जाबा लिख दिया, सारे नंबर कट गए। कोई निर्दयी मुमकिनों से नहीं पूछता कि आप बाजा और आज जाबा में क्या फर्क है और क्यों छात्रों को व्यर्थ में परेशान करते हो। अरे भाई, दाल भात रोटी खाई या भात दाल रोटी खाई, इसमें क्या रखा है? लेकिन इन परीक्षकों को क्या परवाह। ये तो वही देखते हैं जो पुस्तक में लिखा हुआ है और चाहते हैं लड़के अक्षर अक्षर रट डालें और उसी रटंत का नाम शिक्षा रख छोड़ा है। आखिर इन बेसिर पैर की बातों को पढ़ने से फायदा? इस रेखा पर वो लंब गिरा दो तो आधार लंब से दुगना होगा। अब आप पूछिए इससे क्या प्रयोजन? दुगना नहीं चौगुना हो जाए, आधा ही रहे मेरी बला से। लेकिन परीक्षा में पास होना है तो ये सारी खुराफात याद करनी पड़ेगी। अब कह दिया कि समय की पाबंदी पर एक निबंध लिखो जो 4 पन्नों से कम ना हो। अब आप कॉपी सामने खोले, कलम हाथ में ली, उसके नाम को रोइए। अरे कौन नहीं जानता कि समय की पाबंदी बहुत अच्छी बात है। उससे आदमी के जीवन में संयम आ जाता है, दूसरों का उस पर स्नेह होने लगता है, उसके कारोबार में उन्नति होती है। लेकिन इस जरा सी बात पर 4 पन्ने कैसे लिखेंगे? और जो बात एक वाक्य में कही जा सकती है उसे 4 पन्नों में लिखने की जरूरत? मैं तो इसको हिमाकत कहता हूं। ये समय की किफायत नहीं बल्कि उसका दुरुपयोग है कि व्यर्थ में किसी बात को ठूंस दिया जाए। हम चाहते हैं आदमी को जो कुछ कहना है चटपट कह दे, अपनी राह ले, मगर नहीं, आपको 4 पन्ने रंगने पड़ेंगे, चाहे जैसे मर्जी लिखिए, और पन्ने भी पूरे फुल स्केप के आकार के। ये छात्रों पर अत्याचार नहीं तो, और अनर्थ तो यह है, कहा जाता है संक्षेप में लिखो, शॉर्ट में लिखो। समय की पाबंदी पर संक्षेप में एक निबंध लिखो जो 4 पन्नों से कम ना हो। ठीक, संक्षेप में तो 4 पन्ने हुए, नहीं 100-200 पन्ने लिखवा देते। तेज भी दौड़िए और धीरे धीरे भी। उल्टी बात है या नहीं? बालक भी इतनी सी बात को समझ सकता है, लेकिन इन अध्यापकों को इतनी भी तमीज नहीं है। उस पर दावा करते हैं हम अध्यापक हैं, बड़े अध्यापक कहीं के। लाला मेरे दर्जे में आओगे ना तो ये सारे पापड़ बेलने पड़ेंगे, तब आटे दाल का भाव मालूम होगा। इस दर्जे में अव्वल आ गए तो जमीन पर पांव नहीं रखते। मैं लाख फेल हो गया हूं लेकिन तुमसे बड़ा हूं। संसार का मुझे तुमसे ज्यादा अनुभव है, इसलिए जो कुछ कहता हूं उसे गिरह बांधिए। गिरह बांधी नहीं तो पछताइएगा। स्कूल का समय निकट था, नहीं तो पता नहीं उपदेश माला कब समाप्त होती। भोजन आज मुझे निस्वाद सा लग रहा था। जब पास हो जाने पर यह तिरस्कार हो रहा है तो फेल हो जाने पर तो शायद प्राणी ले लिए जाएं। और भाई साहब ने अपने दर्जे की पढ़ाई का जो भयंकर चित्र खींचा, उसने तो मुझे भयभीत कर दिया। स्कूल छोड़कर घर नहीं भागा, यही ताज्जुब है। लेकिन इतने तिरस्कार पर भी पुस्तकों में मेरी अरुचि ज्यों की त्यों बनी रही। नहीं, पढ़ता भी था और बहुत कम, बस इतना कि रोज का टास्क पूरा हो जाए और दर्जे में जलील ना होना पड़े। अपने ऊपर जो विश्वास पैदा हुआ था वो फिर लुप्त हो गया। फिर सालाना इम्तिहान हुआ और कुछ ऐसा संयोग हुआ कि मैं फिर पास हो गया और भाई साहब फिर फेल हो। मैंने बहुत मेहनत नहीं की, पर न जाने कैसे दर्जे में अव्वल आ गया। भाई साहब ने प्राणांतक परिश्रम किया था, कोर्स का एक एक शब्द चाट गए। 10 बजे रात तक इधर, 6 बजे भोर से इधर, 9:30 बजे स्कूल जाने से पहले पढ़ते रहते थे, लेकिन फेल हो गए। नतीजा सुनाया गया तो रो पड़े। मैं भी रोने लगा, अपने पास होने की खुशी आधी हो गई। नहीं, मैं भी फेल हो गया होता तो भाई साहब को शायद इतना दुख नहीं होता, लेकिन अब विधि की बात कौन टाले। अब भाई साहब और मुझ में केवल 1 दर्जे का अंतर रह गया। अब मेरे मन में एक कुटिल भावना उदय हुई कि कहीं भाई साहब 1 साल और फेल हो जाएं और मैं उनके बराबर हो जाऊं, तो वो किस आधार पर मेरी फजीहत कर सकेंगे। लेकिन मैंने इस कमीने विचार को दिल से बलपूर्वक निकाल डाला। आखिर वो मुझे मेरे हित के विचार से ही तो डांटते हैं। हाँ, उस वक्त मुझे अप्रिय लगता है अवश्य, लेकिन ये शायद उनके उपदेशों का ही असर हो कि मैं दनादन पास हो जाता हूं और इतने अच्छे नंबरों से। इसलिए भाई साहब के डर से जो थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ता था वो भी बंद हो गया और फिर चोरों का सा जीवन कटने लगा। अब मुझे कनकौवे उड़ाने का नया शौक पैदा हो गया था, पतंगबाजी। हाँ, और सारा समय पतंगबाजी की भेंट होता था। फिर भी मैं भाई साहब का सम्मान करता था और उनका लिहाज करता था और उनकी नजर बचाकर कनकौवे उड़ाता था। कन्ने बांधना, पतंग टूर्नामेंट की तैयारियां, मांझा देना, सब गुप्त रूप से होता था। दरअसल मैं भाई साहब को यह संदेह नहीं करने देना चाहता था कि उनका सम्मान और लिहाज मेरी नजरों में कम हो गया है। एक रोज मैं शाम के वक्त हॉस्टल से दूर एक कनकौवा लूटने बेतहाशा दौड़ा जा रहा था। आंखें आसमान की ओर थीं और मन उस आकाशगामी पथिक की ओर जो मंद गति से झूमता हुआ पतन की ओर चला जा रहा हो। बालकों की पूरी सेना लग्गे और झाड़दार बांस लिए उस पतंग का स्वागत करने को दौड़ी चली आ रही थी। सभी मानो उस पतंग के साथ ही आकाश में उड़ रहे थे, जहां सब कुछ समतल है। किसी को अपने आगे पीछे की खबर ना थी, न गाड़ियां, न मोटर, न ट्राम, कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ गाड़ियां, सिर्फ पतंग। सिर्फ पतंग, सिर्फ पतंग। अचानक मेरी भाई साहब से मुठभेड़ हो गई, जो शायद बाजार से लौट रहे थे। उन्होंने मुझे वहीं पकड़ लिया। इन बाजारी लौंडों के साथ ठेले के कनकौवे के लिए दौड़ते तुम्हें शर्म नहीं आती? तुम्हें इसका भी कुछ लिहाज नहीं कि तुम अब नीची जमात में नहीं हो, बल्कि 8वीं जमात में आ गए हो और मुझसे केवल 1 दर्जा नीचे हो। आखिर आदमी को कुछ तो अपनी पोजीशन का ख्याल करना चाहिए। हैं? अरे एक जमाना था लोग 8वां दर्जा पास करके नायब तहसीलदार हो जाते थे। मैं खुद कितने मिडिलचियों को जानता हूं जो आज अव्वल दर्जे के डिप्टी मजिस्ट्रेट या सुपरिटेंडेंट हो गए हैं। कितने ही 8वीं पास उनके अंडर में काम करते हैं, और तुम उसी 8वें दर्जे में आकर तुम इन बाजारी लौंडों के साथ ढेले के कनकौवे के लिए दौड़ रहे हो। मुझे मालूम है तुम ज़हीन हो, इसमें शक नहीं है, लेकिन वो जहन किस काम का जो हमारे आत्मगौरव की हत्या कर डाले। तुम अपने दिल में सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं भाई साहब से महज 1 दर्जा नीचे हूं और अब उन्हें मुझे कुछ कहने का हक नहीं है, लेकिन ये तुम्हारी गलती है। मैं तुमसे 5 साल बड़ा हूं और हमेशा रहूंगा। मुझे जिंदगी का जो तजुर्बा है तुम उसकी बराबरी भी नहीं कर सकते, चाहे तुम एमए और डीफिल और डीलिट ही क्यों ना हो जाओ। और समझ किताबें पढ़ने से नहीं आती है, दुनिया देखने से आती है। चलो, हाँ, हमारी अम्मा ने तो कोई दर्जा पास नहीं किया और दादा भी शायद 5वीं 6ठी जमात के आगे नहीं गए, लेकिन हम दोनों चाहे सारी दुनिया की विद्या पढ़ लें, उन्हें हमें समझाने और सुधारने का अधिकार हमेशा रहेगा। केवल इसलिए नहीं कि वो हमारे जन्मदाता हैं, बल्कि इसलिए कि उन्हें जिंदगी का हमसे और तुमसे ज्यादा तजुर्बा है और रहेगा। अमेरिका में किस तरह राज्य व्यवस्था है, 8वें हेनरी ने कितने विवाह किए, आकाश में कितने नक्षत्र हैं, ये बातें चाहे उन्हें ना मालूम हो, लेकिन हजारों ऐसी बातें हैं जिनका ज्ञान उन्हें हमसे और तुमसे ज्यादा है। समझे? अब अपने हेडमास्टर साहब को देखो, हैं एमए है कि नहीं, और यहाँ के एमए नहीं है, ऑक्सफोर्ड के, फॉरेन कंट्री, 1000 रुपये महीना पाते हैं, लेकिन उनके घर का इंतजाम कौन करता है? हैं? उनकी बूढ़ी माँ, यहां हो गई उनकी डिग्री बेकार। समझे? पहले घर का इंतजाम करते थे, खर्च पूरा नहीं पड़ता था, कर्जदार रहते थे, लेकिन जब से उनकी माताजी ने प्रबंध अपने हाथ में लिया तो जैसे जैसे घर में लक्ष्मी आ गई है। तो भाईजान, ये गरूर दिल से निकाल डालो कि तुम मेरे समीप आ गए हो तो स्वतंत्र हो, मेरे देखते तुम बेरानी चलने पाओगे। समझे? पर अगर यूं नहीं मानोगे तो मैं इसका प्रयोग भी कर सकता हूं। मुझे पता है तुम्हें मेरी बातें जहर लग रही हैं, मैं सब समझता हूं, तुम मेरे बारे में क्या क्या सोचते हो, मुझे सब पता है। मैं उनकी इस नई युक्ति से नतमस्तक हो गया। मुझे आज जिंदगी में पहली बार अपने छोटेपन का एहसास हुआ, मेरी आंखों से आंसू निकल गए। नहीं भाई साहब, आप जो कुछ फरमा रहे हैं बिल्कुल सच है, और आपको मुझे डांटने का अधिकार है, आप मेरे बड़े भाई हो। उन्होंने मुझे अपने गले से लगा लिया। अरे मैं कनकौवे उड़ाने को मना नहीं करता हूं, मेरा भी जी ललचाता है, लेकिन मैं क्या करूं? अब मैं खुद बेराह चलूं तो तुम्हारी रक्षा कैसे करूं? ये कर्तव्य भी तो मेरे सिर है। संयोग से उसी वक्त एक कटा हुआ कनकौवा हमारे ऊपर से गुजरा। बहुत सारे बच्चे उस पतंग को लूटने के लिए दौड़े आ रहे थे, उसकी डोर लटक रही थी। अब भाई साहब तो लंबे हैं ही, उछलकर उसकी डोर पकड़ ली और बेतहाशा हॉस्टल की तरफ दौड़े। मैं उनके पीछे पीछे दौड़ रहा था। भाई साहब,
चली चली रे पतंग मेरी चली रे, चली चली रे पतंग मेरी चली रे, चली बादलों के पार होके डोर पे सवार, सारी दुनिया ये देख देख जली रे, चली चली रे पतंग मेरी चली रे।
थैंक यू सो मच, शुक्रिया। अभी हमारे ग्रुप की मालकिन आ रही हैं, धीरे धीरे वो बात करेंगी। आइए छोटे मालिक। शायद थोड़ा थोड़ा याद आया होगा आप लोगों को बचपन अपना, शायद में भी हैं। बचपन तो सबका खूबसूरत होता है। ये बच्ची तो डर भी गई थी।
बड़ों की इज्जत नहीं करते हो?
अरे माँ।
प्रेमचंद, मुंशी प्रेमचंद। हिंदुस्तानी साहित्य को मुंशी प्रेमचंद ने पाला, पोसा, बड़ा किया, उसमें संस्कार दिए। उनकी कहानियाँ, उपन्यास, हिज बॉडी ऑफ वर्क, उन्होंने आज के साहित्य और साहित्यकारों को रूपरेखा दी है, मार्गदर्शन दिया है। गोदान, निर्मला, बूढ़ी काकी, ईदगाह जैसी कहानियाँ लिखकर उन्होंने न सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान का चेहरा दिखाया है, बल्कि हिंदुस्तानियों के जज्बात, ख़यालात, रेंज ऑफ इमोशंस को पोर्ट्रे किया है। कलम के सिपाही प्रेमचंद को जश्न कलम का सलाम।
जश्न कलम ऐसे कलाकारों की टोली है जो सिनेमा और टेलीविज़न से भी जुड़े हुए हैं, और जो पिछले 10 साल से हिंदी साहित्य के महान लेखकों की लघु कथाओं, शॉर्ट स्टोरीज का एकल मंचन कर रहे हैं, जिनमें सादत हसन मंटो, प्रेमचंद, राजेंद्र यादव, इस्मत चुगतई, अमृता प्रीतम जैसे शामिल हैं कलाकार। और हम लोगों ने जश्न कलम ने पिछले 10 सालों में छोटे बड़े थिएटर, लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल, फिल्म फेस्टिवल, ऑफिसेस, कॉरपोरेट ऑफिसेस, स्कूल, यूनिवर्सिटीज़, पब, रेस्टोरेंट, ऐसी कई जगहों पर परफॉर्म करते आए हैं।
दरअसल हमारी कोशिश ये है कि इन कहानियों के ज़रिए अपनी बात रखें और बातचीत करने का मौका और जगह, स्पेसेस, कलेक्टिव स्पेसेस धीरे धीरे कम होती जा रही हैं क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया काफ़ी बढ़ गया है। आज आपके और हमारे बीच में हमारे हिसाब से थोड़ा फासला ज़्यादा है। आशा करते हैं अगली बार कभी मुलाकात होगी तो हम एक आसपास होंगे ताकि हम बातचीत कर सकें, क्योंकि हम जो कहानियाँ लेकर आते हैं उन पर हम ज़रूर जानना चाहते हैं कि आपने क्या महसूस किया, आपने क्या इमेजिन किया और आपने क्या आपको कहानी कहीं लेकर गई किसी दूसरी दुनिया में। इन सब बातों से लेकर ही जश्न कलम की शाम पूरी होती है, लेकिन आज मेरे ख्याल से वो मौका नहीं है। बट आईड लाइक टू से थैंक यू टू माई टीम। मेरे साथ लाइट्स पर हैं सचिन लेले, शोएब, म्यूज़िक पर कर्नल सुजो, मनोज एंड द आर्टिस्ट हिमसेल्फ
विकी आहूजा।
Mr. Vicky Ahuja. Please take the center stage.
Thank you.
He's been working in theatre and films for the past 15 years. He's worked extensively on television as well. And we are very happy that he's here with us today. That's Rajesh Kumarji. He's also a Dastan Go and he performs with Mahmood Farooqi. ये feedback card दीजिए ना? Mahmood Farooqi Sahab, and I am Shashwita Sharma. Thank you, Gabriel, for inviting us here, and thank you, Awa, for doing this literary fest and promoting literature. Thank you, everyone, for listening. बहुत प्यार से और ध्यान से सुनने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you like the show for today, and this is just the beginning. There are a lot more things to come ahead. So hope to meet you tomorrow morning at 9:30, same place. Thank you so much.